Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, you beautiful people. I have missed you so much. We're starting off with a banger. Two brand new teams face off in their CDL debut. Carolina Royal Ravens, led by veteran Clayster, take on the Spanish squad Miami Heretics. Can't wait to hear those comms. Vamos.
Vamos, babe. And it's the comeback we've been dying to see. Illey back from the grave and dropping a highlight reel with Seattle Surge. Damn, he looks good in blue.
Plus, Toronto Ultra looked to bounce back after a shutout in last season's grand finals. Wonder what Scrap has to say about that.
All that and more coming up. Opening weekend, day 2 starts now.
I'm in. Scripting now. Let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the CDL. Oh, baby. The moment that we have all been waiting for.
It's a 1 versus 4.
This guy is upset.
We got hella people talking.
He touched. He gets hit. The silence is almost deafening. Time to rock and roll. Here we go. A monumental performance. This is crazy. It's insane. This is amazing. I love this. Florida, take another commanding map. The Toronto Ultra. Scrappy with the streak. The Ravens, a phoenix risen from the ashes. Oh my, what are we seeing? The greatest play you've ever seen. It's not over yet.
Mission complete.
Welcome into headquarters, everybody. You are watching the Call of Duty League opening weekend. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless in the studio. But when you're looking at the screens, you're going to see a whole lot of action from folks like these. Alley, what are you most excited to see as we get into day 2?
Definitely more game 5s. We went to 2 yesterday, and we went to 2 round 11s as well. So the competition is looking fierce.
Nameless, as we're launching off here with day 2, we're going to see 6 teams in action for the first time, as well as Seattle and Boston getting their second run for their money.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger of a day. We get to see all these new rosters, some old players, some new players, see how they acclimate to the pro scene. Yesterday was full of surprises in game 5s. I hope it's more the same today.
I do want to just start the show by thanking everyone who is awesome in the chat. You guys have been a blast so far, and we hope you're excited for Super Saturday, because every Saturday and Sunday, I'm bringing you 4 matches a day. And today, we're starting with the Spaniards. Vamos, baby!
Yes.
Miami Heretics, led by our boy Vehicle, going up against Clayster and the Carolina Royal Ravens. 2 new franchises, 2 new locations, and we're excited to see them with fresh rosters. Minnesota faces Las Vegas. We'll see LA Guerrillas taking on Toronto, who went to the grand finals last year. And, of course, Boston and Seattle Surge. Surge looking for their second dub. Boston looking to finish 500 on week 1. Speaking of week 1, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more sidearms, Alley. We've all decided there will be no knives. It's too easy to knife people in this game. But the pistol seems to work just as well.
The Renetti is crazy. I was so happy seeing it yesterday. And what's crazy about this secondary is the fact that there's already been GAs on attachments, and it's still this good. I mean, it was a highlight reel after highlight reel yesterday, and especially with the TTK being so much longer this year, it really helps in situations like these when you're running out of that ammo and got to finish a couple of kills.
You're telling me that's a naked Renetti? I'm excited to see what's going down.
I'm naked. They still got a sight on it, but it's missing a couple OP attachments.
All right, some of these players may need to read through their documents before the next match, but all in all, I think we can all agree the pistol reminds me of the Buddy B-23R way back at Black Ops 2. That was just as good as your primary if you were within 5 meters. But Nameless, let's talk a little bit about the matches yesterday, because we opened it up with a banger. 5 games between these 2 teams. Atlanta took on Boston, and this was way closer than the majority majority of people predicted. You actually picked Boston to win it.
I did.
And they nearly did.
Yeah, you know, it was that revenge game for Priestahh and Slasher. Obviously, you got the veteran world champs in that team, and you have the young guys. And, you know, what I saw to them, I was very excited about. You know, Boston probably walked away from that series feeling like they should have won it. A lot of those maps were extremely winnable. You had Capsidal going off in the search and destroys, but in the end, the chemistry reigned supreme. Atlanta FaZe, this core three, has been together for so long. They know how to play the game even without communicating at times. And Drazah, that guy plays so much, he's able to fit into this team perfectly like a glove, so they're able to clutch up in the very end. And Simp had himself a day. The guy was popping off with the rifle in his hands, making plays in search, and that extended toward the respawn as well. The guy just seems like he's on another level at this point.
Allie, I feel like year one, you were picking FaZe maybe 10% of the time. Yesterday, you admitted to becoming a FaZe fan. How did Simp win you over?
Because he's the best player in the game. It's been a singular day, but Simp was that guy yesterday. But I do have to tip my hat to Boston. I mean, to push it all the way to a game 5, that's going to be a matchup I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
NTK kills 87%. That stands for non-traded kills. And here's 4 of them. Simp versus the whole Boston Breach, Nameless.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play. You know, I played so much Search and Destroy, and I still hadn't seen this yet. He goes through mid-cut, pops that smoke down. You only get 1 per team. He runs right through. They lose track of him. So he finds the 2 on bomb, and then he goes for the next 2 kills, and he's at the tank. He has every advantage in the world. Finds that 2 kills, gets the ace, and you can see Boston. A couple of those rounds they're just throwing away, man. But so close, not close enough.
And it feels so good to be able to make moves without your opponent hearing you from 10 meters away. It's a whole new game, and Snoopy, he's making the most of it, having to run some new weaponry here. We didn't see a lot of AR play from him in year 1. Now we're seeing him in his 2nd year, and the man was looking pretty darn good, Allie.
He looked amazing yesterday. I think hopes are really high for Snoopy, especially since Boston kind of decided to build around this rookie. We saw a glimpse of him last year, but I feel like in the later half of the series is truly when he shined, especially in that control, going 30 and 17 toe-to-toe with Simp on the other side. I think we can have really big expectations with him moving forward.
I know everyone's spamming FTF, feature them first, but you are going to have to wait and watch Boston versus Seattle. That is the matchup going down at the end of the day. And if you tuned into day 1, you know this could be the match of the weekend, potentially. Surge were looking very strong in their series. Boston Breach going the distance against Atlanta. But as these 2 teams match up tonight, Allie, what are you looking to see from the Surge in particular?
Specifically, I'm looking for their search and destroy because it was absolutely disgusting yesterday. Not to mention, Illey is now back, and it looks like he has not missed a step.
All right, that battle is going down at 7:30, and as you just heard Allie say, Illey is back. And the man was putting in work. You look at his statistic. Ender was taking every gunfight he could, Nameless, and it looked like he couldn't miss.
You know, probably the best feel-good story of yesterday, seeing, you know, Illey finally be back alongside some familiar faces and putting on a crazy performance. Not only getting the dub, the guy had like a 1.72 at the bottom of your screen. You could see that.
Career best.
Career best. He was taking over, definitely took this opportunity seriously. And, you know, for Illey for so long on the OpTic team, he was like the guy who had to do the grunt work, the objective player. You know, obviously, we talked about the in-game leadership role, who was doing it for majority of the time, and it was Illey, right? So a lot rested on his shoulders. And now, with this team and having like a 6-7 month break, almost a full year, I guess, he has really sat back and figured out how he wants to play the game. And clearly it's going to be by slaying. He has the green light and was making plays in search and destroy as well. So this team yesterday, to me, just seemed extremely polished.
Allie, these stats are ridiculous. Your hard points at 1.6, control 1.7, 3.0 in SND. What is most impressive on that graphic for you?
Honestly, what's most impressive on the graphic, you could say it is at 1.72 or that 85 NTK, but I want to talk about the interview afterwards because it truly just felt like Illey loved the game and he loved being back and he loved his teammates. And unfortunately for Seattle Surge, you know, I feel like we were waiting to see what Abuzah had to bring to the table, but Illey had to take over the show. So I'm hoping in the series against Boston today, we get to see what that rookie might be made of.
I'm excited to see them back in action again. That is at the end of tonight. Now, you're not going to see OpTic in action today. They did match up against the Subliners, though, last night, and this was another Game 5. It went all the way to around 11, and we talked production. Can you get us the whole round? Here it is if you missed it live.
Yeah, this was a beautiful round. So for the New York Subliners, see number 5, that's going to be Hydra. He comes over here to throw this smoke, and anytime that they decided to hit B, which they did quite a bit earlier in this game, they used that smoke and pushed through. So OpTic, you could tell they have a little bit of PTSD there. They triple stacked escalators, which you're not going to see too often, and so for New York, it's classic Mississippi this direction. We're going to take plane in a 3 versus 1. And once you get control of the plane like that, the OpTic guys have submachine guns. It's going to be extremely difficult to retake.
Absolutely. I love this gamble by the New York Subliners because the fact that OpTic Texas didn't put anybody in that cockpit basically signed off the round. New York, once this bomb gets down, once they have that control, it is one of the hardest bomb sites to retake. I think that'll continue throughout the rest of the year. And so I think it was a little bit of a misstep from OpTic Texas, but also an incredible choice by New York Subliners.
Just like last year, the coaches weighed in before the season. OpTic was near the top, and you're going to see all the way there in the B column were the Subliners. We asked Kismet what he thought about the coach's decision to put them in the mid-tier. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, obviously a tournament match is way different than scrims or whatever, so you're going to have that intensity. The other biggest thing, I mean, I'm not going to flack them for putting us in the lower tier. We started a couple days late, as did OpTic, I think, so it was that weird learning curve. But I think we're picking things up, and, you know, our team, I mean, people have said it, like, over time, we're just going to get better and better and better, and until then, like, we're going to always have stuff to work on, so, I mean, it just gives us a chip on our shoulder. I love it, so.
Don't give the Bulldog another chip. The man is going to make you eat your words. Taking a look at the schedule, Subliners are taking on LAG tomorrow. Atlanta FaZe will face off against LA Thieves, and OpTic faces off against the Røkkr. But as we look at that middle column here, what match are you most excited about here, Allie, on a Saturday?
You could say the first and fourth, but I'm going to take a little bit of an odd angle here. I'm excited to see the new Toronto Ultra with Envoy on their lineup going against the LAGs.
All right, Toronto coming up there in the third battle. Lock in and stay tuned. If you haven't already, connect your YouTube with your Activision. Watch and earn. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
The process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
It's time to take a look at your brand new team, and you've brought in one of the GOATs. Clayster, multi-time world champion, surrounds himself with the best young talent. We've seen it all throughout his career, and Nameless, it looks like that's exactly his plan once again up there with the Royal Ravens.
Yeah, you know, he's got some young guys. He's got Gwinn and Real. We're excited to watch them go. We obviously saw GODRX and Gwinn have an amazing year in Challengers last year, and for Clayster, he's entering that last part of his career. He needs that championship so he can ride off into the sunset, and he's hoping this can be the team to do do it. Now, Carolina, they put their faith in this roster. They think that they have what it takes. I think they're going to have to be a very good search and destroy team. A little bit reminiscent to the Legion squad of last year to make an impact.
That's right. Is our monster matchup. Double pick'em points if you got the winner today. Allie, if you are a Carolina fan, what are you looking at here numbers-wise?
Well, for the Monster Energy pregame, this is a little bit of their last year's stats. Unfortunately, bottom of the barrel in just about every single category. But thankfully, for the Royal Ravens fans, this is a completely new team, right? You bring up GODRX and Gwinn, who were on the same team winning challengers last year, and you bring in Riel as well as Clay, the big vet behind the team. So you have a bit of a fan base to work with as well. I think when it comes to this team, they have the opportunity to be a dark horse.
Chat, I got a mini game for you. Who drops more kills this series for the Royal Ravens? You got GODRX or Clayster on the AR role? Put it in the chat right now because we're switching gears over to the Heretics. Miami has some new players, and they had to come on a very large plane to go over that ocean. Nameless, walk me through this Miami lineup.
They couldn't have picked a better city, I'll be honest. Miami is just fantastic. But when you look at these guys, a lot of you guys might not know these players. You know, you see this Heretic squad, they were amazing back in the day. Before the COD League and Black Ops 4, Heretics was a roster that took the scene by storm, getting top 8 in multiple tournaments, and they are back with a player like Vikul. This is a team that can make a huge impact. I cannot wait to hear their listenings. It's always extremely exciting, and these guys are going to be going 150%. They felt like they should have been here from the jump, and this is their opportunity.
Yes, and for the Monster Energy pregame, kind of the same situation. A little bit of the bottom of the barrel when it comes to last year, but again, they signed Journey, Lucky, and Metals as 3 new players added to this roster. And Vikul had a lot to prove last year, and I think he did so. He was a top challengers player that got brought up a little bit later compared to his teammates, and he showed that he is capable of being an in-game leader. He's capable of putting up the big numbers that they're going to need. So maybe a little bit less pressure on his shoulders this year.
Vikul's hair is looking incredible here for his second season. The man is coming back as the sophomore, as the only returning member now there in Florida. Let's talk a little bit about the key players, though, as we look at our maps and modes. Nameless, everyone said it was Clayster over GODRX. Which 2 players from the Heretics do you think are battling for the most kills?
Listen, man, I want to see the Heretics pop off. I think Eric Boom is going to make a statement in this series as well. I think this can honestly go back and forth. And then looking at these maps, we're going to see some high-rise control today, so maybe some spawn traps, true MW2 gameplay.
All right, get your predictions in the chat right now as we send it over to 2 beautiful men working from their bedrooms. We got Miles the Ross Boss and Chance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys. Chris, I was actually wearing exactly the same clothes as you were today, but luckily being at home, I could just dive over these monitors and get dressed and get ready to rock and roll. Very, very exciting day of games today, boys and girls. Starting things off once again, Innovation Hardpoint, but Chance, it's the battle of 2 brand new rosters. There's a lot of Spanish players in this lobby.
Yeah, it's such a cool one, too, because, like, obviously the Vamoses in the chat are going to be out of control just for the Heretics. But on the flip side, Rial is also a Spanish player. He has a deep history. He's played with Vikul for, like, 3 years. He was the up-and-coming Spaniard. So you have a Spanish rivalry on top of the fact that you guys like Clay in the lobby. It's going to be fun.
Here we go. Bienvenido y buena suerte, my Spanish friends. You know, the hard point, the Heretics fly. Gwinn, though, one of the newcomers here for the Carolina Royal Ravens. We'll see if this roster can't get things going in an exciting way for themselves. Gwinn and GODRX in the feed. Back and forth we go, though, over to Vikul. Can't find any more kills. The Ravens seem to be in control of P1 so far, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's good time to get that little bounce back moment, but this is the first time that we have seen Invasion Hardpoint, I believe, in the league so far. So the expectation, there are some dominant money hills, especially on the P5. So we'll focus on that long term. In the short term, this B Street control, Lucky trying to get all of it. Nice cutoff moment, but can't find a kill. Rial cleans him down.
Over to the second hard point here, this wide open construction site. Not a lot of cover to work with. 2 very long streets to deal with. Clayster now on the approach. Was going to be Vikul and the Heretics in control. Nades out. Here come the Ravens. Clay finds one. Trades are on point. And Rial, a little bit of Spaniard on Spaniard action. That's going to be the cleanup. It's an open point for now, Chance. But both teams, close spawns. They're on it.
Yeah, both teams also desperate just to get a trophy in and around the hill. Lucky's going to chuck his towards the back, so that's just for like the safety sort of gunfights. Time right now just being soaked and collected by Carolina. Decent little lead so far, but if you don't have trophies to fly up, yeah, you're going to get picked apart. Gwynn's able to pick up 2 in so much ill time going their way, forcing that rotation from the Heretics, chalking it all up.
And that rotation, that's what we're talking about. Low right-hand side of the minimap, number 8, Journey. Long time since we've seen him in the CDL. Professional Call of Duty play way back to Black Ops 4, as the desk said, but he's already on the far right-hand side of the minimap, trying to get ready for the showers. GODRX now through the middle of the map, toe-to-toe with Vehicle. The pinch will be on in a moment, as it does look like the Miami Heretics, they will have a strong foothold towards this new point.
Yeah, and this is good comms as well. You see GODRX is actually turning to hunt this player down. So, yep, they knew Journey was in the back. They kept track of all 4, and that is some veteran-style plays. But obviously, that's step 1. Still have to make the break. Vehicle is effectively by himself in the point, but the tags up on the cross are going to be a problem, and Vehicle wins at least the first one. Can't back down the second. It looks like the partial break is going to be in.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a battle. Close range on the point. Real coming to now back up the rest of the Ravens onto the new point. Play 6 and 5 overall. That trophy's not going to count for much. GODRX, another big win from him. A fantastically dominant 3 years in the challenger scene. The last time we saw him in the CDL was back in Røkkr in the inaugural season, and already a very, very delightful start here on MW3.
Yeah, nice wins for the final 20 seconds of scrap as well. So Carolina Ravens continue to just bump up that lead. Heretic to this point, desperate for a full 60. This is a map where you can absolutely make it happen. So this is your P4 hill. P5 is going to be the far left of the minimap, all the way over towards Palace. If you can chain these 2 hills together, Heretics do have the opportunity to take the lead. Unless Clayster just beams you out of the hill. That's exactly what the Ravens need. The break should be much easier now.
It can be nightmarish fighting here in Invasion. So many levels to it, so many corners. Close quarters battle indeed. Clay making very good use of that second story of the blue building. Metals trying to get on the point. This broken apartment. Wow, a whole lot of cover. It's a nade fest. And once again, Clay from top blue finding those kills. Journey now fighting his way through the streets, trying to get the Heretics into the new point. 30 seconds remaining on this one. Neither team yet to really crack 100 chance, but the Ravens with a slight lead.
Hey, all things considered too, this is a great hill for the Ravens just because the first 30 seconds didn't go to either team. Of course, though, on the rotation, you see Heretics already have the spread, but at least you cut your losses on P4. Ravens end up coming out on top, and even if they give away a full 60, well, they'll still have that lead. But this is the big question for this map. Can anyone actually successfully break this hill? We get to see the Ravens try.
This is the embassy, far left-hand side of the minimap, which I do believe is actually bigger than meat. Massive part of the map. Not my meat, just the map meat. Think about that one, chat. Hold on to that. Lucky keeping them at bay, but the Ravens have managed to get themselves over the wall. That means they're now in one of the many million corridors on the backline. Can Lucky identify the attackers? Eyes on one. Damage dealt. Kill secured. Good job. One more Raven to deal with on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's got to be a Gwinn hero play, and that is a hero play that did not go well. Vehicle cleans him up immediately. So even when you make the trek, make the cross into Embassy, if the team's comms are on point, they're still going to pick you apart. And as expected on P5 in the CDL match, absolutely perfect full 60. You know their comms were on point.
Fantastic work from the Miami Heretics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll put your Duolingo use to good work. It's time for a listen in with the Miami Heretics.
No le he dado. Estoy esperando, había uno por DVDs, ¿vale?
Ya, justo acá a la izquierda, Luki. Meto piña al descendido a tu derecha. Cuidado que te pega piña ahí, cuidado.
Ahí, no me domo.
Aguanta el mío.
Tengo un puto tiro yo.
Tema punto muerto. Falta uno en carretera,
Yo lo veo en carretera.
Voy.
Le busco.
En el lado de barra.
Juan,
no, maniquís.
Me quedaba de
maniquís y un DVDs.
Me tomo Clayster.
Puedo matar un elevator.
Dos elevator.
Elevator.
Más el punto tocado.
Necesitamos full los 30 aquí.
Cuidado que nadie nació gas.
Tengo vedo yo.
Estoy poniendo la rotación.
Tengo el vedomo.
Paki, tiene uno conmigo. Foto del anterior, chicos, nada, siguiente. Creo que hay otro más, sí, mismo poste, te abre.
Dos ascensor ahora, dos ascensores de eso.
Con gas, yo.
Un tiro de GODRX. Uno se puso rápido de VD, ¿vale?
Sí, se voy a intentar piquearlo.
¿Venéis con esto o no todavía?
No, todavía no.
Voy a mirar.
A ver, tomo uno, chavales. Yo tengo DVD, yo.
Clayster, creo que es.
Saben que estoy en siguiente,
Javier, un segundo. DVD no ve nadie, chavales. Cuidado conector.
El del anterior lo tengo yo. Anterior GODRX.
No ve nada de cara.
Muerto anterior.
Nice, una kill. Uno de cara. G-Win de cara. Son dos de cara.
Los dos que quedan, estoy bloqueando.
Tengo conector yo. Tengo que abrir medio. Tengo que abrir medio. Tengo conector, chavales. Está carta atrás.
No podemos.
Están pales.
Hay uno en pales y uno cruza, bro.
Otro
Otro un tiro Clay.
que te hacen bien, creo,
Bien, hacen contigo.
No pueden hacer mal,
Están los que quedan.
Escucha,
arriba, Huke, yo.
muerto.
Puede haber un tiro.
Otro más, me ha abierto. Tema están pollos y último en saco.
Voy a mirar el medio entonces. Y blanco de medio, uno. Una bala Clay, abre carretera ya. Clay abre carretera. Puede que alguien haya
Han nacido
algo en palacios, algo en palacios. Te pueden salir también en palacio, ¿vale? Del anterior.
No va al anterior, Están poniendo desde apps. Falta Clayster. Tienes uno por apps, dos a lo mejor. El Clayster no lo veo. El GODRX ha nacido tan nuestro, Alex.
Otro más que levito.
Tight game chance going to this one, and I'm not going to ask you what you thought of the comms. However, I do know you speak a bit of Spanish.
Yeah, but not nearly enough to give any educated opinion on that. I will say for this map, though, it's been a much more balanced sort of second half of the rotations. But for the first half, what we saw is you had the Ravens outplay Heretics on 4 out of 5 hills, and it was still a 20-point game because of how valuable Palace actually is. So Ravens sort of continue that dominance again over on this like shower serve. They're looking great, trying to fend them off. Gwinn has a bunch of cleanup kills to shoot players in the back, but can't quite get the final one. So maybe a little bit of scrappiness over towards showers, but if the game is close as it is, we know how valuable that P5 is going to be.
We'll be using Palace and Embassy interchangeably throughout the entire season, folks, so hold on to that one. But for now, a slight lead from the Ravens. Will they be able to keep this one going, or will they lose another Embassy? Back over to the broken apartment now we fly. Both teams close and personal in this one. Metals checks the back alley. Great shots on a Real. Vehicle finds one of his own, and the numbers for the Ravens are starting to dwindle. Last man alive, Clayster, soaking the previous point. This should be a decent amount of time, but oh wait, GODRX. Is he going to sniff Vehicle out here? This could be a close one. Vehicle, lovely discipline, picks up 2. Big win there for the Heretics.
And keep in mind for Vehicle, this is also like long-term, the battle potentially for these spawns. That's why Real is even going for the flank, because long-term, you need that P5. But over towards this hill, Clayster, with the sub, can't get it done. Metal's living inside, and this is the hill where you actually had the Heretics with the cleanest setup. They were able to get the entire game. You got Journey getting the cleanup kills on the left side of the map. They might effectively tie it up and win the rotation. Heretics, they are playing this map very well.
Streaks are there. Ordnance lands, doesn't get any kills. Clayster somehow picks up a few there in the feed. No trophy available on that broken apartment hardpoint, but it didn't seem to slow him down. Vehicle, 6 kills in a row. Vehicle, nearly the 7th. Real to put him down. And over we go to the Embassy. Journey and the members of the Miami Heretics are in first. Only Real for the Ravens anywhere nearby. This is going to be a big break. The Ravens need it.
Hey, just look at the spawns for Ravens, though. They are literally across the map. It's going to take 15, 20 seconds just before you can attempt to put on the pressure, let alone win these gunfights. Look at how difficult it's going to be. Get past the tank heady. Good luck with that. Get past all the headies on the wall. It's going to be impossible. Heretics might double down. 2 full 60s on the P5 on the horizon. And if they get it, they're going to take the lead.
It's the south side of the map, though. It's a bridge here. Gwinn, GODRX, Clayster to find their kills. Last man alive in the point is already on Journey. They've infiltrated the walls. Foot races on from the spawners. GODRX cuts off 2. GODRX can't get the 3rd, but they've got themselves into the Embassy, trying to get the break here. Out of the hard point for a brief moment. Journey now trying to stay alive. Wow. The big one alone. That is huge. Still going, though. He's not out of the woods yet. Gwynn's got to take care of him. There's Test, and the Heretics back in it. Truly their Embassy.
You at least get a partial break, strip away an extra 10 seconds, but that took so much effort just for that little bit. And again, it is a near tied up game going back into P1, and everyone in Carolina is here first except for Vehicle. He pierces the middle of the setup, can't quite get 2, but now look at GODRX by his lonesome, surrounded by the Spanish, and they take him down.
Oh my word, the damage dealt. Miami Heretics now looking to change the lead in the dire moments of this opening hardpoint. 1 break's all it's going to take. Lead change. Miami with control.
I mean, they might just get this done on P1. You don't have an opportunity. You're going to have to fly. Nice pickup by Gwinn. Does he check the corner? Well, nope. The laydown spot a little bit too good. Pressure Heretics still on the point. Vehicle again with 2. Ravens going to have to just fly forward into bad gunfights. Good luck with this one.
5 seconds to go. Got to get in there quickly. Clay with a pistol gets 2. No, there's a member of the Heretics there. Metals finds another one, and that is it. Map 1 in the books. Welcome to the COD League, Miami Heretics.
Vamos, baby, vamos. Efficient work on invasion. And if we were looking at a hill-by-hill breakdown, make no mistake, it is P5 where Heretics dominated. They got outplayed on virtually every single other hill, I think, across the board. Maybe 2 hills were about 50-50, but they set themselves apart, probably outscored Carolina Ravens 105-5 on P5 alone. And, I mean, shout out to Miami Heretics as well. The slang, they were getting outslayed. First half of the game by a mile. Metal started out very slow, like a 3 and 10. Not only does he come back and actually go positive, also the Super Soaker had 2.5 minutes in the hill. So got to give a lot of credit where credit is due. Heretics, they played Invasion well.
Oh, we're going to take a look at the highlights from this opening hard point. And good stuff out of Clayster. This was the top blue plays we were talking about earlier. Great work to peel apart these members of the Heretics. Again, spawns on this map, you can get dropped and you can end up spawning miles and miles away. Another big moment though, Chance. These Embassy hard points, all Heretics all day. Fantastic security on the wall, fantastic awareness of the players taking those low routes. Good stuff all round.
And you know, for anyone that watched like all day yesterday as well, we had the exact same 2 hardpoint maps the entire day. So every team sort of gravitated that direction. This map was actually an example as to why that was the case yesterday of like, you can actually outplay a team on Invasion for the majority of the game, but there is just one hill that is so absurdly dominant that if you just happen to lose that rotation twice in a game, it's going to just kill you. So Heretics take full advantage of sort of that like map idea and get that early advantage in the series, but that's just going to be the Invasion special.
Is it fair to say, Chance, Invasion's almost like the seaside of MW3? You know, especially for the Heretics boys. Last time we saw them playing on BO4. Comebacks are plenty. See the passion, though. Big time Vamos there. Last time I saw Metals, actually, was running the War Machine. Crazy stuff. Well, that's map 1 done. 252.29 there on Invasion. Skid Row. Search and Destroy coming up next. Again, another first for us here, Chance, in the CDL. How are we feeling about this one?
Very mixing map. I mean, you talk about your comms need to be on point. There's going to be a ton of action, both in like top mid and bottom mid as well, where, you know, if you're top mid by the A bomb site, you have 4 different rooms that all have 4 corners with like dark pockets you got to check. So your comms have to be elite in these moments to make sure you can keep track of all the players. But I think Heretics are not going to shy away from the mixiness.
No, I think we've already seen how pacey they're willing to play, and exciting stuff either way. We're going to see how Gwinn can perform up against those boys with a submachine gun. And Real as well. It was interesting. Again, this is the most Spanish players I think I've seen in a single lobby of Call of Duty without playing from back home in England. But this is going to be a fun one. Skid Row, Search and Destroy on its way up next. And after that, we go to, no, not to Invasion, High Rise. First time we've seen High Rise Control. That's going to be a lot of fun as well. Guaranteed to see that. 4 and 5, though. Whew, we'll see how Carolina plays in this one.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can bounce back as well, because I know like Carolina has built a reputation of like they've been grinders, like literally from day one as a full team. They might have more experience than any other team as a collective, and it's going to be something that you are going to need to start the year with a hot start. You know, I think for champs like last year, the cutoff there was a 20-point margin between 3 different teams, so early points can go a long way. Both of these teams are going to be fiending for them.
I thought you were going to start ragging on actual North Carolinian sporting franchises there for a moment, but no,
that's okay.
We'll save that. There's plenty of season left, brother, but we're almost ready to get into Skid Row, guys. Going to be an interesting one. Again, a very, very different looking map. We do play hardpoint on this map as well. That is not seeing as much love, I don't think, in the vetoes. Most folks trying to dodge that one for now. Sub base, we'll see that a little bit later once the patches change. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, time to get to map number 2. Here we go. Speaking of meat, though, to go back to meat, just before we got in this game, I was running some of the Meat 24/7 playlist. I will say I am seeing a lot of CDL skins of the new 2024 packs, which you can now grab in store right now in MW3. Yeah, saw a dude run around the OpTic Texas skin with a riot shield. You know who you are. Don't worry, brother. You're just leveling it up, right? You're just getting them skins, hopefully. Either way, Skid Row S&D. Here we go.
Yeah, shout out to skill-based matchmaking as well, because I see the exact same skins. But just to touch more on Skid Row, again, you got the mixiness towards top mid of the map, but your coordination for every idea just to look for the first bullets has to be on point, and a tunnel hit straight off the rib. Heretics, no F's given. They are straight going for it.
Yep, they're out. Through the barbershop, quick trim, and then silence. GODRX in that top apartment side there. Shoulder was spotted. Journey saw him. There's the comm. See the lips moving in the low right hand side of the screen. The first exchange of gunfire. Gwinn. First blood somehow stays alive for a lot longer than we thought he would. Real with an aid connect. It does. EOD saves the day.
Oh, look at this battle too. Number 3 and number 5, like just above each other. Real gets stunned, and look at that. The stun's on point. You send the player in for the kill. Coordination on point. Heretics now with the advantage.
That's Heretics a massive advantage. Clay's down as well. GODRX 1v3. That bomb will be planted. And the Heretics members have taken full control of the apartment side. Full control of the round. Nice opener.
I mean, that is literally perfection for like a round one strat. As soon as they triple hit through tunnel, throw the smokes, make the noise, you see it drags GODRX all the way towards the back apartments. And then what do? Cut through mid, go up top. GODRX is now out of the picture, and they just isolate player after player. They knew Gwinn was in the corner. Gwinn might have still gotten the first blood, but the instant trade comes through. The stuns are perfect to get the timing on the jump up kill for Metals. That coordination is as good as it gets.
Opening gambit has been read. Gwinn and Clayster will be stunned up. Journey on the flank. Vikul gets a nade kill as well, so a wonderful opener once again from the Heretics. Search and destroy looking good, and Vikul gets a couple of kills, gets some tags, gets out. Leaves Gwinn guessing. Metals running rings around Clayster right now. This is a fantastic round once again from the Heretics. Can Gwinn try to pull this back? 3v2.
Oh, that is a heads-up play. And keep in mind, for GODRX and Gwinn, they have a ton of experience together. They won Challengers Champs last year together. So for a 2 versus 4, these are players you got to pay attention to. Even up the odds just a little bit, but slowly running out of time. Good news is they're grouped together right next to the bomb. Bad news is they got to kill 3.
I know, and it does look like the Heretics are aware of that bomb being down, so they're going to plant up here and take their sweet, sweet time. 30 seconds to go.
And I think you have like Gwinn trying to make the play as well, trying to make moves towards A, and GODRX going to group up with them, but you have Metals. He's just been posted up top the entire time, and you get him weak, you get the trades for the 2v2, but with 15 seconds, Heretics, just go check this bomb.
Oh, they've got to check the bomb. They've got to get up there quick. No one's actually in a position to get there too fast. GODRX gets the plant. Here comes Vikul. Check the corner. The bomb gets planted. He gets the kill. Will he dive on it? Gwinn now in the 1v2.
I don't know if he got spotted either. Number 7's not looking the right direction yet, so they don't have the intel. Vikul, well, has him in his sights now. Tough gunfight to win, and Vikul just going to keep him at bay, wait for his teammates to group together. They got the pinch, but Gwinn able to get out with 1 HP and the dream.
The chase. He's upstairs. The damage dealt. 20 seconds to go. Gwinn.
Oh, my.
Oh, the timing. No. Lucky by name. Actually a brilliant play altogether, but a little lucky with the timing.
Yeah, lucky by name, lucky by nature, COD timing at its finest. But that is a dicey round. Again, GODRX and Gwinn, the chemistry is on point, barely able to get that bomb down. So the Heretics timing slightly off at the start, and then perfect towards the end. So that'll be 2 rounds in a row for the Heretics. And by the way, as crazy as the end round was, keep in mind the way that round started is every single player on the Carolina Ravens is getting pelted with stuns and nades, and it was just a free first blood coming in for Miami. So again, their coordination right now has been top class.
Gwinn unable to collect. Life advantage for the Miami Heretics for now. Another very, very strong opener. And again, with Metals, these 1v1 fights, he has got Clayster's number all map long so far. Miami Heretics, 3-0.
Yeah, steamrolling as well. Not even remotely close. You saw a wide back alley chow coming out from, I believe, GODRX or whatever player it was there for Carolina. Instantly gets traded, actually picked up before the kill comes through. And of course, the player that he tagged up one shot, well, the Carolina player ended up getting traded anyway. So every single opening break, Miami, they have just dominated it. Now they go again on defense.
Can they do it again? That's the question. Couple of donuts on the Carolina side of things. Clayster and Real, we'll see how those go. Much slower look here from Vikul. Actually, slow look from everyone. Clay gets on the board, first blood.
Yeah, I'm surprised that stun actually did not connect. So at least Clay's able to get on the board, and there's Gwinn for the follow-up. So you saw number 5 when his teammate fell. Metals try to get active, just gets caught. So Carolina right now in this round picking them apart, so much so that Vikul, the last man standing.
1. Nearly. Oh, wow. Vikul, wonderful reaction. But the numbers from the Ravens pay off that time. They finally stop the rampage of the Miami Heretics. 3-1.
Yeah, and maybe just a little bit of a heat check there for Miami, getting caught out just a little bit. Player over Charles in the window. Clay catches him. Metal tries to make a play through tunnel. He gets caught by Gwinn as well, and everything sort of falls into Carolina's lap after the fact. And good round for them to get as well, not just to get on the board, but lucky he was 4-0, potentially thinking about some score streaks. So got to make sure you don't let too much craziness happen.
Everyone dodges the blind fire, but Real, oh wow, he and Gwinn. Lovely stuff. Gwinn fights through. Lucky now in the 1v4. The Ravens have found themselves here on Skid Row. And Lucky's going towards B now. No bomb in hand, though. He's got to go to the other side of the map to recover that one.
Yeah, that's going to be a typical sort of round we see as well. Just like double hits with the rivals jumping up through the window, taking the gunfight on the stairs. If you come out on top, you're feeling great. He's able to find one pick, but obviously bombed down, and you see the setup that the Ravens have. They are going to have every single cross covered. Number 4, Gwinn, is going to spot him when he jumps down low, so they should know exactly where Lucky's going to be playing.
The rattle of noisy, dripping pipes and birds chirping in the background. That's all we've got for now for Lucky. 30 seconds. As he is very diligently cleaning these apartments. Number 2. Are we waiting for the third? The pinch is there. Wait a minute. There's 3. 12 seconds to go. Bomb recovered. What an unbelievable turn this is. That is going to be a 1v1.
There's no shot, right? He gets the bomb down, too.
Okay. Oh, Dios mío. Gwinn. I tell you what, that is the kind of pressure you do not want in your opening matchup. Gwinn saves the day for the Ravens. I nearly laid an egg.
And that's a bad sign for Carolina, too. I thought Gwinn had the cross from, like, the God steps early on. By the way, if he doesn't have a rival 9, don't know if he wins that. So good news just having an SMG. But I thought Gwinn had, like, the playground cross, like, from the God steps. He actually got through for free. He didn't get spotted at all when he went down low. So he's able to just pick up free kill after free kill. And then maybe Clayster learned a new angle. It looks like another triple tunnel hit. We'll see how Heretics respond. Someone's flying straight through for the gunfight. It's going to be Journey. Gets traded out, but at least gets that first blood.
Yeah, the trades, you'll take them for now. 3v3. Can the Ravens make it 3 rounds in a row, though? That's the question. Gwinn still looking towards those streaks. There's a cruise missile with his name on it. He's on a 5 for now, but most important thing is they've got the bomb carrier up. Metals, patience. Will it pay off?
I mean, he can jump on this whenever he wants. Making his move when the gunfight doesn't get traded out. Well, Clayster's there, and Clayster actually finds 2 and gets out with his life. Clay making up for that small mishap last round.
Yeah, red dots on the minimap as well. They know exactly where Vehicle's shots came from if they didn't hear it or have eyes on. Now the guessing games begin. Bomb plant at A. Clayster at one end of the field, Gwinn possibly at the other. How will this 2v1 go down? Can Vehicle clutch?
Keep in mind with the MCW, a lot of these close range fights are not going to be easy. So they've just doubled up in a room, and this is not the gun you want to have. He's going to have to hope Carolina makes a mistake and overcommits. Well, he's got the information. There's one corner, knows to look for the second, but can't get it done. If he has a rival 9, I think Vehicle fries them.
Oh my God.
Again, that is just a gun-dependent situation. And Gwinn, I think, right now on point. And look at that, a gift from the sky. Clayster from the heavens above. He'll take that kill every day.
Oh, and this was the final one. Look at that. Vehicle does so much damage as well in that situation. Fantastic discipline. If he had a tactical maybe in that situation, he'd have stunned them both. And my goodness, it would not be 3-3 right now. Here we go, though. What a search this is. Skid Row proving to be rather spicy.
And going back to sort of Old Faithful through the tunnel as well. GODRX quick on the chow. Gets a lot of damage done. And yeah, I don't know if you're going to be working barbershop anymore. Might be sticking with those God steps. And in the meantime, again, Metals. I think he maybe goes for the window jump up and catches Real. So another first blood. Metals by himself in these spots has been consistently making plays.
Metals has been a first blood machine for the Miami Heretics so far. Clayster pops right on into what I do believe is either the IED room or the money room. Gwinn, nice shots. 10th kill of the map so far here in the search, makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, Rookie's been popping off. That was bomb down too. Clayster, a little bit of information, needs support. He's GODRX looking down the long haul as well, but overcommitment. Vehicle catches him. Lucky catches a kill as well. Just like that, 1v2 for GODRX. Not a lot of time on the clock, but they do have bomb. They're going to be going A.
20 seconds. If he times this right, it could be sensational. Here comes the plant. GODRX trying to check the close corner. Eyes up. The tags are there. Oh, has a frag grenade to work with. Here we go. Smooth moves. And the timing. Did they see him? Catches one. And through the kill hole, the little crack in the bricks is enough to get the job done. The Heretics stay alive, but my goodness, chance. Skid Row feels like clutch central. There seems to always be a chance.
I mean, yeah, I'm telling you, it's like the mix and mix of up top when they're just like those 3 rooms all right next to each other, 2 different hallways you could dip out of. Your comms have to be on point. Like if Heretics do not jump on that kill and give GODRX a little bit of freedom to work with, he could absolutely clutch the 1v2. But again, Heretics, not a team that is wasting too much time. As the opening salvo, back alley's open. Lucky might overchild just a bit, running for his life, and the stun gonna slow them down just enough to keep that 4v4 maintained.
He won't know that it's 2 players. He knows at least one. Information passed. Dead silence been used by Gwinn. Possibly a bit of a waste, but now in we go. The Ravens saw. Spots vehicle. Corners checked. It's time to get some kills on the board, boys. You're running out of time. Lucky with a fantastic angle on the Gwinn there. Eliminated. 4v3.
Yeah, Lucky just invisible in that moment for the freebie first blood, and not quick enough for the trades. Clay, the shots are there, but the slot too fast. You know, a player's back apartments as well, so you might be forced to work through the A site with a man disadvantage and a lot of ARs.
And Metals is going to play this corner all day long. GODRX knows he's there. Lovely tags in onto Vickle. Manages to make it a 3v3. Through the window. Oh, Real. Brilliant with shots. 3v2. Less than 30 on the clock. Nice tags again from Lucky. 2v2. 25 to go.
Go for the wallbang again. Just got it, right? Well, the nade doesn't connect, so yeah, it doesn't have the information. GODRX gets the bomb down, out with his life. He's going to be fighting Journey as well. Journey wins it. Clay, you need to clutch this round for your team.
Oh, Journey doesn't stop believing for a second. Lucky there from the stairs to pick up kill, and the instant defuse. What a retake for the Miami Heretics.
I mean, again, literally just like swarming on it. Lucky's able to calm, like, hey, if he gets the bomb down, more than likely cross to the right. Journey just flies straight in for the kill. Heretics are really putting the pressure on Skid Row. They are playing with a lightning pace quickness, and all of the action for both of these teams on offense has been around this A bomb site. We've yet to see anyone truly attempt to work the B site. Granted, it is in the defense's spawn, but you can make stuff happen that direction. Maybe an opportunity for Miami to mix things up, or actually no reason to. They've been successful on offense. If it ain't broke, do not fix it.
Nope. I think at some point, Charles, we're going to have to get the Spanish for if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that'd be kind of fun to use a bit later on. But for now, into the apartments we saw. Metals, Journey now with the bomb backing him up. Real has the corner. Nice win there from Real to start things off. Melz gives away his position. A very unfortunate land there with the Semtex. But for now, it's a 3v3 vehicle on the other side of the map, putting in work.
Yeah, just trying to use the tax for a little bit of intel, but the nade misses, so does the stun. So not easy to clear out these rooms, but Vehicle picking these players apart in the meantime. Real forced to sort of clutch in this situation. GODRX has got a little bit of help. There's the first freebie, and no trade came through.
Smokes from Real. Or will Vehicle take the bait, or is he going to lay prone? He is. He's going to stay still. No bomb recovery just yet. A little bit of noise made there. Oh, loads of noise made there. Real soaring. Vehicle doesn't check it. Oh my god, what did he think that was? GODRX managing to make it a 1v1. Lucky now flying forward. Will patience pay off for our challenger's champion? 20 seconds to go. 15 now. As GODRX desperately looking for Lucky. 10 on the clock. Uh-oh. 1v1. But Lucky, this is for the map! For GODRX! Oh! Carolina stay alive!
Oh my god, that is such a stressful 1v1 of like that door opens up. I would be terrified. It's like you're playing in a horror movie for the moment, but GODRX got the early tags. Lucky was weak. He had that early advantage, but that is terrifying. And that is also unfortunate. Real notices him in the corner of his eye just a little bit too late after the slide. So Vehicle collects the sort of freebie kill, but Carolina still in this game.
Real unfortunately sat on Vehicle for a second there. And that was the turning point. Old friends. A little too close in that instance. One round away though, the Heretics, if they can get the win here, that's going to be the map. Ravens, take 2 and level up the series. Let's see if they can get it done. Clayster from top ticket here, just praying for some information.
Yeah, and like he sees Vehicle slide out to the left, and well, now you definitely know where it is, but it doesn't really give you too much to work with. No one on Carolina active at all. Seems like a round where they're really playing for some sort of overcommitment by Miami, but they've made those overcommitments in prior rounds. They're not making any mistakes now, and Journey has the perfect angle for the first blood. Catches Real running up the steps.
A lot of damage in the GODRX as well, so he's not able to get away with it, and that's still information passed over. Vehicle finds Clayster again, 4v2. The Ravens being plucked from the map. 2 to go.
And just so little time again on these offensive rounds. And yep, there it is. 1 versus 4 for GODRX. This is going to be 2-0 for Miami. They know exactly where it is. They got him tagged out. They get the kill in Vamos again with the 2-0 lead.
There you go. The Miami Heretics battering their way through the series so far. We've only been going for 30-something minutes, and they're already 2-0 up. The Carolina Ravens have been stunned so far. Chance, looking at the scoreboard as well, if not for Gwinn, the shining light, alongside GODRX in the damage department, the shining light there for the Ravens. Lucky and Vehicle though, wow, what a run from them. Lucky's round with that defuse chance. I mean, lucky by name, lucky by nature. It all worked out for him. 6-4 though, final score there on Skid Row.
Yeah, talk about like the literal difference maker round with COD timing like that. So unfortunate for Carolina, but I would say Heretics, even like strategically, just on point. Like early rounds, they just started blitzing through the first 3. One of the first rounds where they made a mistake on defense is where they got a little bit too active, fell into the default like setup where like Clayster gets a pick in the window, Metals tries to throw through the tunnel, he gets caught as well. That final round, nobody moved. They just had a better default setup, didn't play into Carolina's hand, so they're making adjustments on the fly as well. Heretics and S&D, they look very good.
Heretics and S&D look pretty good. Let's find out how well they do in control. Coming up after this quick break, we will be seeing the Miami Heretics taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens in a high-rise control. Find out who walks away with the win. Will it be a 3-0 or will it be a 2-1? We get to see a little bit more hardpoint, a little bit more search and destroy here in the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
That's right, ladies and gents, we're going back to Boston. It was so exciting last year, we had to return. Get your tickets as well, and you'll be seeing these players in person going at it in our first major of the season. So far, though, Chance, huge work out of the Miami Heretics. A delightful start for them. 2-0 over the Ravens so far, but we're far from done. We now go to High Rise for a game of Control. No idea how this is going to go down. Let's all find out.
It also just now occurred to me that it's going to be very fun to watch the Miami Heretics play in Boston in the winter. So I don't know exactly what the climate is in Spain, but I'm going to guess not nearly as cold as Boston in like January. So that'll be fun. That'll be exciting, and potentially so will this map. This is like the most unique control map we have amongst the three in terms of it can be spawn trap central. Like, I know in the new patch the spawns have been adjusted, but for these like upcoming 2 weekends of Call of Duty that we have, you're going to be spawning in the deep recesses of your spawn in these like backsword hope, whatever they are, consistently. So if you get trapped, you're going to have a miserable time.
You're going to have a bad time. Let's find out how we go, though. Ravens will be defending first. Journey, big tags, and the first, that's 3 dead for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Better make it all 4, and that is it. We're on the point. We're stacking that bad boy right now. It's going to be Metals as Journey pushes forward on these players on spawn. Don't let them get out of that construction site. You boys, or the Ravens are in trouble.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when I said spawn trap, it's on both sides. Like, it's a little bit easier on defense, but you could set it up on offense as well. And right now, Journey has, what, 2/3 of the map effectively cut off. And, hey, Wins is one. Lucky Wins is separate. And right now, they are just splitting the map. Journey, a thorn in their side.
God, if this was last year, he probably would have got that kill in his 2 bullets. Thank God for 150 HP, said the Ravens. They've managed to get themselves out of trouble, but you've still got members of the Miami Heretics on B, and they've got 2 segments done now. Vehicles doing the slow capture as Metals. They are gatekeeping the Ravens. Clay can't get out to save his life, literally. And if not for the efforts there from GODRX, even then, so much trouble. 2 minutes to the game clock and 26 lives to the 19 of the Ravens.
And God, playing heavy for the spawn trap too. Like, this is just miserable in the Carolina Ravens like comms of just trying to like get annoyed about the people in windows. Finally, they get a 3 down. So they have an opportunity to try to potentially set up a spawn trap of their own. And now the kills are going their way. So maybe actually punish those slow captures from the Miami Heretics.
Yeah, High Rise giveth and it taketh away real fast. Vico, lovely work from a sweet nade from Lucky from way downtown. Real and unable to finish that kill. 1 minute 30 to go. So all the kills are one thing, man. I mean, you let the game clock run out and the defensive team is still going to get the dub. Helipad now clear. That's up to Vico to rip his way forward. GODRX finds a big one and the clock's still ticking.
Yeah, it looks like Clayster just tried to full send from top helicopter, but where he falls, his teammates do pick up a few kills. So not a lot of map presence for the moment for Miami. They're attempting to work B Street, but it looks like Gwinn and Clayster have it locked down for the moment. Miami, this is going to be an interesting, sort of decision to see how they actually try to make the break out. They're just getting picked apart. They don't have any power positions under control. You have Metals going on the deepest flank of all time just to try to like soften up the blow.
All time. Will it pay off? 1, 2. Beautiful. I'm taking that as a big win. That's 10 lives remaining for the Ravens. A zone is now wide open. That's the last man cleanup on this side of the map. Over to the spawn trap. We once again go. Metals can't get the 5th kill in a row. You're onto the point though with 39 seconds. It's a stack and the first segment's already gone.
That Journey's going to be so annoying in this spot too. At least like slows him down. GODRX is going to have to pop back up to go to A. But only 1 man on the point for the capture. The second tick just barely able to come through, but you still need another wave of gunfights if you want to win this round.
And again, this is far from over and still doable. The contest is there. The Ravens hold on. Real wins a big one.
And actually, Miles, I take it back. There's only 5 lives left for the Ravens. Now actually make it 4, so no respawns remaining. You just play this like TDM.
Play slow, play safe. 25 on the clock. Journey's found a sweet corner. Gwinn gone. 3 remaining. There we go. GODRX is out. Final 2 for the Ravens here in the opening round.
Oh, wow.
Cleaned up. Journey. Oh, my God. He's doing it. He's dancing. His teammates are capturing the point. There's the beatdown, but not enough. And this round is done. Unless Real does something honestly preposterous. The Heretics start things off with a bang.
And again, like, we don't have the stats just yet to exactly know, but this is, in my opinion, more than likely going to be a defensive-sided map. So an offensive round, already huge, and you saw the idea from the start of, like, maybe just leaving one guy in the B point, very aggressive, pushed up for these spawn kills. The spawn kills paid off long-term. They won the round just on kills. So when they're living in the windows, just relentless with the onslaught inside of your base, well, that is a wonderful way to win a round.
Peeping Toms of the Miami Heretics managed to walk away with the opening round. Let's see if they can do it again. They're on defense this time. The Carolina Royal Ravens. Can they get into the mix? Can they get way up and personal? As here comes Real onto the B point for the first time in the round.
And trying to get any information. Vehicles winning gunfights over by the helicopter. Trades coming through on the point, and it looks like still sort of that 50-50 battle just for these power positions over towards the middle of the map. And well, Gwinn keeping underground under control. Looks like Ravens more than likely just going to be, I mean, really just playing for kills. They haven't found any sort of map presence just yet on offense, and Clay might be up top, but he's spinning in circles looking every direction to try to find these Heretics players.
He's still passing information, and now he's in trouble. Whoa, nice bit of teamwork there. GODRX helps him out. The B's looking well safe right now. That's going to be 4 down, 3-man stack. You may as well say goodbye to B now.
Got the intel that we're looking for, spinning in circles, and now you're just clearing out all the windows. Clayster is going to fall, but you got GODRX in the mix for the trades. The players on their ground, everyone's just getting caught. This is just so mixy. It looks like Heretics coming out on top.
Terrible situation to be in. Clay dies on the zone. The clock opens up once again. There's less than 30 seconds to go now. Real has to stay alive and keep the capture going. Can his teammates get in a position? Clayster from up top, looking for the second. Not able to get it. Has to stop the clock. 20 to go.
Just trying to survive on this point. Second tick nearly through as well, but B Street right now, Heretics are just dominating it. So Clay trying to get the stun and nade help from the back. He's going to be successful, but he's worried about the SMGs from one direction. The ARs up top for Lucky. He can see everything, but can't quite win the gunfight. Trade comes through, and it's a 2v1 to clear out Lucky, the B zone. Still not captured. Finally, it goes through.
Wonderful composure finally from the Ravens. They get the capture. An additional minute to play and 15 lives either side. This is not over yet. Towards the A zone we go. A little bit more wide open. Not as much cover, but still just as much fun. No one really alive on that side of the map for a moment. 3 dead for the Ravens.
And this is absurd too. There is so much that you have to keep track on, like, for this map in Respawn. It is so fast to work with, on top of the nerd spots as well, baiting out some extra trades. I mean, good news is you have GODRX in a power position. Bad news is players like Vehicle potentially going to pinch you, and there you see cleaning up the guys in the power spots. Heretics might be in their spawn, but the kills still flowing their way.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of attrition right now with these 9 lives either side. 30 seconds for the game clock. If it goes down, the Heretics take the round and put themselves on match point. Looking for the kills. Anyone from the Ravens able to get close to
big win.
Yeah, big win out of Metals. No awareness there from Clay. The clock is ticking, and Lucky, he's teetering the edge of the map. 15 seconds to go. Someone has got to make a play for A.
Oh, and he's just being annoying. I mean, you got 10 seconds left, and you have to waste all this time just to try to kill Lucky, and you can't get it done. Back to your spawn you go. And Heretics are going to have a 2-0 lead, not just in the series, but on the map as well. And I got to say, that Metals gunfight win he just had on his spawn to pick up Gwinn on the flank, if Gwinn wins it, well, now all of a sudden Carolina players are going to be shooting Heretics in the back and swarm on the zone. But as soon as Metals wins that one, Clay's a freebie right next to it, and the round just dies. Heretics looking for, this be the first 3-0 we've had in the CDL.
Yeah, it will. Match point, Miami Heretics. Nice nades to open things up. We'll see if they can keep the aggression going. We saw the first attacking round was very, very strong for the Miami Heretics in the kills department. So far, even Stevens.
Yeah, just really their ability to be able to set up that spawn trap on offense was the difference maker. Again, defense just a little bit more advantageous, and Carolina needs to take full advantage of it, but that is 3 down. Last man on the map is going to be GODRX, and he might get spotted as well. Journey ready for it. That'll be all 4. Welcome back to your spawn as this B zone slowly getting captured.
Trophies in place now as well. Thanks for that vehicle. That's going to be very handy indeed. Already putting in the good work. Clayster somehow manages to snipe Journey out of position there. Lovely work from Gwinn as well. Okay. We got a little bit of space to work with now. for the Ravens. Can they make the most of it? No. Vikul, sneaky man from downstairs, doesn't take any hits. Lucky taken care of in spawn and aggression.
Big wins.
Now out of the Ravens.
Yeah, Gwinn though with the big two, right? So you talk about the spawn traps on one side. Well, this is where it gets set up potentially for the team on defense. Gwinn has a big job ahead of him, but Lucky cleans him out. So that's the most aggressive Carolina player off the map. But obviously power positions are not fun to deal with. Vikul gets a trade. Maybe spawn kills on the other side. There's another 3 down. They know exactly where Gwinn is. Heretics right back to their favorite place.
Oh, Journey, big wins. Can't get the second. Capturing the B point though, 22 seconds on the game clock, second segment gone, one more. We get a minute to play with him. Miami Heretics, strong position to be in. Can Gwinn get another one out of this before they capture the point? It's still being captured. Pressure is there. Vikul holding on by the hairs of his chin and the hairs of his head, which look fantastic. B point captured, 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and he's got B Street control as well, so you can just sort of calm and funnel these players in different directions. And good reads on the first, can't quite get away as Carolina making moves underground, making moves through mid as well. And this is where you can slow down the pace. You are just looking for that clean 4 down from either side.
The life count may come into it, but now the life count looking a lot more favorable for the Miami Heretics. Journey continues to be an absolute menace. Dead silence now from down low. This is the deep flanks we were talking about. He's going to reappear behind the members of the Carolina Royal Ravens and be a real pain in the ass, quite literally, in a few seconds. Oh, bad timing.
Oh, dear.
Though. Gwinn absolutely destroyed. They're onto the zone now. First segment gone.
Yeah, and every player on Carolina working out of their spawn. Real's trying to fly up B Street. But you actually have Heretics. It looks like they might have this covered. Lucky's by himself on the point. Doesn't have enough health to survive, but can they get some cleanup kills? Vikul at least gets you 1. But it looks like Carolina have stabilized. But keep in mind, 8v6 on the life count. It might get decided by kills.
It may do. 35 seconds to go. Single-digit lives either side. Try to slow things right down now. The Carolina Royal Ravens. Can Gwinn keep these players in spawn? This is a lovely spot to be in. That nade, immaculate. Bounces off the face of Gwinn. Clock still ticking, 4 to 6.
No lives remaining, no scams. You could not afford to die if you were on Carolina. This is desperation hour, and just like that, 2 players fall. Gonna be a 2 versus 5 clutch. The good news is, not a lot of time on the clock. The bad news, it is all up to Gwinn, and they know exactly where he is.
They know where he is. 1 player on the point now, Journey. Here comes the moment. A big win from Gwinn. Not over yet, and that's it. 3-0. 3-0 in control, 3-0 in the series. Welcome to the league, Miami Heretics. What a disgusting performance out of them. They've got to be feeling great. They start their campaign towards the Boston Major with a 3-0.
Yeah, Vamos is out and about. Predictions be damned. I think most people pick Carolina for this series. In the end, wasn't even close, right? Like, that is brutal for Miami, how they just handled them on the old high-rise control. Maybe long-term teams might have to pay a little bit more attention in the pick and bans. I think we might have just learned something there as all 4 players across the board for Miami go positive. And you got to say for Carolina, they maybe looked a little bit better on Invasion outside of P5, but even for the Search and Destroy, Heretics just a small step ahead. Absolutely on point the entire time. And I mean, credit really to all 4 of those players. They stepped up and went on a massive run in this series.
Incredibly, very, very confident run in this series as well. There was no moments really where I think they were in danger. I mean, the Invasion hardpoint, we saw a couple of lead changes either side, but as you said, Chance, dominant from start to finish from Carolina in terms of the rotations. Didn't matter much about the time. Great gameplay there out of the Miami Heretics. Great gameplay in the Search and Destroy, and as clean as you like, they're on control. Damn, man, first match of the day is already done. Desk, take it away.
Quarter of the way done here on our Super Saturday. Welcome back, everybody. It's Puckett, Alley Cat, and of course, Nameless. And Nameless, you and I had this conversation at the start of the day. Neither of us had seen the Miami Heretics, and I said, it's going to be 3-0 over Carolina. You said, no chance. This one's going the distance.
Yeah, what a call by you. I mean, you know, looking at this matchup, you think it would be kind of close. You know, Clayster's team typically good at Search and Destroy, but the Heretics today just so strong. I don't think many people were expecting them to come out playing like that so fast, especially in that hardpoint. A lot of big breaks coming through, prioritizing the money hills. And then this map was the statement, the icing on the cake, if you will. They dominated them here on High Rise.
Yeah, no, they really did. I think for me, it was specifically that map 1 was a little bit closer, right? That 20-point gap, 250 to 228. I think the real difference setter here for the Miami Heretics throughout this entire series has been the teamwork. They looked like they were on the same page at all times. I think we really saw that in the Search and Destroy as well. We even touched on it, and in that first opening break, round number 1, they decided to push through the tunnel, all 4 of them, to try and catch Carolina off guard for the round opener. For Miami Heretics to do that, I think they might have caught Carolina off their toes, and even though Carolina tried to make a little bit of an adjustment in the middle of the Search and Destroy, it was just a little bit too late.
Yeah, and that's something that Heretics did really well when they first came into the team as well, Ellie, was they always set the pace of play in these games, in their matches. And they did that here. I mean, like you touched on, first round in that Search and Destroy, setting the pace of play. In this Control, setting the pace of play, always together, playing aggressive towards their spawn. They would leave one guy on the point and just try to push into their base, like saying, Carolina, this is going to be hell if y'all trying to get out of here. Like, you're going to have to get scrappy, and Carolina just didn't look as prepared.
What I love about that is the passion you saw from the players. We were talking with Merc about it behind the scenes, and he said no one else in this league is going to play with the same passion as this Miami team. They're young, they're fired up. This is their opportunity to shine, and well, they showed you what they're capable of today. A 3-0, and it all started with the hardpoint victory. This is your play of the game. Break down this final hill for me, Allie.
I mean, this map has been crazy. The biggest holds for me had to be those back-to-back Palace holds on both rotations by the Miami Heretics. And can we also talk about Vickle not missing a step from last year? I mean, he was putting up some insane numbers, as you see the 3-piece on his screen here now. And again, that Renetti is disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, this is just beautiful plays, right? Like, you're getting past and you rotate over here and you get control of that mid tank, and they're just going to keep spawning back gas, right? So they're going to have to funnel through Mannequin and Red, and what happens for Heretics so well is they're able to push through the street and cut off the fire tank as well. So able to pick up the kills, trade effectively, and some big 2 pieces out of Vickle is going to lead to a victory, and that right there, they knew, like, oh yeah, we deserve to be here this time.
Heretics dominate the KDs, they dominate the leaderboard, and they dominate the series 3-0. It is now time for our winner spotlight. We got the man, the myth, the legend, back for his 2nd season. Vickle, how we doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Feeling pumped, good win out of the boys. And we're ready for the next one.
I wanted to ask you a quick follow-up here. So looking at the chat, no one knows enough about your teammates. What can you tell me about each of the players on your squad?
I think most people forgot that my 3 teammates dominated the league 4 years ago. So they're capable with playing among the best. I think I proved in the second half of the season last year that I was able to compete against the best. So it was just a matter of time to prove people that we're capable of being here. Obviously, Carolina is not the strongest team, so it's a good first step, but we want to compete among the best. We want to be in that top 4 every single event, so we just got to keep working hard.
Absolutely, and actually writing off a little bit off of that, Vickle, this is the first 3-0 of the season. Now, congratulations, you guys have had the fastest series. I want to talk about these maps. Have you guys been maybe testing the water since it's so early in the season? What is map vetoing looking like for the Miami Heretics?
Scrims have been going really well. We've been winning most hardpoints against most teams, except maybe FaZe or Toronto. But yeah, we've been working on our map pool right now. So it was just a matter of time where we can perfect all the maps and we can have a wider map pool. But it's going well.
Javi, first of all, hair looks great. You're looking phenomenal in and out of game.
I have a hairline, baby.
No, it looks good. And I wanted to ask you, the camaraderie with this team, I remember back in Black Ops 4, they're just good vibes all the time, high intensity. Do you feel like that gives you guys like an edge in some of these matchups, just having a more intense focus?
Yeah, I think we have very explosive players in Journey and Metals. I had to change roles this year because I was a sub last year. I had to run an AR this year, and I kind of helped the team slow down the game a little bit. But I'm a kind of fast-paced as well because I have that like sub machine gun playstyle. So Unlucky's like the slowest player. So we're working right now on finding our pace, making sure that Metals and Journey get used to the habit of playing at league pace instead of challenger pace.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was our first match. They got super hyped. They were hyping up the team, so yeah, it's almost, baby.
Heck yeah. Is it safe to say that you're sort of taking the captain role on this team as it stands right now? Because I know they've been playing for a very long time, but are you sitting in that role now temporarily or for the future as well?
No, I'm not the captain, but I do help out the captain, which is Lucky. Lucky is the oldest player in our team, so he has the most experience. He's also very calm and collected, so he always helps us stay in check, and I normally help out with that role. I'm still pretty young. I'm only 20, so sometimes I can lose my mind a little bit, but he never does. So he takes that role. He's been helping me a lot to help out the team in terms of comms and making sure everything is organized and we're playing well. So props to him.
Sometimes we forget you're just 20. Congratulations on your success to start your second season.
Can I say something else?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank all the fans. Muchas gracias a todos. Es un placer jugar y representar a España. Llevamos mucho tiempo sin estar en la liga, o sea que vamos, take my vamos y vamos a tope este año.
I love it, man. I'm reading chat. Everyone says this team is going to be easy to cheer for. Already, fans are coming over to Miami. Vico, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's Big Vic. He's walking away with a 3-0 in our first win on a Super Saturday. We still have 3 more matches to go. And reminder, while you're watching, you might as well be earning Nameless. How do you do it?
Listen, man, I'm sure we're going to have a QR code. You can get some cool stuff. As you can see, top right of your screen,
scan it.
Grab that QR code, scan it, and you'll get some cool stuff, some emblems, some calling cards, even a blueprint. You're going to need that for multiplayer ranked and even Warzone.
All right, there you have it. Our second match is loading up. Don't go anywhere. It's a Super Saturday here at the CDL.
the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Push on up. You have 3 players off at spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The back.
Lynz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Lynz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawolabob's team.
Wow.
Maybe come straight through as well.
Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with the dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slash is up next. He gets them all. The whole team.
And we are back. Welcome to our Super Saturday, where we are gearing up for the second battle of the day. Standy looking fresh, ready to join a boy band, and he's got some fresh faces now on the Legion. 3 new players will be joining that lineup for the Minnesota Røkkr. You have 4 more players, a whole wipe from the former team.
Yeah, you know, and in this matchup across both teams, you have a lot of players who last year they were benched, they were dropped, they found new homes, and, you know, just a ragtag group on either side that are trying to make a name for themselves once again. It could be a very good match.
Allie, is this a revenge game for Attach and Las Vegas Legion playing against Minnesota tonight?
I don't think he's thinking of it that way whatsoever, but I think if anything, it's more of a prove-it game. Like Ant said, this is a bit of some ragtag teams that maybe most of us wouldn't have put together, but did with the most they could with the offseason, and I'm happy to see Vivid and Gigglewake back on the same team.
Let's take a look at what's going down in Minnesota. We have the new lineup of Accuracy, Lynz, Owakening, and Vivid. 2 of those players played for the Boston Breach with Owakening and Vivid. Lynz, though, getting his first start at the CDL tonight, Nameless.
From France, had a lot of success in EU Challengers, won Stage 2 last year. A lot of buzz around this guy, and he's got some good players around him. Accuracy, obviously a champion before, and Owakening. This is a guy who can put up a ton of kills, but what people have said in the past is that he plays for kills a little bit too often. He needed some leadership around him. He finally has that in Lamar, in Accuracy. We've seen him mold players like Simp before, so maybe he can replicate that this year.
That's your Minnesota Røkkr lineup. Here is your Monster Energy pregame.
All right, so Minnesota Røkkr last year was a team that you could never really count out. When you would try to beat them in the series, they'd usually always come back swinging. So I think that's what they need to take into the series, is not to back down even if they get down early in the first 2 maps. And again, this is a whole new roster, so I think it's just a lot of eyes on what this chemistry is going to be like in game.
Chad, it's time to answer the question, which one of these players is going to drop the most kills in this series? My vote may be with bottom left there. The beer is just too strong tonight. That's a look at the Røkkr, but they're going up against Standy and the Las Vegas Legion. Now, if you're a Legion fan, when Standy got dropped from Toronto, you were giddy to see this boy sign on the roster. There's a lot of hype early on. He and Clayster were able to get some work done, but it's too late in their season.
Yeah, it was too late in the season, but man, was he nasty. When he got the green light, he was able to go out there, pick up a ton of kills. Nero, we've seen just have some inhuman moments on the map, and then also they got Purge now. Purge is a guy who won Challengers Champs last year, so obviously he has a lot of buzz, and then Old Faithful attached. We'll see if he can bring it back.
And then when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, the Las Vegas Legion had a rocky year last year, trying to make that Cinderella run at the end of the year to make it the champs. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition, but another team that made a lot of changes. They signed Attach, Purge, and Nero, and to be honest, I really like the idea of Standy and Nero as an SSG duo, so I'm interested to see how they are in this game.
Quick reminder for everyone spamming the chat, slam that subscribe button and find us tomorrow as well. It's going to be a 3-day opening weekend, and this is just match 2 of 4 on our Saturday. The maps for this battle? Well, it's time to find out. Will we see more Karachi?
We see Subbase finally,
yes.
It's in the series. I've been waiting for Subbase. It's an awesome map. It's going to be super fast-paced. Can't wait to see Nero out there just going crazy.
Oh, yeah. I honestly, if any team was going to have it, that does make sense that the team that Nero and Standy on is going to be the one with Subbase.
All right, the match is ready, so let's send it to the man with the biggest hands in the game. We got Maven alongside Merc.
I was hoping I didn't creep into the shop, but I did. Giant hands, I apologize. Joe, you ready to have some fun, baby?
Hey, you know what they say about big hands, right? Big gloves.
Very true, Joe. I don't know if I actually own a pair of gloves, but I'm going to look into that this evening. Here we go. Ready to get started. We had some incredible matchups yesterday. You and I both have Game 5, Round 11s, like absolute doozies. Today, we will see what is in the wind. We'll be casting 2 and 4. Here,
doozies.
Just new look rosters, man. Excited to see how these teams are going to work together, how the chemistry is going to build, and should be a lot of fun.
Honestly, I kind of love what Legion did with this roster. You know, you bring a Tatch in, you hang on to Standy, and then there was just sort of like, you know, the top teams are getting all of the talent, but able to find Nero, and I think Nero is just a player. If he can find some more consistency in his game, we've been saying it time and time again with his career. He could be one of the best in the league, and then you bring in Purge. So instead of see his debut here today. And then on the other side for Minnesota Røkkr, yeah, I mean, Nameless was kind of talking about it. You're bringing accuracy with Awakening. Will that allow Awakening to have a little bit more of an identity?
I mean, it seems like you have a good mix of both sides, right?
Yeah.
Like one really good with the leadership and maybe, you know, just be in those right spots, leading the team around. The other just want to hunt the kills. Maybe that'll be that perfect balance. But let's get into things. Excited to see players like Purge, players like Lynz, see what they're going to look like in this rookie year within the CDL. So far, time-wise, all Minnesota.
Yeah, but you can already see what Vegas Legion are doing. I think, is this our first skid row of the season here in the CDL? Yeah. A lot of attention is going to be on this P2. Now, Minnesota, they had the spawn that you wanted to, where you wanted the side of the map on that left side, but they have gotten so much time already off P1. If they do not control P2, it's not the biggest deal, but this is very similar, I mean, to your Palace Hill, your Money Hills. Like, this is a difficult break. If you watch like a Hackney P2, I wouldn't compare it maybe to that with the squad spawns, but
I think it looks
similar.
Like visually, kind of?
Yeah, a little bit. It's just hard to get that player out of the hill.
Yeah, that is true. Nothing really compares to Hackney or P2, though, does it, Joe?
No, it is. No. That's some nightmares.
That was something special, but Purgeless being here, soak up the time. Rest of his teammates watching the crosses. Nero going to get gunned, and now maybe an opportunity for them to start to flood in. Tatch and Standy at least take out one. Nero gets the kill inside. Now maybe a one-on-one here as accuracy starting to work up, and it's just so easy. You're just holding the steps. Purge gets his 2. He's on 4 in a row.
Now, there is a front jump there, right? Where you can kind of make the player play a 50-50, but I mean, you had the Vegas Legion looking over him. So Vegas, they get that rotation over towards P2. You respond with almost a full 60 of your own on this rotation. Accuracy headed over towards that P3, that bottom alleyway. Standy, top platform, trying to find anything, but it's be Vivid on rotation, all about high engagement. And you have ex-teammates here, Vivid, Nero, a long-time Boston Breach submachine gun duo, all about their pace and how much pressure they put on the map, and already Vivid with 12 engagements.
Lynz now, let's see what he's capable of. 4 and 5 right now, but I think just it's part of me, I guess, just with how Hydra has come into the league. When you think of like these French sensations, like part of me like has this expectation, like maybe he's going to come in and be the next god. Obviously, a lot of work to do and a lot to show. Hydra has been an absolute animal, but still excited to see what he is capable of, and right now he's dancing on him.
Yeah, great P3 here by Minnesota Røkkr. Vegas Legion have not been able to touch this hill, so you have the lead now around 30 points. It looks like one player in Nero. Maybe just locking them in. You can already see Purge on the rotation, attach in that area towards our P4. But Vivid going to be the first man up, and on the pinch was going to be Nero, but accuracy reads that pinch, and now they are going to go to try to break on in. That's going to be 3 dead for Vegas Legion. Not when you wanted to go down the new hill, about to pop.
Yeah, this ends up being perfect now for Røkkr. Can you end up chaining these together? You'll be looking at what, 120 point lead. If you can rack up this time, you see everybody grouping up mid-map, looking for this push across. If you are Legion, Awakening, trying to get the angles for the push through, but they're all going to be hitting this through the top side of the map.
You see the comms, right? Vivid just getting so much information, just trying to find where that push is coming from. Here we go, 2 going to go down. Now can accuracy and Vivid hang on to this hill? Vivid trying to buy time, bait for his teammate, but standing attached, sniff it out. So a huge break for Vegas Legion to make sure that lead doesn't get too scary.
Yeah, they make that look real clean, right? They lose like 1 player in that. And it's just a really good job grouping up, taking your time, making sure you get a team push. Yeah, you only get, what, 20, 25 seconds, but still, the break clean as hell. Yeah, you needed it considering what the deficit would have been without that time. But now it's like, okay, we got that time, we got to do it all over again.
Yeah, let's do it again. You don't have anyone from Minnesota Røkkr up towards top P2. Speaking of Minnesota Røkkr, already winning now by, what, 60 points. They have rotation. Let's go to a listen-in with Røkkr.
I'm done belly. I'm done belly.
I don't have trophy. I don't have trophy.
I have a cross.
I'm gonna get it.
I have a trophy. I'm
gonna get ready to play close. I don't think they're gonna hit tunnel. I'm playing short or close.
Okay,
they're crossing. I'm one shot.
I'm not crossed yet. One cross.
I'm either graduating.
Take it. Top pick one shot.
Stay down.
I have top ticket. They're both there. Both top ticket.
Yeah, I'm one shot.
Stay down.
I can help you this time. Okay, I'm going new. There's two.
One in new.
Narrow's on home.
Persian new. Two new. Standy and Persian new. Okay.
Touch load, one shot.
I'm gonna go mid-stairs.
Okay. Touch load.
I'm gonna go mid-stairs.
Okay, touch load.
I ignored the guy.
S3, just give it up. I'm
going grassers.
Attach roll 2 new.
Top plant, one's a fold.
I'm gonna rep left.
On the green barrel, one shot. Purge. Purge is 1 bullet on time, okay?
They're playing mid-side hill.
Yeah, one
I'll go grassers.
Yo, make sure we get this P2. This P2's a game.
I saw him fire, no trophy.
I'm
Where my subs?
You can be S2. S2. Dead. Nice. They saw
green.
Narrow spawning weird.
They're playing corners.
Fire. Dead.
Green. I'm going new. Attach.
Get that 30. They can be back out. Yeah, back.
Back to it, and Joe, anything that stood out?
I mean, ever since we got to that listen, it's just been tough for Røkkr. Props to Legion towards the end of P5, and then controlling all of P1. But you see already, P2 setup, Awakening is there. And no, I mean, pretty calm comms. It's just they really didn't have anything going. Of course, we want to listen to Lynz. Obviously, you know, how is his English going, right? Yeah. That could always be a point of conversation when these international players join these teams, but all sounds good on my end.
Yeah, no, certainly did. But now, this is a chance for Røkkr to really maybe put this game away. Get within 15 points of victory. If they can get the flawless hold here. Last time they were on the receiving end here at this P2. Now a chance for them to do the damage. It's going to be big wake. Set up with Lynz at the hard point. Lurking towards mid-garage, you've got your other two players, Accuracy and Vivid. As Accuracy falls, you see they start to layer up the map if you are Vegas Legion. Now, do you wait for your teammates or do you go? Because you really have attached and stay to here.
Yeah, you can already see they want to try to get those couple of kills inside a tunnel, and then after that, you can work the jump up. There's going to be 3 dead. There's the spawns. Now you have to fly because you'd still look for angles, and there we go. Nicely done for Vegas Legion, and they needed it. Behind Nero's 3. He's up to 13 and 14 now. Still 20 seconds on the clock, but this P3 last time, it was all Minnesota Røkkr. The early presence here from Attach and Purge.
You just put yourself in a spot where you couldn't really think about rotating early. You had to get some time. Again, you just would have been around 2:30 mark if you were Minnesota Røkkr. Now can Røkkr answer back? What a great break it was from Legion. They're lining up in front of Purge. 13 and 9 currently for him. Able to take another gunfight. Just goes prone. Vivid dances around the edge and takes him down. Standy with the follow-up, nearly 2. But you go 1 for 1 really across the board for 6 players there. And what does that mean? It's still going to be Legion inside of the point and trying to rally back. Now down 25.
Yeah, there was a chance there for Røkkr. They had the closer spawns. You're all the way back P2 if you're some of the players on Legion. Vivid now working the pinch. Purge. The young gun, the rookie trying to go off and potentially clutch up for Legion, but a big 25 to go the way of Røkkr, but we cannot end there. So over to P4.
Yeah, it's like you just have to rotate at this point, right? Like you don't have enough time to track across the map, maybe get the scrap time. It's just not worth it. So now you basically have to be perfect if you are Legion, because you're going to be close to the 240 mark if you're Minnesota Røkkr and need 10 to 15 points. This has to be flawless from Legion. Technically, can you win it? Yes, but more than likely you're going to need to get as much time here as possible, then worry about a rotation as well.
And they really don't have a presence on that top right side of your map. Where Accuracy and Vivid is, you would love to be pushed out back apartments, but that is not it. You're holding mid steps, and there we go. That is a nice contest. Minnesota can be very patient right now. It's exactly what's happening. Maybe waiting for Lynz on the pinch. What is his timing? He's able to find the first, and then we are going. We are gunning. It's down to a 1v1 Attach versus Accuracy. All-time teammates, and Accuracy is going to win it. Attach was 1 HP, 10 more seconds, and Røkkr win map number 1.
To that 1v1 it goes, and that 1v1 may seal the game. They're still inside the point. Lynz is popping off. The final second through, but a contest here for a moment. That'll end it, though. Lamar getting the final kill. The let's go. You see it on the cam. He's getting fired up, as that's a big win there for Røkkr in map 1.
A nice showing there. Very disciplined out of Minnesota Røkkr. That's what we always think with Accuracy. with what he does with the young talent around him, but really just that first rotation of hills. I mean, that P3 and P4, they had such a large lead. And if you're not chaining multiple hills together on a map like Skid Row, it should just be tough to get right back into it.
Well, heck, I mean, outside of Skid Row, a lot of times, like if you're able to chain together 2 hard points on a hard point, that can be the difference. And there it certainly was. But as you take a look at the player stats, Joe, anything popping off the page to you?
I mean, not really. Just the pacing of that map. I mean, pretty low in terms of engagements across the board. The only one who stands out for me is Vivid, 24 and 19. This is what that man does with the SMG in his hands. He is willing to just fly.
And this reminds you of like Terminal yesterday, though. Like nobody like over 20 kills, like not a ton of kills coming through. Just
because it's a lot of crosses.
Very opposite of what we'll see in map 4.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite.
It certainly is. But taking a look at some of the highlights from Lamar, he's getting those crosses. You can see it from his line of sight now as he starts off. You know, he's double positive. He's popping off, making sure the boys are in the right spots. But yeah, I think you know that 3 to 4. That lead of what, about 80, 90, somewhere in that ballpark, just enough to sort of snowball behind the rest of the way. And when you get a lead like that, just like, it's cushion, right? Like it allows you to make a mistake or two, maybe, or maybe make a risky play, a gamble for some scrap time that you normally wouldn't. But when you have a lead like that, you can. Lets you build little edges.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, that's just really it. I mean, really, you know, in past titles, if you have that 80, 90 point lead, how does it go away? Sometimes it's just like streaks, but didn't really have any of that, right? And the cruise is only so effective. But a nice teamwork out of Røkkr there towards the end. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. And accuracy, he knew where attach was. There was one chance at the end there for Legion, but Vivid getting hyped.
Now you see it. They were all fired up. Lamar is yelling, let's go right after it. They'll get that win. And now the boys of Legion will try to battle back. Look at how our best of 5 is going to play out. We go to Invasion, Search and Destroy next, Karachi, Sub-Base, then Skid Row. And yeah, just we were kind of joking about how different that map 4 will be if we get there. Just from an engagement standpoint, could not be any more different. Also kind of breaks down how the map bans with. And like, that's like, the map bans mean a lot to you early on? Like Vito's, is it more like sort of where it is as we're getting ready for our first major?
I kind of love what I've been seeing. Even today, seeing high-rise control. We're seeing all 3 controls. We're seeing different search and destroys, different hard points. In the past, like last year, I think at the start it was a ton of like hotel respawns that we saw at the start throughout stage 1. It feels like there's normally a couple of respawns where every single team wants to play it, but then hey, you start losing it, you're like, all right, we got to figure out this map pool. But it feels like that preparation is here across the board for these teams.
Well, a lot of times it comes down to like, too, if you're a team that you think is going to, I don't know, be top of the board, not struggle through maybe the qualifiers, then you could kind of test some stuff, maybe throw some stuff around where you try to widen your map pool. But if you're a team you think might be battling for a top position or battling for qualification throughout the course of the year, you kind of stick to your guns, and you're really going to be playing where you're going to feel you have your success. But we'll keep an eye on those throughout the course of it. But yeah, we've seen a lot of variety, I think, so far. Yeah. The one thing we hadn't seen was Skid Row, which we now are going to see a couple of times within this series. But map 1 in the books. Now we'll see if Legion can bounce back. And you've got, I mean, one of the more clutch players, attach, guys come from behind in situations that nobody else like has, like down 0-4 in the best of 9.
What's kind of the saying? It's like attach always gets his. Like that guy is a great search and destroy player, just a great Call of Duty player, one of the best of all time. And yeah, in search, I mean, just when he comes down to those clutch situations, it feels like he's ready for everything. He has the ice, knows how to read them, but we'll see if he get bounced back here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a map 2, but that's the hype of his clutch ability too much. But if someone's going to bounce back, maybe it is him. We'll see what we can now do as we get over to Invasion and get ready to rip and roar in this search and destroy. I think you and I, we've been most excited probably to see the search, just because that's the one thing you don't get to really watch too much early on in scrims.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, you know, it's just, I haven't seen much of either of them. When you talk about just watching scrims coming into the season, I think I've seen a little bit of Minnesota, but not much Vegas. So I was very excited to see this match.
Yeah, I think there were a couple like streams early on, like in the first 2 weeks from players, like on random teams, and they just stopped dead cold once the scrims start going.
And I'm like, hello, coach, can I watch this?
Yeah, please, can we see the VOD link? Lynz, rival in hand. Working to support his bomb carrier there in Vivid. And they're just inching their way up the street.
No trophies in this round number 1. So Nero's gonna dodge that. It does not connect, so they have no info on him. But you heard that smoke go down. Persia's gonna toss that stun out. down to Nero. There's that first blood. Immediate trade from his ex-teammate, and he finds it too. Vivid going off.
Big play there from Vivid. And Nero, I mean, you think you at least have a chance to pounce for one. The fact none of the nades hit, like, might be in a spot you can play spoiler. Now 3v2 for Røkkr, make it 2v2. Attach, getting his on the cross.
Yeah, I don't know how he's finds working through the flank there. Just checks it.
Yeah, I said on the cross. Yeah, he's working the flank.
And now a 3v2 is down to a 1 versus 2 for Awakening. So Attach and Standy, they work that pinch through alley, through the offensive spawn, and they have a stun as well. I think that connects. The nade does his right on his forehead.
Yeah, okay. What a retake there from Legion. And that, you know, it is a big point. You sort of, you know, said it early on, like not having the trophies early in round 1. Not having that to work with opens up your utility quite a bit. You saw some great usage there with spot checks they were able to get. I thought Vivid's 2 kills maybe were going to be enough, but Attach and Standy really the ones that are going to play spoiler there.
Yeah, I mean, there's the nade out of Attach. Just able to spot him. The wall bangs come through. I wasn't sure if he got hit by a couple of bullets, but yeah, he gets hit by a few.
He was down to like 81. Yeah, he got ripped.
It normally just nades that late into a round. We don't see it very often. So Attached, I mean, there was nobody A street side. He works the flank, never had to use his stun, never had to use his nade. Easy kill. Oh, yeah. Accuracy trying to get one back.
Yeah, and both just landed in his pocket, as he said. Nice job there from Attach. Okay, he starts out 2-0, but Nero's POV for now. They're trying to work this A bomb site defensively. It'll be Vivid kind of on the off site. Everybody else stacked up, looking for lanes of attack.
We saw this yesterday in that FaZe match versus Boston. Offensive teams taking their time, just sort of trying to find the information, where are maybe the holes, the weak areas on the map. Where is that defense?
You never had any weakness in your game whatsoever. There were no holes. There was nothing. Just flawless.
Wasn't sure where you're going with that one. I'm glad you figured that one out. But Lynz there with that first blood onto Persh.
Now bomb going down. Standy working to get it planted. They clutch up in the 3 versus 4. I thought he had beautiful shots, but Standy clips him.
It should come down to Attach. You see him working that pinch. Nero's going to have to check the bomb. Nobody on it. Nero finds that first kill in the 3-2. He gets a double. And now it is all down to Vivid. And well, he's not going to find him. Attach and Nero go huge in the 2-on-3. It was the same thing in round number 1. You had the numbers if you were Minnesota Røkkr. They throw that round away.
Okay, so maybe we did highlight it properly coming into this with Attach, because he's been a part of a couple of clutch rounds. 3-0 start. First, it was him and Standy, then him and Nero, bringing it back in the 2 versus 3. I mean, and on the other side, it's like you got to get something done with numbers. Accuracy and Awakening still sitting on a goose egg. We know accuracy can be the Iceman at times. They're going to need his clutch gene to come into play.
Well, yeah, we were kind of talking about it yesterday, just sort of the area that he's playing. Watching the flanks on Invasion, watching A Street on Invasion, it can just be one where you're not seeing anything very often. So, to try to get maybe a little bit more involved later on in this map.
Yeah, that's where your spot was, right?
Yeah.
You were playing with the boys?
Just hold my ult trigger.
Yeah.
I got this lane. Don't worry about it.
Well, they're grouped up for a B lane attack, but you can see the wrap now heading up towards mid-map. It'll be Attach and Standy in a position on the crossfire here that they'll likely have to deal with it. They're going to swing it all the way towards the outward street towards A, and now we look for the hit. Purge with the opener. Numbers to Legion. Numbers continue with the way of Legion. 4-0 start now for Attach, as they're just dominating here in this search and destroy. I think Attach with another up to 5-0. Lynz by himself. He is dropped. Legion dominating the round.
And yeah, I mean, beautifully done by Vegas. You're waiting so long from Minnesota on that attacking round. There's 30 seconds left, and they just have to go. So as soon as the smoke is down, Vegas, they kind of know, all right, this is going to be an 8 hit. They have to commit to this. They are ready for it towards that back door. And as you said, Attach up to 5-0, one off that cruise.
Perfect so far. Same thing for Legion, 3-0. Have yet to drop around. Can they keep going? Now, offensively, it's required some clutch moments. The defense, I mean, that was even close. But here, they relied on some clutches.
Now, Vivid did this last round. I don't think was spotted. They never really worked up that B street. He's already through Broken. So he could potentially stop the B hits. But once again, just kind of watching that street. Lynz maybe going to get caught trying to back away. Does get around the corner, so he is alive for now.
Now to attach at 5-0.
This is such a tough spot if you are Vivid, because you want to maybe peek around the corner, try to find a kill. But the fact is, if you go down, you give up your life, that might just be the round. The B bomb site would be open.
Yeah, and it just requires everyone else to start scrambling. But you can see everything else is working towards the other side of it. We stuck with attached through this just because he is on the 5-0 and maybe towards the streak, but we'll get back towards the action. Now stuff starts to collapse. Will Attach's patience pay off? It does. There he's able to get the streak. He is finally going to drop the first death in the game, and now, again, the numbers for a moment to Røkkr. Legion flip it on its head. Nero, Purge, their chance now in the 2v1.
Yeah, their patience just a little bit too much right now for Minnesota Røkkr. As soon as that bomb and that fight starts to go down, Vivid's thinking, all right, I'm going to hit this. Attach is waiting for him. And as those skirmishes on the site.
Who got picked first?
Minnesota.
Yeah, okay.
But then there was immediate trade from Nero, and he's able to play his life, collect that bomb, and then Purge just held that A street forever. Accuracy had a chance to get him off the site, maybe force a 1v1, but it does not happen.
I thought that was the case, but then how quickly it went, I'm like, did I just miscall that? Still a goose egg here for accuracy. A great game one from Røkkr and the boys, but now got to get something from him here in this search and destroy. If they're going to get around on the board, that is.
This is my old spot in like 2010.
Yeah, going back.
Yeah, you had that silenced up here. Yeah, good luck finding me in a pub.
Standy the kill. Standy is out. We're going to call that the Joedecieves.
No, don't do that.
Okay. Big Merc Daddy. How about that? That's fine. Does that work?
Sure.
Standy. Just with the pick, now playing his life, the patience still there. The pace going to slow to a crawl here on Invasion, but then the gunfights, when they start, they come swiftly. Info here for Standy. Trying to peek, comes Ren, tries to snap. Lynz with a lovely drop shot, but the trade is in because the crossfire is there. Accuracy, looking for his first, not going to happen. Legion remain perfect. 5-0. And this is the most dominant search and destroy we've seen so far, because we've gone to round 11 yesterday, and all three of our searches we casted went the distance. Very back and forth. Not the case here.
No, not at all.
They're getting thumped.
And I just think if you're Røkkr, you have to switch up the pace somehow, especially on your attacking side, whether it's just a fast B hit or what. I mean, even when you hit it fast at B, you had the numbers advantage.
So you
lost at 3v2.
Hit it faster, Joe. Once again, just patience here from Legion. See who will be able to strike first. Attach was trying to maybe dink one on the cross side like that nade. Unfortunately, the trajectory ever comes right back at him, and the stun does not hit the trophy, but kind of see what he was attempting with the first.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get rid of that trophy B-Dom towards that mid-tank, and you can kind of see the white arrows, they're scrambling. So where is he going to go after? And there's a trophy all the way back to A Street. I think maybe the play just find one of those players middle of the map, but Nero is going to make this a 3v3. 30 seconds left. This is what Vegas has been doing with the pace all game long. Down to the final seconds of the round, and then they go.
I think accuracy did get off his goose egg with the assist of a vehicle explosion. Bomb planted now, here we go. Legion looking to close it out. They're gonna have to do it now in a 2 versus 3 as Awakening gets the kill. Lynz puts it to a 1 versus 3. Attach, they just start and end with him. It's not going to happen. I thought the script maybe was a 1v3, close it out, round 6 victory, but you stay alive if you are Røkkr. Not allowing the total collapse.
Well, it's a nice job there. And yeah, for Minnesota, obviously, you can't really pick up the pace on a defense, right? You kind of have to wait for Vegas, and that's what Vegas has been doing. They tried to use the cruise. You saw
can't
the
just
nades
sprint
go
at them,
down.
Joe?
I mean, you could if you wanted to, just maybe not the smartest thing with the way they've been playing the map. But we'll see here on this attacking side, because every time it's come down to the wire, they have just lost that round. So maybe a fast B hit here. Maybe not.
Let's see. Off the round with, they try to pick up the aggression. Looks like the hit is coming. Standy attach again, going to be kind of your mid presence here. As the poking and the prodding gets ready to start. Trophy's up, stun is in, info on Standy, and just beams him down to 39 HP. Now he's trying to avoid the nade, but it's not going to happen. The frag just like continues to roll, I think, around the corner.
I've been saying it forever, man. You're like a magnet to frags when they are just on the ground.
It's like aim assist just kicks in on them.
I'm telling you, Still a 3 versus 2, a chance for Awakening and Vivid to keep this map alive. You have Nero reading this as the push from DVD comes in. He spots the last player in Vivid. And well, he's gonna find it. His ex-teammate gets taken down.
Dominant there from Legion. You know, it starts with what, back-to-back 2v3s, I think, to kick us off.
After that, it was.
Yeah, you're sort of, and that's got to be a frustrating start if you're Røkkr. So when you throw away back-to-back rounds like that, that's got to be painful.
Yeah, not a great start.
No.
But the good thing for Røkkr, a dominant map #1.
True.
So, but you know, with kind of what we were talking about with scrims and how is Search and Destroy going, I'll tell you what, Legion looks ahead on this map versus Røkkr.
Yeah, the most dominant we have seen so far. 8-3 at a Nero. I mean, really everyone statistically putting it in. Nothing really jumping out from a damage standpoint other than, I mean, Vivid was going through it. He had 400 damage. It was Lamar I was looking at because he had 0 kills, midway through that game, deep into the game. Vivid, though, I mean, 400 is like, you're not really finding many opportunities to shoot people.
No, I mean, just think of the way that Vivid is, the type of player that he is. That is not a map that really plays around his strength. So it's just one of those situations where he's going to have to find something, or again, they're going to have to find an offensive strategy to find some more pace where he can lead that charge.
Yeah, he's like, just let me loose. You know, I want to get nasty with it, but not really.
Let's hit B behind my smoke. I'm running through it.
Yeah, not really finding opportunity there. Or maybe just needed to work on the game plan a bit, but we'll be tied up at 1-1. You saw Minnesota dominate that map 1 from really the midway point on. They get that 80-point advantage and they run away with it, but answering back with a vengeance. It's Legion. They take the search. They dominate. Control them. Coming up next.
upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
Before we hop into map 3, just take a look at some of the plays here.
Oh, so it's literally just a dead nade. It hits him, and then it
hits him in the face and just rolls through.
Do you think he like kicked it like a hacky sack?
I guess.
Running away.
Yeah, I was curious like how it ended up rolling through, because they seemed to be pretty confident they were safe there. But yeah, maybe like the aim assist on grenades you were talking about, they kind of heat-seeking little grenade missiles. It followed.
Well, no, he might have kicked it. So I don't know. Yeah, that
might have been it.
Yeah, right, just like that. Great.
I'm an athlete.
You are. That's what your middle name is.
A soccer player. Okay, we're getting ready for the game. Map 3, getting ready to go. Tied up 1-1 is now we ready for the control. I mean, so far, kind of one team dominates Respawn, one team dominates Search and Destroy. We'll kind of get deeper into the series, and this is where the picks and bans kind of come into play. All right, like where you have the edge. You see Minnesota dominate the 1-heart, but you think Subbase might be leaning the other way. But we'll have to wait.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Subbase. Let's go. We get to watch it for the first time in a match, and that's all I want to see. A little bit more Subbase, but Karachi control, we saw it yesterday. Between New York and OpTic, both teams had opportunities to win offenses and defensive rounds. You can go for some spawn kills. It's gonna be Minnesota starting on the attack.
Yeah, I think this was, from an entertainment standpoint, yeah, I mean, far and away our best, just some of the moments we got from yesterday. Big Wake just out onto the point. Gonna need some help. Just trying to dance as best he can. Teammate able to do it. He's hit by a stun, trying to snap back. It could be chaos here inside your P1 area.
You see closely. He's thinking about like prone and then come back up, but he's just crouching.
Yeah.
Nice discipline there out of Awakening, but does get taken down as Vegas Legion only allowing one tick to be done at A. But Vivid already thinking about leading his troops over towards that B point. One player's just kind of lurking though. Where is Purge? Is there one player for Vegas who might be able to kind of stop this, but already they have pushed on up. While that's going on, Standy's going to help. Nice little snap there, but Awakening with the headshot.
That was real clean. Centering was on point. Lynz also on point as he gets the double. See how much progress they're able to do. Not who's there. It's Vivid. This rival is something.
And we have watched a couple of players. That dumpster heady is not easy to get over. And sometimes it's just a timing thing. You have to hit it, but props to the players. You have to hit some beams to deal with that position when you're coming off a spawn. As Vegas do a good job. And Minnesota Røkkr, they say, all right, push is done at B. Let's go back to A.
And they're just about to finishing the point here.
I might transition.
There's a little bit left on this segment, and yeah, they'll see if they can, but with the death of Vivid, gonna make it a bit more difficult. So now let's finish the point, likely try to group up. They got about 90 seconds to work with. Lives basically even. Point man's going to be attached on the top side of the map. You'll see number 3 in Nero, sort of working on that alley push. And now we start to work our way forward.
Yeah, kind of a 2-2 split here. Attach, spots accuracy. Now Attach is trying to play his life. Here comes the push. He's able to find one Nero with the second. So a 2-on-3 advantage right now for Vegas Legion.
Great job getting one. You get the info, there's 2. Take one with you. Calm the rest out to your squad. Now Standy is tucked away in a corner. That shots at range. The rival is imploding. You said the ray gun, sometimes it is called, and the ray gun be hitting. So if he was snapped and ripped Lynz out of the window, that would have been GG's for me, but still 50 seconds here to go.
Yeah, 13 versus 12. And the key for Vegas is they've always had one player inside a red just playing their life. Most of the time it was Attached. That time it was Standy, but Attached right back to that position, does get traded out. And that's just it. Røkkr cannot get this player here, so they're trying to work that pinch. You see number 8, Vivid, maybe he's the first guy through that dumpster alley.
What do you think you've seen the most success? I know we only cast it a couple times, but like when it comes to this attack late in the game, what's the plan of attack for the offense trying to get through to B?
Yeah, I think just going through red, going through mail, and then you're just trying to force them to hop over the dumpster. I think that's the easiest way. You have to have top red in hotel control. Don't make it too fancy.
Yeah. Well, now you might have to get fancy because you have 5 seconds left to work with. There, finishes the kill, into the point, stops the clock. 3.9 to go, lives-wise. You only have 5 remaining here for Røkkr. Make it 4. Accuracy, though, picking up kills there in mid, see if he can chain that into a second, but he's got to get into the point first and foremost, and that is the problem with having 3.9 on the clock. Accuracy, stomping, trying to get in, can't get there in time.
Yeah, we saw Lynz on that pinch, Vivid on the pinch a couple of times, and when you're working that pinch, you're just hoping your teammates clear out hotel, right? A little bit cleaner. Maybe you go for a 2-for-1, but instead it was always Vegas with the numbers advantage. And when that happens, that means the player watching that pinch or whoever's on B, they aren't turning to help. They're just holding their L trigger, making sure that flank is clear. Just makes those pinches that much harder.
Well, now we'll see if Legion can have more success on the offensive side of things. Nero, lovely shots there towards the top A. See, Awakening gets his head.
We're killing it!
Standy is doing it as well. He's able to get a double, and Standy's popping off. And they're right on to B. Halfway through your first bit of progress, and you're trying to hold
Nice
that
nades.
back dumpster, and that's sort of an example of what you were talking about. You can pin them there, but sometimes teams do a lovely job of getting out as Nero, ladder, pistol, popping.
I mean, that's just nice utility, yeah, to deal with Standy, but Standy's shots were insane. The point's open, and he goes for the gunfight.
Look at his face is in the monitor. He's got the glasses on. This guy's seeing the future.
Listen, shout whatever the hell you want. I don't care. After that, my man can do what he wants, but so far so good for Røkkr. Not even a take done. Now maybe with 2 dead.
He's a wizard.
Dash is going to get on it. There is that first take of A.
And even after that magic, though, still even in lives. Thought maybe you found a little separation off the break if you were Legion, but doesn't really lead to much. Second point of progress now done. Push coming in forward for the contest. Good luck with that one. Vivid just kind of slow crouches around the corner. He's going to get dropped. Awakening, though, popping off on 2 with a couple of headshots. He's going to chow. Attach, double positive. He is ready and waiting on 3 in a row as well. And now you got to rotate, set up defensively if you are Røkkr. Let's see how this push develops for Legion.
Yeah, but with Awakening's kills, right, you don't have a very quick transition. The problem is, though, Minnesota Røkkr, they don't have anyone pushed up inside a hotel with what we saw from Vegas last defensive round. So Standy already by mail. Well, he's going to find Vivid. So now they can slow it down a little bit. They know they have a man advantage. What's going to be the play call? Looks like Attach, we're going to try to work a flank here, find some of those spawners. But you see this setup for Røkkr. This is... They are on top of each other.
Yeah, no, they certainly are. I mean, this is where we saw like Hydra constantly trying to work, right? Just like hit this back alley, find kills, give them the advantage. Maybe earn streaks, just really playing his life so well. Now we're clipping heads if we are Purge. He's trying to snap back for the call, and he heard from Attach. Standy will take down the next domino. Now you've got a one-on-one towards the point. Nero's going to be able to take that, and this will stop the clock for now.
And look at this spawn trap Attach has set up. He has multiple kills. They are spawning in his reticle. He's on 7 in a row. So that we did not see at all much yesterday. The spawn trap working out perfectly for Attach.
And where you weren't really thinking about maybe TDM and lives, now maybe you are. You take a 6-life advantage. You've got them at 7 lives. They're close to having no respawns left, and Nero is still chowing it. Not quite able to slide away, but next to Attach we go. 17 and 7 now. Knows where they're spawning. Hold that right to the face. The stick comes in. Awakening drops. The damage is through. They're on the point. Sayonara. They'll take that second round. Attach just gets them in the chokehold back alley.
That was like an old school MW2 2010 spawn trap where you're on the scrapyard heady wall and they're just spawning right in front of your crosshair. Attach just, we saw him work in that position. I mean, the key there though is that his teammates found the kills. But with Attach's play, he made sure nobody was able to transition on over.
I think there's always a risk reward to that sort of trap in the sense of your teammates don't get the kills, you're useless, right?
Yeah, but now you have 2 cruise missiles as well. So Nero finished on a 6 free. Attach got up to 7 or 8. And well, you are up 2-0. A much different respawn here than what we saw in map number 1. But finally, Vivid getting going. Saw he was struggling earlier. Maybe this is the round where he turns it.
And you feel like he's got to get going a bit though, right? Like, just based on some of the plays you've seen from, I don't know, Standy and Nero, just from a ability standpoint, just some of the ego challenges they're making, some of the individual plays, if they're going to need Vivid to maybe have some moments.
Yeah, well, this moment's I think it'll be Standys. He's just waiting, he's lurking, but there is Lynz to help out Owakening, find that trade. Talked about the one submachine gun, now on to the next of Vegas Legion. It's Nero's turn.
My guy's playing with some pace. Next up the bat, it's Lynz. Think he gets eyes on him on the cross. They basically chest bump. It's an awkward fight, but he gets some help from his duo there in Standy. Attached now up top. He's been feasting throughout the course. Says Lynz, oh, you just spawned up. Go ahead and hold the stun, hold the nade. Not able to get the kill, but just maybe being annoying with them coming off a spawn. The first point done. 90 seconds to go. Now to B we go. What are you seeing on the minimap here so far? Well, it just kind of got cleared.
Well, I mean, even before that, this is the same thing that Vegas did in round number 1, right? It's like they gave up the A point. They said, try to take Hotel away from us. And they just could never do it in Minnesota Røkkr. Just not able to find the opening on their attacks. You have to give props to the Vegas Legion players, playing their lives, finding where that first push is coming through. Maybe now the first chance, the opportunity in this round for Røkkr.
We'll see if this can be their moment. You've got numbers here just for a second, but reinforcements are starting to get here. Standy and Nero, who've been the close range demons here for the team. They're trying to get their purge though. Unfortunately, his wallbang's gonna take Standy out of the mix. That takes the numbers out of it. Nero's turn though, and they're lining up. Ay, almost 3 in a row. He gets another burst out of the Renetti there, and that's probably a triple, but you get the clear. And you think maybe, kind of like you said, like Legion, we've had control teams like in the past, right? Like, if you are disciplined, sometimes it's better to play around 1 point. Like, versus the risk when you split them, just set up, play discipline.
Yeah, well, now though that discipline may be out the window, they're gonna have to go. They use a cruise missile, it finds nothing. You have multiple players near this B zone. Another chance here for Røkkr, but it's been the retakes, and Nero did it once. He's gonna do it again. That is 3 dead. Nero 21 and 14.
How is he just sliding in, just piecing the team over and over again? It's like they know there's a door back there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. The time is just not going their way, but it has been a back and forth battle in this round, and we might have to do it again. It's all down to Nero. Him and Purge finally get traded out by Lynz and Owakening. Vivid gonna stay alive. Røkkr getting on the B point, pause that clock. In Legion, they're gonna have to retake this.
Okay, cool. Well, so far they've done it pretty well. Let's see if Nero can just walk in and kill the whole team again. Speaking of that, Nero's gonna go. He's gonna drop this time, not the opportunity to make the play. Accuracy's got one on lock as well, and this time you're able to close it out. I freaking hope so, because usually you don't see 3 really good opportunities like that to take the B point, like where you've got like a 3 or 4 dead, you've been able to stack the point and get the angles. You're usually relying on 1, maybe 2 for the round. Like, you had ample opportunity.
Dude, that first time when he slid on through and kind of hip fired, I think he's hoping that there's a player in that corner. He may have been trying to destroy trophies. Like, that is a way you're trying to retake that point, right? Like, just the way you're trying to get trophies out of there. You see the stuns going so that
Instead it was foreheads he was taking.
Yeah, exactly that.
Or Røkkr, they are still alive. There would not be a third miracle break there from Legion behind a superstar Nero play. He's 22 and 16. Got Tatch basically double positive. Vivid, now he's making some noise. This is the guy they need to start heating up.
You have a Tatch bridge side just trying to find this angle on the player top 3, but Vivid, he's gonna find an MCW and say, hello, I'm gonna take you down, I'm gonna take you out for dinner. Almost finds the 3rd.
Well, maybe down dinner first, then down?
Yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
At what point in a relationship you're in.
It's a good point, Joe. Owakening now, he's trying to, but that's here for position. 1-on-1 in the back, Big Wake's going to take it. Still, these skirmishes going on around your first objective in A. Awakening on 5 in a row now, 30 seconds left to work with. The defense so far so good from Røkkr as they put much more presence into A, but they're doing a lovely job here. We might be going to round 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen this where you're holding both points. I mean, just right off the break.
Yeah, they've got a tick. Yeah, no, this has been on lock.
On lock. You have one player working middle of the alley. That's going to be Standy. Maybe with attaches kill, you can get someone on the point. 7 seconds. They have to go. While this is going to be happening, yeah, Awakening's trying to wait for the time. He's going to wait for his teammates and then try to work that pinch. Or just find the player off spawn with accuracy getting taken down.
Finally, some progress at A. Maybe the guns start to get going a little bit in this round for Legion, but...
Yeah, you just get out of the trap.
Yeah, you were in a hole. You were locked for so long. You're going to have basically exactly a minute now to work within transition. I mean, the one good thing, I guess, is like you didn't get into a huge lives deficit during that. Like you're down 4. So it's still winnable, but like I mean, how much do the lives really matter, though? Not really, considering
when it comes down to offense, well,
like,
you need 4. That's it when it comes down to that offense. Might have to be clean, though. His accuracy ready for that full flank on the Nero. Here comes the rest of the push through Hotel, and when Nero's spawning there, they may not be ready for Vivid to be in that position. That's it. Nero spawns very close to Vivid, doesn't expect him there, and then accuracy rotates on back to find another one.
They're still trying to find him. Vivid just continues to dance in the back. Nero finally takes him down. 25 seconds now to go. If you don't get the cap here, you're going to a round 5. Standy, maybe with an opener, trying to get up the gap. Accuracy down. 2 down right now for Røkkr. They're going to be spawning back alley and trying to flood through. Attach with another. Standy with the Chow. They're all going to be hitting back dumpster now. Attach is going to get picked up. Maybe in the position to stop this, though. But you're on the point. You stop the clock. 9.1 seconds left.
Yeah, no trophy. The stun hits. He's 1 HP. First, now it's his turn. The rookie, but he's going to get taken down by accuracy. 5 seconds. They are just so staggered, and Røkkr down 0-2 early. But they have turned this around. A dominant defense in that round number 4.
I was staring at Standy's health bar. Yeah. Just staring at it. Like, if he gets back to full, he might be able to pop and piece up too. But like, yeah, it stun hits and just stops that health regen. I mean, they were in trouble anyway. But like, I think if anyone was going to make the play in that spot, probably Standy.
Yeah, with no trophies down, yeah, that stun stops you from regaining health. Even just the nades, the presence from those, so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes that regen part of it, not the biggest deal, but when you've got 6 HP.
I'd say at this level, it is a pretty darn big deal.
No, it is. I mean, if you're missing 10 health, it's like whatever. But like there, whew, that is the difference in you having a chance and you dying to a strong gust of wind. Round 5 now. Legion with the clutches in the search to destroy. It's Røkkr that's clutching here now in the map 3, and Beeman is Lamar. As he is on, 4 will drop. Map control to Røkkr.
I mean, look at this. Look at Lynz's position. Legion, no. They're going to use a cruise, though, so they have that extra utility. All the callouts are coming in. Standy's going to find Lynz. The missile is going to work, so that helps them get out of this trap. At least partly. That's going to be 3 dead, and now it's just a question A or B. It's going to be a foot race over to B.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that was huge, considering how long we sold them in a trap last round. Yeah, the streak helps just getting people out of position. Granted, every kill since I've started talking has been Røkkr, so maybe not looking as good, but Nero just trying to watch that back dumpster hop. Damage to 1. Little teardrop to 2. Nadal hit. Great job there from Nero to take out a few, and on to the point we go. Can they get B first? How much progress can they get here, Joe?
Yeah, you have Lynz, though. He's still alive inside a hotel, so cutting off the Vegas reinforcements, maybe waiting for his teammates to come off a spawn. And well, there we go. The trophy's gonna hit, and Lynz 5 in a row. Attach was in a 1-on-2 inside hotel when his teammates were at B. Found the first, but Lynz on point this round.
Lynz going nuts, and still some of the, how hard do you say that Chal is off the dumpster? Like, sometimes people are getting so much damage, and like that's the difference. That's the reason the trophy got the kill.
And now you have 6 in a row for Lynz, so a crew. No. Andy off his spawn. Gonna be able to find him, so 3 dead. Maybe Vegas can work A. They have to get onto the point. Everyone's gonna jump on it. You better hope you got a trophy down.
Somebody got a trophy, otherwise that's ball game. No trophy. Time's done. The streak ends it as Lynz goes off.
What a comeback from Røkkr, down 0-2. They clutch on up. And the last couple of rounds was all about their defense, just hanging on, putting Vegas in that trap. What a turnaround.
I mean, yeah, I'll say it again, but through the search, it was just the 2v3s, the clutches from Legion. Like, they kept going big. Here, it was all the story of Røkkr and their comeback ability. And that is one thing, you know, you think about accuracy, you think about attaching the other side, like just, they're never out of it, man. They're never out of it.
Yeah, you see, Nero and Attach on one side, on the other. You know, Persh, not the best game for him. On the other side, a pretty balanced effort, but accuracy, most damage on the team. Most damage in the lobby, 27 and 25. A lot more engagements than you normally see from that man.
No, and I think you're loving that. I think you're loving that. If you're a Røkkr fan, like, all right. We know accuracy's gonna have his clutch moments in search, but if we get him where he's feeling comfortable in this game and putting up numbers and respawn, I just think he's a guy now at this stage of his career. It's just gonna come down to the team. Like, the chemistry that you have on this spot, how comfortable he feels. You know he can make some noise.
Oh, no doubt about it. And you know he has other vets around him. It's not like, you know, Awakening and Vivid are young players anymore.
It's weird because, like, when you think, it's like I still think they're young, but they're not.
They're not.
Sort of like Attach. Like, Attach still looks like he's 16, but he's not.
Bro, you see that goatee coming in?
Yeah. he's a man now. He looks like he painted that on his face with a Sharpie.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe if he's playing like.
I'm sorry, Mom. Attach, if you're watching. I'm kidding. He looks like an adult.
Yeah, maybe if it was like the Paris Legion, it would look good, but Vegas Legion not so much. Lynz rocketed it much better. But
yeah, what do you mean? Instead of like a fashionable man downtown in Paris, he's instead just like a degenerate gambler? Like, what do you think?
I don't know what I'm saying. Either way, round 5 goes the way of Minnesota Røkkr. They clutch on up. They're getting hyped. And yeah, I mean, maybe just for accuracy, it's normally he's the in-game leader. I'm sure he is the captain. But maybe with Vivid and Awakening around him, he can just kind of focus on his own gameplay a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's day 2. Don't take too much from what we're saying. Listen, we have to talk about things that we see in a stat line, but like, it's day 2. These aren't trends yet. This is a good map.
No, we're saying they're facts. Absolutely, absolute facts.
We're highlighting what we're seeing, but you know, it'll take some time. It'll take some weeks to see if some of these things become trends for these teams. But what a comeback it was. And now we get to another respawn where if you're looking at Røkkr, so far you've handled it, but like, you got to think it's a very different beast now as you get ready for sub-base. This will be the first time we've seen sub-base hardpoint, right? And like, I think when I first watched this in like a scrim, I thought this would be the cheese when I first saw it. Yeah. Then I saw Terminal. I was like, okay, you're right. That's probably the big stinky cheese. But like, this one's, yeah, you're like your Bocage, let's hit heads, drop 30, 40 kills and fly.
Yeah, I think one thing to pay attention to is going to be the game clock, right? If you've watched the streams or some tournaments online, normally it doesn't come down to that, but on a map like this with the close spawns, there's so many contested hills. Teams are going to get better at figuring out the spawn system as time goes on and figure out where can we earn majority of our time. But yeah, pay attention to the game clock because it could come down to that.
I think more often than not it did, and we'll see if it develops over the course of it, but we'll get ready now to see if Legion are going to be ready to answer back, because I think that's got to be a frustrating one. I mean, in the first respawn at least, like, you were in a hole early and tried to bring it back, right? Like, the expectation really wasn't there for victory. You were down close to 80 points. You tried to have some clutch moments. You couldn't do it. This, like, you're up 2-0 in a control. You typically think you're going to get the dub. But Attach, you know, maybe he's a different man now. He's got the goatee.
He does.
Dude, it's just crazy. He like hasn't aged, I swear. If it, the facial hair, sure, but like he's looked the same. I swear to God, for a decade.
Yeah, great
He really
That's
does.
just what it is. Yeah, no, we don't have that, but that's life, right? We didn't really get to choose that.
Once your hair falls out, that sort of goes away. But Standy's still inside of his monitor, ready to go demon mode as he's had some unbelievable gunfight wins. The map is ready. Map 4 is time. To the sub base we go, to the frigid, cold, and tundra of whatever country it's in. I don't know.
I'm not sure either. Usually at the like loading of the map, they like show it, but I forgot.
Yeah, I didn't know off the top of my head, but here we go. Time to get nasty.
And I think if you're looking at both of these lineups, I mean, I would say Legion with sort of their sub duo would. Well, I think the sub duos are both very aggressive, right? Vivid, Nero, what they are known for, but I think I would probably say Legion, just knowing Attach and accuracy would kind of have the advantage on this map, but I've been wrong before.
You never. I'm always wrong. But you? You got a mind for this stuff, Joe. A Call of Duty savant. Map 4. Here we go. Legion, Røkkr. 2-1 edge right now for Røkkr. Looking to close out this series. But we'll Attach, Standy, Nero, and Purge. Fight back and push it to a map 5.
That was incredible storytelling.
Yeah, they call me the storyteller. Stop.
Røkkr right back to it. A nice break there. Find some early time. Well, the ARs just get up top, and you have a lot of strong positions to work with. Standy gonna get him off that hill. Just try to contest, but Lynz is there, and what accuracy and Awakening already rotating over towards P2.
We'll see the rotation come in, and we'll see the angles they can get. Still up top and trying to pop off his Attach. First kill through in this one, but looking to leave his mark. And this is what you'll expect sometimes with these hard points. You get 20 to 30 seconds total between both teams. At times that can end up being a trend, but now the next hard point is gonna jump up. Røkkr inside first. Attach, so knock knock, who's there? He's laying him out, but the trade quickly through from Lynz and Vivid. And nobody in the point again.
Yeah, Purge throwing all at his nades, but I think if you're watching this map, I think Vegas have the side that they want. You're forcing Minnesota Røkkr to come up the back ramp. You would have up top window control, top platform control, but it does not matter the way Røkkr is shooting right now. An easy break for them, and now they're going to try to get pushed forward.
Just reading everything right. The centering there from aCuRacy, trying to finesse his life, wait for the help to come in, but tucks to the wrong corner, and that gives Standy the angle to pick him up, but still sitting around a 40-point advantage. You have 1 point through 2 hard points right now. If you are Legion, finally you're able to get in.
And already a minute off the clock, right? Just these close spawns, teams contesting, trying to get a little bit pushed out.
And when it's a map like this, like, your Bocas or your sub base that can go to time, like, what's like a lead where it's like kind of scary?
I think around like 60, 70, right? They can get very scary just because the spawns, it makes it just so difficult to, you're fighting for a lot of map control. But right now, Owakening able to win that first gunfight. aCuRacy looking over his teammate in Lynz, and that's gonna be 3 dead. Now, besides who's at attach, over towards top 3, the rest of Vegas Legion gonna be spawning middle of the map.
Well, it says 99% of the time we have 1 win condition really in our point, right? Get to 250. On the rare occasion, a second one gets added in. That just sort of shifts things on its head. Can make it easier or more difficult for a team to get the victory, but we'll see if that ends up coming into plays. Again, top, middle, the play clock. We'll keep an eye throughout.
You just saw right there an example of what can make this hill so difficult.
Almost.
You can control the back spawns, but if you don't have control of top 3 like Nero was just up there beaming everyone on the hill. So that's going to allow them to break that. But over towards P4 inside of this middle tunnel. You have Purge set up here with Nero. Still, Vegas down around 35 points. The hill going to pop an immediate pinch from Vivid. He's going to contest that and win the gunfight.
We had a very important zombie mission here too, Joe.
Yeah, we had to get that one lady out.
Yeah, we did. Vivid just trying to stay up. He's tagged up to 33, but still, Big Wake's got the cross. Him and aCuRacy. Those MCWs are hitting. Just still not allowing Legion to get much presence towards the point, but maybe now behind Purges too. That'll get them in with 30 seconds remaining. They will get onto the point. Can you finally make some noise if you were Legion? Find a little success, something to rally around. Well, you're dropping like flies early on. The 2 around the hard point eliminated. Now we pressure to the point. You've got numbers if you're here. And not quite cleared out. I thought you had a chance there to pounce, but you go ahead and rotate. There's only 15 seconds left.
You can see the way, even like Lynz, when that first break comes through for Vegas, they're playing around these middle map spawns, and maybe it's just the importance of sort of P5 into that P1. All right, aCuRacy already looking at that street side, able to find the kill. They want Vegas to be spawning on the right side of the minimap, right where Attach and Standy and Nero all are. So maybe this is exactly what Minnesota wanted. Now can they capitalize, giving up some of that, 20, 25 seconds there on P4?
Well, I mean, typically, yeah, you don't want them to be able to just like take 4 to 5, funnel right through the middle of the map, take 10 steps, and now you're into P5. But what you said about giving up the time, does it look good now? Not so much. As Legion have been able to get in, they're looking for maybe a lead change. The points are starting to rally. The play clock hasn't moved a lot in these last couple of hard points. It's mostly been battled inside the objective. A great stretch here from Legion.
Yeah, they've had some key breaks, but now Lynz is playing his life up to 14-8. The rookie starting to show off. So Owakening gonna find that hill time. He knows exactly where Legion is spawning. On that rotation over towards P1, you have Vivid maybe with a one-on-one against Nero and Purge, and he's gonna win it. It's Minnesota throughout our first set of hills, gonna have a 30-point lead.
Nice snap there from Owakening, just peeling him out of the window. Into our second set of rotations we go, and I mean, any major takeaways, like changes you need, or good rally there from Legion, kind of got back into it?
Yeah, I think that was just a key from Legion. I think what Minnesota wanted at 5, they set it up. It's just that the kills didn't come through, and Legion had an easy break.
Well, Legion, once again, great time in the point. This has been a bit different than your first hard point you saw the first time through. Not nearly as much. You have about 5 seconds so far off that play clock. Much more about control, as we had a 110-110 game there for just a moment. Now the rotation getting ready to go. You take a look at that number 6 and 7 on the minimap. That'll be aCuRacy and Owakening trying to get set up for the Røkkr side in a bit of a 2-on-2 skirmish. They had going down with Attach, set up, Legion looking to rally, seeing the plays he can make. Behind his plays, we're gonna hop to a quick listen in here with Legion.
Idea. They're spawning deep right on me.
Spawning right, they're spawning in the back.
Sending a time. Trophy, they have a trophy.
I'll be on left side. They go back left?
Yeah.
You left corner. I'm waiting for you.
I'm the back left. I'm
One's
playing back. I'm playing back left.
I'm waiting for you guys. Window, M3 Lynz.
Back
He's in the back. He's on time. Stairs on time. Stairs on time.
Stairs to me. Two stairs. Stairs and low.
In the back and on time.
Back on time.
On time.
Nice. They're beyond you. I stand your side door.
I'll guarantee your pinches.
In the back, Reese. On the forklift.
I think your side door. Nice. I got your rope.
I'll have all your pinches.
I'll get side
Window.
One shot. Got it. I'm absolutely.
Back in the back.
Forklift. One top, you're gonna be top window. Top window. You jump on B1. Jump on B1. Play towards time here. Yeah.
On time, Awakening.
I'm back.
Weak.
Stand on time.
I got naded back here. Fuck.
Nice pitch up from window.
Got one on time.
Nice shit.
Left stairs, one shot Lynz. Left stairs, weaker.
Weak.
Nice job.
Left, you went back.
Okay.
Top
fan's dead.
That's good shit. One's the left. I'm trying to spend time. They're spawning in the back. They can spawn long action
now. Back right. Deep right submarine. One guy's on time. Nice. Deep right submarine in time. Last two. Deep right submarine.
Nice.
Keep submarine.
Long. I need even wake. That's last guy.
Maybe long.
Bring on time from back. I don't see him.
I can get time.
Block me too.
I'm dead.
I'm on time.
I got two long Lynz. Hey, can you look my green?
Yeah, I got a green flank.
Yo, go time on me, Reese. Reese on time, 1 bullet.
I can kill him in the back.
Seems to be a map where it's very easy for comms to become frantic, but I thought it was pretty solid.
Yeah, pretty calm there. I think the one thing right there for Vegas Legion, they had the setup they wanted at P3, but Vivid was able to sneak on through. But the rest of the time looks to go their way. So a nice hill there. Able to make P2 pretty messy, so still very much in this game are Vegas Legion. We'll see if they get us to a map number 5.
Well, they've kind of avoided what I asked you, like 60, 70 point leads where it gets scary. They've stayed just inside of that, right? It's been around 30 to 40. Now could it get down to almost 20 points and attach, beginning to pop off. Is they'll now get control of the point early on. Trophies will be out, and you try to set up a difficult break here for Minnesota Røkkr. Maybe you put the game back into your favor as Nero is finessing around the crates, trying to snap, make a montage type play, but info in, damage in, takes one down the process.
Yeah, you're just wasting time while that's going on. Trophies off his spawn and attach with the pinch. 3 to go down. Vivid, the last player, makes it all 4. Immediately, they turn.
Lead change
coming in. Vegas turning up. This has been such a back and forth battle between these teams across these maps. And well, we got another one right here.
If you're going to make a rally sometimes, you can chain together 4 to 5. What a difference it can make, but you get in through the front if you are Røkkr. You make this a bit messier. Next hard point about to pop, and you're kind of in all quadrants right now. If you were Legion, like you are spread out around the map.
Yeah, it looked like Legion had the setup they wanted, and then Røkkr just broke down through a little bit too easy, and now both teams are kind of just fighting for map position, trying to figure out where everybody is, where the spawns are coming in. Nobody on the hill right now. When it's all said and done, it's going to be numbers advantage for Røkkr. Unless Attach can do something about it, and he does just that.
Yeah, that looks so good for Legion for so long, but like when you really needed the break and get control of the spawns, you did such a good job if you are Røkkr. Now, what can you do behind it? You get another burst. You maybe get a follow-up kill there if you are Lynz. Lead growing. Play clock, so far, not going to be an issue. Still 2 minutes left to go in this.
Yeah, it's a tough one right there. They think they're all spawning over there towards that back right side, but I think it was Nero and first spun up Plat, and that's going to be a free kill and spun up towards those fans. Have an immediate pinch. So, talked about the spawns on this map. They come on through. At Vegas, they benefit from it.
Looking at another lead change. Back and forth we go in this map 4. Legion just fighting to try to get this to a map 5. They're the first to eclipse that 200 point mark. The next hard point getting ready to go. Vivid trying to be the playmaker. Trying to spot up top. Get info for the squad. Sees Attach as he's around the corner. Well, now he knows you're there as you hammer on through the door.
What, 2 minutes left? That's going to be all 4 dead.
That's a full feed.
All 4 dead, and you can play this pretty well. This is one of the hills, honestly. If you get a setup here at P1, you can earn a lot of time. Get into some power positions, control the spawn, you have trophies down, and it's one of, when you're on the point, there's a lot of different corners to check. So a chance here for Legion, maybe to put this game away, and the kills are going their way.
It won't quite be enough to get the win here, but it will be darn close. In a map like this, you think they'd be able to get a couple of seconds if they need to, but there everybody drops outside an arrow. 6 in a row for him. Crews to work with in the back pocket. Røkkr finally get in, but now let's take a look at the bottom left of the minimap as our next hard point is getting ready to pop, winning some gunfights down low. Will be Standy trying to create that natural pinch here for his team onto the point.
And now Standy just taking his time. That just spot up. Cruz comes in for Nero. Nero 33 and 29. And well, behind that Purge, first blood, and then Nero's gonna connect, so 3-on-2, making a 3-on-1 on the push. Standy with a double, maybe a chance here, but they are so weak. Nobody on the hill right now, so just fighting for position. But Purge says, I got it at least for a second, I'm gonna hop on the hill. Standy, look over me, Standy on 5 in a row.
And there's an example, like, it felt like they got a pretty clean 4 down, but the spawn's so close, you're able to fight again if you're a Røkkr, but you keep on holding. You keep on battling if you are Legion. 9 more seconds needed. Just trying to swarm the point if you are Røkkr. As you still have time on the hard point, it's chaos in the point. There's gunfights everywhere inside, but Røkkr do enough to survive for now.
Not done yet, but do they read these spawns? Attaching Nero, they spawn behind Vivid. They're not ready for it. These final seconds. Put them, what, 1 second away as the tick come through? Does not, but at P3 is Nero, and there we go. Off to a map 5 between these two.
And that's where, like, the spawns, you know, when you're having these crazy skirmishes, and you're in a position where you just have to send it, get back to the point. Yeah, you said it. I mean, they had 2 top, and what you get 2 that are going to spawn, just shoot them in the back. That's going to be a frustrating one. But that's just, I don't know, some base is kind of just nuts.
No, my brain melted a little.
Yeah. I looked over at Joe at one point, his eyes were just like wide.
I felt like, I don't know, it's in a very windy, dude. I just looked at everyone just circling around.
Yeah.
You try to say something, as soon as you say that, something else happens, but that's just the pace of this map. But Nero 36 and 31, leading the way, 6,500 damage, and attach 32 kills for him. He has had a hell of a series.
Yeah, it's like you really, it just looked like lopsided with the damage numbers and the slaying numbers a bit. I didn't do the total tally, but it's gonna be one of those maps sometimes where it's gonna be close regardless, just based on how it plays out. But we didn't go to the play clock, so that's 1 W. For map 5, it's gonna be that Skid Row search and destroy, which I believe is gonna be the first time we're seeing that. But yeah, I mean, that map was kind of what we expected.
Chaos.
Yeah, absolute chaos, but stick with us through the chaos. 4 maps done, 1 more to go. It's map 5, baby. You do not want to go anywhere. Who the hell knows how this is going to play out? Røkkr, Legion, you go in the distance. Who's going to make a name for themselves in this map 5? Will it be the Young Guns, Purge, or Lynz that gets it done? Or Lamar, or Attach that goes big time? We'll see after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Time to get into the map 5, and Joe, we went the distance in both our series yesterday. We didn't get the opportunity to see any Skid Row Search and Destroy. Now we get it a bunch today, but what'd you think from our first series? Any major takeaways here now that you've seen it at a high level?
I've played some wagers. We've watched some tournaments. Offensively, it could be pretty tough, right? All about top platform, in my opinion, right? Can you try to find a pick? Defenses, where are you going to try to take your risks? It's very similar to sort of like Terminal. Where are you going to take your chance if you are the offensive team? You got to use that smoke.
Okay. Well, we'll see how the smoke and utility plays come in.
You just got to go.
Of this map 5. You just got to go. Just got to send it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you let Vivid loose here.
Yeah.
And if you think about the early game too, like it's just, you're in control of your Røkkr. You close out some of those rounds where you have man advantage and you're in a good position, but they let some slip away. Can you hone it up this time around? No trophies early on. Usually, you're worried about the other team. In this case, Purge blew himself up. I'd have to see how that played out exactly.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Round 1. Have to hit a little regain. Can Vegas clutch up in a 3-on-4? See, I'm not the only one who can't see in this game. I don't know. Do you see him through that? There we go. Well, he's going to hear that and wins the gunfight.
Yeah, I kind of question that sometimes with X-Ray. Like, can he see him?
I thought he could, but maybe he couldn't. Maybe he's just right outside the wall right there.
Yeah, I think he's on the other side of the wall. You might still get an arm or something, but I don't think so. Some nice shots through those. Nero gets ripped down to 15 HP. 3 versus 3 now, 40 seconds to go. Starting to have to work forward. Vivid takes one down. AR in hand, some lovely shots, but Nero putting him down. 2v2, 30 to go. Bomb getting planted.
And it's a lot of that, sort of jumping out the window, finessing, really just playing your life. And sometimes just down to an individual play from one of your subs to really go off around this bomb site. But in the 2-on-2, Attach playing very patiently, trying to wait for an overpeak. And Nero is doing this by himself. Now it's down to a 1v1, and you just don't expect that at all if you are Accuracy. Tries to jump out, regain health. Nero puts a burst in him with the Renetti. But Nero finds 2 and plants the bomb, and Attach is just hanging out in the apartment.
You're probably, you're thinking that's where I get to get out, right? That's my escape. Trade's probably close. Like, nope, unfortunately, you're leaping right out into the angle that Attach has. Nero, what a round. 3 kills in that one. Now, offensively, Røkkr's turn. Take their crack at it.
There we go.
Used early.
That's a regain there from Purge, baby.
I love that. Love that. See the rookie coming in.
And look at this. He's just going. He's hitting tunnel behind the nade. Finds 2 in the round. Purge says, my bad in round 1. You guys clutched up. I got round number 2.
That's impressive stuff out of a young player. Shakes it off. Right to work he will go. Now you've just got Accuracy and Awakening trying to work this plant, but you are surrounded.
Yeah, and I don't know where that nade landed. I'm assuming on the player watching tunnel because he was so confident that tunnel was wide open. But we saw it in this series, map 2. I mean, Vegas, they just looked a step ahead right now in their search and destroy.
It's continuing here, that's for sure. And I think when I asked you yesterday, like, what one of the biggest factors is going to be, coming in, like, throw coaches' polls to the side, throw scrims to the side, like, what's going to be the single biggest thing? And you just kind of said the search and destroy. Like, you're a strong search and destroy team. Really, even if you're like a weak respawn team, you can shock people.
No, I mean, there's just a chance to, cause some upsets, get some early CDL points. I mean, obviously your respawn has to be strong throughout the year, but especially early, if your search is there, it can just carry you in some of these series. And while Purge standing Attach, they continue in this round 3.
Oh, yeah, they just burn them, light them up. Accuracy 1 and 2, last guy up. Sees one in the corner, sees one bomb. I thought for just a second, had he done enough damage, maybe a chance to get both kills there if they stacked, but won't be the case. 3-0 Legion running away with this map 5 early.
Yeah, early skirmishes just right away behind that push, finding all the kills around platform and top A. They're just ready for those gunfights. But Purge, what a turnaround. From 0-1 and nading himself to 4-1.
Yeah. And is this something where you think it's just a, you know, maybe a player thing, or, you know, maybe more preparation, search and destroy, playing more best of 11s coming in? We don't know.
I mean, yeah, it just feels like they have maybe they've scrimmed Minnesota, sort of played some early search and destroys, know exactly how they want to play. We're not exactly sure, but it feels right now like FaZe have put that extra work in search.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one matchup, but looking that way. Purge trophy up, just holding. See if he can get some damage through.
And this is just, he's just getting info, right? And he's gonna give that info over to Nero. But he has to be aware of player number 6 accuracy. Do you want to creep on up and try to find that kill on the player on steps? But actually just staying patient for now. There's the info, nade. Just keeping him off, and then Vivid's gonna go. Or sorry, Nero's gonna go, and Vivid's gonna take him down. Purge has to step up, and there was that patience from accuracy, but he does not find the kill. We know how hard of a shot this is on these stairs, but able to take him down.
It got a little bit ugly. Not the prettiest kill, but at the end of the day, he's able to get it. And you finally get one on the board if you are Røkkr. It's looking that way, because now Attach is gonna have to transition across, yet to die, but gonna have a 1v3 to work with. First fight, great job from accuracy to back up. Get the hell out of there. Don't give him a freebie. Don't be that first guy to drop.
And well, Awakening's just gonna hit the wall bang. He has a nade in his hand. He's just hoping to cook it. Maybe land onto Awakening, get him weak, maybe find the kill. Instead, Minnesota get on the board.
They desperately needed to. I was a little, when it got a little shaky, how tough that fight can be on the steps. I thought a Purge somehow popped up and was able to take that. Maybe that one flipped on its head, but accuracy kind of regained control. Got the trigger discipline there. Won the fight. Now, can you get back-to-back rounds and really get back into this? You got to close it down here on defense.
It's been these 8 hits, so Minnesota, they go for a heavy A counter, but it's just bottom middle for Vegas. Look at this, they switch it up on their attack, showing something different. Stun connects, and this could be on the Lynz to find the first. Instead, it's gonna be Standy and Nero. The SMG duo, they clear the site.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, Vivid just, he suddenly was trying to throw a nade, I think, or maybe he seems to be gun up and think if he can get a kill or two. Just got a little bit awkward, but you just pounce, you hit it bottom mid, you fly through, you catch him off guard, you take that fight, you take down both players on the cross, and suddenly you're up 4-1.
Just great calls from Vegas. I mean, you see the adjustments out of Minnesota. All right, we have to switch it up. They're taking a plat a little bit too easy. Watch the jump up, let's hit some nades, and Vegas is like, peace, we're just gonna hit bottom middle, bye.
Yeah. And just no trophy to work with there. It's a stun. Once they hit that, they're like, all right, group up, boys. Let's send this. Nero now 3 in a row. 7-3. Looking to get their 5th round. Maybe 1 round away from a first series of victory here for the 2024 season. And they're cutting them up again. Accuracy, last one up. The defense simply too strong. Lamar will drop, and Legion, another fast round. They might be more than a step ahead. They might be a few steps ahead.
They sure are. I mean,
it was what, 6-1 map 2?
Yeah, 6-2. I think 6-2.
6-1, 6-2. So man, look at the same thing here.
But yeah, just the right off the break. I mean, I don't know if nades are hitting or what, but they have the info. We were on board with Nero. He was just chilling in the alley, gets the first kill. The rest of the team finds Minnesota Røkkr.
Røkkr, can they shut it down defensively, make a 5-round rally? They've struggled to find their spots. It's another first blood. It's going to go to Purge. After nading himself in the early going, now up to what, 7-2, 7-3, 7-2. He's been a beast. Only 2 deaths. 1 is from his own nade round 1.
Yeah, it's always tough. Like, you know, as a commentator, I don't want to say like, he naded, like, blew himself, right?
Yeah.
Everyone, so you always have to correct to say he naded himself.
Yeah. That's a very good point, Joe. Lynz wins that fight, and then Vivid just pops off. Suddenly it's 3 down, and maybe we're not out of it yet. After the Purge first blood, it is all Minnesota Røkkr. Lynz and Vivid now looking to take down Attach. Attach, Mr. Clutch, though. We'll see if he's got one in him here to close out the map.
I mean, he's been hanging out, what, 2-2? Like,
oh, yeah, he's been vibing.
Yeah, he's just been in the apartments for most of this map. It's all been about the subs.
He's the landlord, dude. Just locking it down, collecting the cash. Hello.
20 seconds, he's got a plant.
He win the first fight. Lynz just tucked away. Nothing there but an elbow. And he will put him down. Røkkr continue on. doesn't spot him there at the edge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Vivid and Lynz did, but it seems like they found a timing. Maybe a couple of players for Vegas line on up. But you saw early in that round, accuracy was like, dude, we need to switch something up. I have to try to find an opening. Purge was ready for it. A little bit more patience for Vegas at the start of that round. But once they got to their spots in the 2-on-3, Lynz and Vivid able to clutch up as they found 4.
See if Røkkr can make a rally. There have been some swings in this one, some clutches, some moments. Does Røkkr have another one? They were down 0-2 in the control, they brought it back. They were down 5-1 in the search and destroy game 5. Can they bring it back? You gotta dig deep in these spots.
All right, so there's the early info for both of these teams. And now look at this, you just kind of stop with a minute left. Accuracy, making sure nothing works the flank, but attaches, all right, they worked the alleyway. Now it's just a question, are they gonna hit this? Or are they gonna start to work up towards A? But Standy ready for it on that jump up, able to find the first blood.
You're gonna have to do it without numbers again, if you are Røkkr. Standy is trying to find the one corner. They don't have the angle. Purge.
Again on that tunnel.
He's had so many gunfight wins from that position. You at least get 1 kill from Awakening. If you're this Røkkr team, Standy looking to pounce. Oh my lord, he peels him off. Pistol pops. Standy gets it done. It's a Legion Map 5 victory. Their search and destroy is looking clean and mean. All smiles across the Legion board.
Yeah, they just looked on point. I mean, the sort of duo ship out of Standy and Nero on that map. Obviously, Purge, but you can see Purge has, I mean, 8-3 has to start 0-1, but he played a little bit of a different role, just watching the pinches, hitting those nades, but the subs inside of A, they made it happen for this team.
They just seemed to be very on point, and maybe it was just not as, maybe it wasn't like these great communication, great timed hits. It was just they thrived in the chaos in some of those moments. But whatever it was, like when they hit something, had to deal with those insane moments, they were absolutely on point. Standy and Nero, a thing of beauty. And Attach, as you said, he was hanging out, just trying to get some wall bangs in, some info, some damage down, and letting his boys make the plays. I mean, if anything, it was probably his Attach feeding info.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see, I mean, map number 1, Skid Row, Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, they looked great on that map. Game 3 sticks out. I think that's probably one if you're Vegas, go up 2-0 and then lose 3 rounds in a row. But search and destroy, Minnesota's got some work to do. Where Vegas, they are looking good in that mode.
Yeah, I think you have some positives and negatives to take away for either team in this, right? You had some moments where you made some brilliant plays. You looked really strong. Some glaring weaknesses, you think, for either team too, but it's early, man. Everyone's trying to kind of find their rhythm. It all comes down to the practice they're going to be doing these coming months as we lead into our first major. But that'll do it for Joe and I from that match. Fantastic game 5. We'll get it back over to Des to break it down. Christopher Puckett, take it away, sir.
Thank you so much, Maven and Joe. Crushing it as always on the mic in Las Vegas. Has a reason to celebrate. A lot of haters online, but Standy looking really clean. Nero looking just as aggressive as last year. I got to start with you, Allie.
Yeah.
Does Vegas Legion have the best SMG duo you've seen so far today?
I mean, we are talking really early. Did you see Simp and aBeZy yesterday? Anyway, I will say, though, for the fact that Nero looks so comfortable, I think for him, it's just about sometimes just letting his instincts take over rather than overthinking too much, because it felt like in this match specifically, Nero was just a demon on the map. It didn't matter the map, mode, anything. He was absolutely frying. And also Vegas Legion still being good at search and destroy, even though it's basically a completely different team. I don't know how that makes any sense, but I do want to tip my hat to Minnesota Røkkr. Just like last year, you can't count them out of the series. That reverse sweep in game number 3 was incredible.
All right, Nameless, break down both teams for me. What do you like?
Yeah, you know what I liked out of Vegas Legion is they're taking what the map gives them. You know, when I was looking at these maps and playing Search and Destroy early on in this game, you know, this is one map where it feels like it can be one-dimensional at times, fighting for top plat, top AC control. Well, what did Vegas do? They did exactly that. You have good SMG players. Let's play to our strengths and basically bum rush that. They did it more often than not, which made Minnesota Røkkr sort of like back up off that and play a retake. It never worked. Later in the game, you saw Legion. They were running up mid-map, going up the mid-stairs. So these guys clearly have put in a little more work in the Search and Destroy department than the Minnesota Røkkr, and it paid off as they win both of the S&Ds in this series.
A little frustration from accuracy. He tips the camera off at the end. When your captain, the Iceman, is getting fiery, you might have some issues in Minnesota. It's never easy to take a Game 5 loss, but there was a reason they went to that Game 5. It was the Game 4 hardpoint. This is our play of the game. Let's take a look at the end of this map.
Yeah, it's going to be Nero's streak here to start it off, and then a couple of kills from Standy. This was an immensely entertaining map number 4. I just have to highlight once again Nero in this series, 36 and 31, picking off his high engagements from last year. I think that's already now a record over 35 over 60 engagements.
Yeah, sub-based.
That is some quick math out of me, but also attached in the constant flanks throughout this entire map, creating the opening for the Vegas Legion. That was a struggle this team had last year as a franchise when it came to the respawn. So to see them start off hot, we'll look good for the rest of it.
And of course, you got to show some love to Standy there. A 6 spree at the end to seal the deal. Nameless, what did you see from the squads here on sub base? This was Nero all the way through.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Chris. It was Nero. And honestly, for Vegas Legion, they were at a disadvantage on most of these hills. Like we saw on Tunnel Hill, they had to break in with a beautiful pinch that they were able to get through, pick up a ton of time. And then when we got over to P5, they were basically screwed the entire time, spawning back ramp, having to take these crazy deep routes. And that's something that, you know, we'll see from Standy at times, but it feels like with him and Attached, it was both of them the entire time, taking those routes, trying to flip those spawns, and it led to some big streaks that get them the W in the end.
I think Røkkr's going to have to go back, look at their S&D game modes. In the meantime, though, I want to talk with the other side. We have our winner spotlight available right now. Standy joins the show with the fresh cut. How we feeling, my friend?
Feeling good. You know, a little shaky, but we got the dub, and I'm proud of everyone on the team, so I'm feeling great.
It was a little bit shaky, but an impressive finish, and you guys look especially clean in that search and destroy. What is the strength of this team? And tell me a little bit about the teammates you have around you.
I think our strength is probably our versatility. In a sense, I feel like we have very fast, aggressive players that want to like go out there and play make. So as long as we just keep working on when to slow down, when to make smart plays, we're great. And then about the team, Evan's the new rookie. Kid's a freaking beast. He's amazing. And then Nero, we picked up, and he is just phenomenal. I mean, if you didn't see it that series, I mean, he is really, really, really good, like really talented. He wins some crazy gunfights. He's not afraid to go in. He makes plays. He gets in the mix, and he freaking slays. So Nero's nasty, and then to round it all, we got me and Dylan. And Dylan is kind of like the enabler on the team, I think, in some senses, but he's also willing to go out there and make a play and take a route. So then you got me, and I mean, I'm just doing my thing, doing what the team needs to win. So.
Well, congratulations on the first win of this season, Standy. Maybe something Vegas Legion can say this year and not last year. And you're the only returning member. I want to know kind of how you guys went about creating the roster this year.
So, creating the roster, originally, like, I was seeking out other offers, and I didn't really land where exactly, and I ended up being on Legion again. And then first off, I really wanted to play with Attach, because I feel like me and Attach won before. I feel like we have a really good mentality when it comes to winning and working hard. And then we just wanted to get like a fast sub with me. And then we wanted Evan. The coaches really wanted Evan, and which is Purge. And then we kind of studied his gameplay a little bit, and he's a really good fast AR that can be a playmaker and get mixy. So, and then I mean, Nero kind of fell in our lap because originally we were getting Mac planned, but I mean, I'm really happy we got Nero because he is phenomenal. He is a crazy, crazy good player.
And you keep giving a lot of flowers to Nero here, and he's been absolutely fantastic. And is that because he's willing to fly in for you and give you more freedom on the map? Because it seems like in this series, Standy, you're taking way more routes. Like usually you're not that guy. You're first in.
He's really fast, and he like runs at the hill, and it's kind of his play style. So I definitely try to enable him a little bit, kind of let him do what he wants, roam around, and then whenever we need to take a route, I feel like it's usually kind of like me or Dylan, but everyone does it. And we kind of got a good balance, you know, like sometimes I get my moments and then he knows when to play slow, but you know, I feel like Nero is he's just a beast, bro.
We love the SMG duos, especially the new addition of Purge to the lineup as well. Standy, congrats on the first win. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you. Absolutely, yo. Have a great day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, my guy. All right, Standy, a legend there in Vegas as they get an opening weekend W, and they look to continue that tomorrow. Tonight, though, we want to remind everybody we still have 2 more battles to go. And while you're watching, you might as well earn, because we've got awesome in-game items to give away all opening weekend. All you got to do is watch Call of Duty League. You can earn the Mirror's Weapon Blueprint Charms, emblems, calling cards, and XP tokens just by watching. To get more information, scan that QR code on your screen right now.
And don't forget to sign up to be a part of the 2024 Watch Party program. Now is your chance to join. Sign up and you could be hosting your very own official watch party starting next weekend all the way through Major 1. Scan the QR code on the screen now to learn more.
We got to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's our first look at the new Guerrillas taking on the team that went to the championship finals. Toronto takes the stage when we return.
The process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having it safe until take the check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show. She told me that it was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next? You could take a guess.
That's a look at the new look Toronto Ultra. The Squirrels looking for their first nut of the season, but it's not going to be easy. You got to take on the LAG squad, the Guerrillas, coming in with some new blood as well as some veterans. They also have a world champion on this lineup.
Yeah, on Toronto Ultra side of things, we're talking about a top 2 team throughout all of last year and still made a change. They're going to be trading out Hixie for Envoy, which it's hard to find an upgrade in that situation, but I think this was a steal.
Yeah, you know, when they made that change and picked up Hixie, they became a dominant squad, right? Basically the most well-rounded team that we had in the CDL, but they lose and get crushed in the World Championship Finals, right? So they knew that they had to pack a punch coming into this season, and while Hixie's a great player, Envoy has had years of dominance to put on his resume, and that is a guy that you want to grab if he's free and available. He fits that role perfectly if you look at the rest of the CDL. This is a team that I think can be unreal this year, like #1, and we're going to get that first look here versus LAG.
All right, Scrap is unavailable. Which of those other 3 players are you grabbing first for fantasy?
For fantasy, if Scrap is unavailable, I'm going for Envoy 100%. Actually, I think he might be on mine. But besides that, the Monster Energy pregame, Toronto Ultra, again, we're talking about a top team from last year. Series record was 4th overall, but 2nd if we're going by map count. And the roster moves, again, just signed Envoy, but the key player to keep an eye out is going to be Scrap. That was the Rookie of the Year, and he still has a mouth on him heading into this season.
Envoy in the top right is the new face. The other 3 played a whole season together, and they're ready to kick off the brand new 2024 season against the Guerrillas. I'm told the game is ready, so let's jump right into it with Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Desk. Last time we saw Toronto Ultra play, they were getting absolutely turned inside out by the New York Subliners way back at Champs. But with that being said, hello to everyone who is in Toronto right now at the watch party. We thought we'd remind you of that before we got into today's proceedings.
Yeah, like
changes, Chance. Envoy's on the squad now.
Yeah, no, that's messed up. And look, we get a very good look at both of these rosters straight off the rip for sub base. It really is like shades of like Bocage. It is going to be a high engagement mixy map. I think Nero set the kill record on sub base, so we'll see how they contend. And Scrap, yeah, I mean, Rookie of the Year, potential MVP candidate as well in this game, so definitely a player we're going to be paying a great deal of attention to. And also for the fact that they picked up Envoy as well, like a potential pack-a-punch roster move for a team that was dominant last year. This team potentially terrifying. We'll see if they make a statement here.
Well, speaking of terrifying, a big opportunity now for Estriel. His debut into the league, playing for the LAG squad. To see how he fares against a team with a hell of a chip on their shoulder. So far, so good for the boys of Toronto Ultra. Hardpoint going their way. LAG on the approach. They will be, of course, the purple arrows today, or the white arrows, the purple arrows today. There we go.
Yeah, get used to the purple and white, paying close attention to make sure we can track the teams. But I think bringing up Estriel is a very good point. I can only imagine the level of nerves you have coming into like your first pro match at all. And then maybe nerves as well for Scrap, because his character model is doing all sorts of things except playing the game.
It does.
Looks like Toronto, unfortunately, has an issue. But if Estriel had nerves, he just got to get some out of the way. Take a nice little breather.
I guess a restart, I suppose. Well, that's going to be that. A slight technical hiccup there for somebody on Toronto Ultra. Yeah, we're going to call that one. Right back at it, we'll go in a moment, folks. But for now, yeah, restart that one. Toronto is hosting a watch party right now. The team is on a little stage. I do believe at their facility for Assault, Fame, Estrel, and Diamondcon, though. Possibly at home, possibly in the LAG facility. I don't have a clue. No one gave me that information, but we'll do what we can to find it out. But back over we come to us. Chance at Subbase. Of course, Smoke and Maven talked about it earlier. Game clock coming into play there. There are shades of Bocage. It's a small map. It's a spicy map. We are expecting a huge amount of engagements. It's exactly what we've seen so far.
And it's a great map to sort of test like the mettle and resolve of like all of these players, right? Because you have on the LAG side like a couple former pros like Adam Assault, world champ, back in the pro league. He sort of danced around in the CDL. Same thing with DiamondCon. Had a stint on the New York Subliners where honestly like he looked really good when he was playing on that squad, but just ended back up in the challengers pit. And of course, Fame, we got a taste of him last year. Very smart, sort of like heads up SMG player. So excited to watch this team play. I know they had sort of drama coming into the start of the year, but quite a few players have experience with each other and experience with the coaching staff. It's also unfortunate though for these guys, or maybe a good thing, I suppose, Miles, depending on your perspective. Their first 4 matches are against like Toronto, New York, OpTic, and Atlanta FaZe. So LAG starts their year off with a gauntlet of matches.
Depends on how that all goes. I mean, if they start things off strong, fantastic. It can only go, up from that. If they start things in a bad way, well, we'll see how it goes against the other half of the league. But for now, we have a little look at some stats of the LAG squad. This is how the last season, or the last series, went. In MW2, which feels like a lifetime ago. Their map record 51-86. They were not a top caliber team by any stretch of the imagination. The best placement they got their chance was top 8, all the way back at Major 2. MW2 not terribly kind to the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
No, not at all. They absolutely struggled. I think it was only off the back of the Ravens that you see a couple 11th places rather than 12. So they struggled, and I mean, they made some pretty massive switch ups to like the players and the coaching staff as well. So doing a nice swap to try to look for those improvements. And I suppose in a sense for like a couple new guys in the mix like Estriel, you're going to get the best possible experience incredibly early on to your start for the CDL to play against these top teams. So we'll see exactly where they stand. Like they might be able to come out of the gates hot, but at the very least, there's going to be a lot learned from us today about both of these teams.
Yeah, and again, we talk about this every single time a player makes their debut, but under the brightest lights, it's not an easy thing. From home, it can be quite nice, or even from a player facility. So Estriel may come into this one happy. And when it comes to that Boston Major in January, that might be a very, very different case for them. A lot of pressure on those players, a literal big stage, and actual bright lights. In the previous series, though, Awakening had a great crack of sun across his face. I'm not sure if many fans at home noticed that one, but Looney, close the curtain, brother. Come on, help your boy out.
Yeah, it needs a blackout curtain or a little bit of tape or something like that. But I suppose a team that, for the most part, maybe up until the grand finals, handled the bright lights incredibly well last year. I mean, you would Scrap, again, rookie season, come out 2nd overall at Champs, one of the best teams of the year. They won a major as well. They have mostly the same roster. It's a Hixie for Envoy trade. And I do kind of expect that to be an upgrade in a sense that Hixie, very smart, dynamic player, is going to set his teammates up and make the high IQ plays constantly. And him in his rookie year, again, 2nd in Champs, he won his first major in the CDL, so they were incredible. But Envoy is a straight up world champ that has that same style and extra slang prowess. So I think Ultra, very much a terrifying team to look at. Very much going to be a threat this year.
For the Zombies fans, we call it pack-a-punch-in for a good reason. This team should be strong. Looking at what they did last season, though, Chance, Toronto Ultra here in the Monster Energy pregame. Let's face it, they were pretty good. 2nd place at Champs, obviously not where they wanted to be. Scrap, the Rookie of the Year, and a 1.13 overall, which is absolutely brilliant. I mean, but as a team, though, Chance, fantastic from them all around. The best major performance they had, of course, 1st place at Major 3, OpTic's very own major. Hixie's debut performance alongside Scrap, and they walk away with a dub over some incredibly stiff competition. There's no way of looking at any other than good. Very good, in fact.
Yeah, absolutely elite, and we're have even higher expectations for these guys this upcoming year. And especially Scrap's got a lot of love. We obviously have to talk up Envoy as well, but Insight and Kleenex have been a duo for years now. Both of them incredibly electric players. Insight top 3 most clutch player in the league for Search and Destroy. He's an incredibly sort of staple fundamental player in the respawns as well. So he's incredibly easy to play with. Him and Kleenex is comms amongst the best in the game. So a very fun team. And I know we've used like the term pack-a-punch for the roster move. I would say Hixie is one of those players. Like the entire team he's on in Challengers, by the way, that team might be just straight up good enough to be in the league. He's playing with like Bance and Beans as well. And that team, I think, has just destroyed everyone they've played in EU Challengers. So like Hixie in his rookie season, again, won a tournament, second at Champs, and then unfortunately not in the league. But I think there's a lot of teams that are going to be paying a great deal of attention to players like that in case they ever need to make a roster move.
Absolutely. Well, we're almost ready to get the game going, guys, but again, a little bit of a technical hiccup to get there, but I do believe we've got some tape. Again, looking over what was a pretty crazy year. This was Champs. This was the defining moment. Scrap squaring up against the man he gave so much trash to, getting brought down in an electric moment there. You didn't even beep out my S word. God bless you guys. But man alive, what a time that really was. Again, congratulations to the York Subliners, the 2023 CDL champions, and an unprecedented 5-0 victory. Again, I'm sorry, Ultra fans. I know there's a lot of you in there, so you can give each other a little hug and get ready for this one. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new season, and you've got a new roster. It was a tough one, though, for the Toronto Ultra squad to have come so far. And again, after one of the most dominant winners bracket final victories I think we may have ever seen, form was so impossibly high. It was a shock above all else to see how it went when the actual grand finals roll around.
And you know, as much of a pain point for Toronto that like 5-0 is, I will say we had a moment, Miles, I can't remember if you were there, but just like hanging out and getting ready to like walk back to the hotel after the tournament ended, Scrap comes like walking out of the back, and like I don't know what his like public persona versus in private like is, but I have a great deal of respect for him. The first thing he like said to us is just jokingly is like, yeah, we just got absolutely slammed. Like not being a sore loser, not mixing up any words, like just had a really good head on his shoulders for exactly what happened. So again, rookie of the year, MVP candidate, talks a lot of trash, has been very consistent about backing it up. However, barking at the dog, I think we all learned it's not the best idea.
Yeah, you give Kismet a reason, and he'll run with it. But I want to come back to the conversation around Envoy as the addition to this roster again. Chance, as you said, I mean,
fantastic.
Yeah. We called him the Dark Prince when he left OpTic. He was on LA Thieves, of course, a World Championship with those guys. With this roster, though, I mean, you know how Envoy plays. Everyone knows now. If the flank's open, if you haven't seen him in 3 seconds, he's most likely behind you. Dylan Hannon, a very cerebral player, very, very impressive on the sticks, a dangerous man at the worst of times, and downright lethal pretty much every other opportunity you get, but a very difficult player to keep track of. Is that going to benefit Ultra, do you think, Chance? I mean, in the sense that your Hixie was also a very smart player, is Envoy a straight-up upgrade?
It's, you know, again, this is no disrespect to Hixie because I think he was a very valuable piece of the team, but yes, I just have to imagine Envoy is an upgrade because Envoy will do a lot of very similar things to Hixie and then just like kick it up an extra notch. Like Envoy will be the type of playmaker where he will single-handedly win you maps. Just come out and make these absurdly dominant plays. He can slay in the respawns. Envoy is like a do-it-all player. And just for like the vibe and how he's going to mix in with guys like Insight and Kleenex, like Envoy's communication is also fantastic. Like he has those going rogue type of plays on the map that'll make things mixy and put pressure on his teammates. But as long as his communication is good with those guys, which obviously on LA Thieves it was, he's going to thrive and his teammates are going to thrive. So I think he's going to be incredibly exciting to watch on this new team. And again, I mean, they're going to be a top threat. This is like a guaranteed team sort of fighting for championships at every single tournament they play. So we'll see again if they can make a statement against LAG. LAG has the opportunity to just like kill that vibe right out of the gate. So we'll see on sub base as we finally get into the snow.
Take two. Well played, Chance. Fantastically said there. And we know you made someone happy. The Hannon family, his mother and father watching this one, you know they've got a big old smile on their face now. Here we go in a sub base one more time. Second attempt here, cracking open this series. LAG taking on Toronto Ultra. Map number 1. Let's get it.
It'll be what, probably roughly the same opening break. Yeah, we saw players like Insight just going and playing long and locking it down. Everybody else moving to some power positions. And well, last time it was Estriel that got the first kill. This time it's Scrap. If his controller works, it's gonna be shooting just a little bit better, but a couple trades coming through. Early P1 time to Ultra.
Yeah, P1, again, a lot of boxes to play around here. There's a little bit of a guessing game. Lovely shots there from, I believe it was Estriel. Nice hops. Take care of that player in point. Assault finding one as well. World champion, MVP caliber player. Kleenex absolutely schmoving there with the Rival 9. We talked about that at COD Next, how in this game players are so mobile. The way you know, the various attachments work, the way movement works in this game, you can certainly get things going. And Tobias Juhl Jonsson putting things to work already.
Yeah, always getting that extra damage in, making the trades nice and easy for his teammate. And this might be one of the mixiest hills we have in the game, certainly in terms of like difficulty of staying alive. But 32 seconds ain't bad off the rip for Ultra. So nice little lead they've already built on the rotation. Though you see LAG have completely locked down P2, and guys like Assault, well, had an opportunity to spawn kill. Actually, I think number 6 Envoy sort of spawns up in the back. So this is a very mixy map. It'll be that way for a while.
Mixy indeed. Over to this little submarine here. Yep, it's a busy one. Toronto Ultra are in. Can they hold on to it for long? Estro on a bit of a flank. He has been read and dealt with. Kleenex to the man that gets that one done. Scrap, though, on your screen for a moment there. He's going to be locking down those players the inside of the hard point. It's a two-pronged attack right now, funneling through the front most of the LAG players. And the tags are there. Kleenex eats them alive. Kills all over the place. Fantastic awareness again. It's a 5 spree for Kleenex.
I mean, they literally got a 4 down, and this is sort of the least chaotic we have seen any hill so far on sub-base for Ultra. Absolute stranglehold they have on it. Electric shots as well for that cruise missile. Kleenex has not lost a single step.
Nope, and he's calling this cruise immediately, trying to break this hard point open. Very, very close from the side of the inside hangar over towards the dry dock, and that is going to be that. It doesn't land, force those players to the inside. Bit of an awkward split right now for the LAG members. That's the purple arrows on the minimap. And Ultra chance a commanding start.
Yeah, still though, not an easy hill for either team to really get any time. There would have been number 7 and number 8. Scrap stole the kill from him, but 7 spree nonetheless. And this is a hill that you don't always see teams collecting all of the time in the world because it's difficult to stay alive, and that is a lot of white empty time. There's already been a minute shaved off the game clock.
Yeah, this is the hard point that certainly eats away at the game clock, doesn't necessarily add to the score lines. But for now, Toronto Ultra in a very happy spot, 71 points. First to 250 in hard point. We might not see it here on sub-base. That might be the name of the game, but as data accumulates throughout the season, we'll have a far better indicator of what to expect. Right now, though, it's pure kills. Kleenex, the man of the moment, 11 and 4 over to Fame. Had a wonderful season with Minnesota Røkkr last year. Can he bring the same sort of fun and good times to LAG? So far, so good.
Yeah, gonna need to right now. By the way, back spawn, get left open. Kleenex is gonna spawn in the back, so is number 6. And you have to recognize this pressure very quick, because this was the opportunity for LAG to get back in the game, because you had the deep spawns coming in from Ultra. And for the moment, they're able to get the hill time, but look at that awareness from Dylan. Envoy, head on a swivel, ready for the kills, and just like that, the break is in.
Breaks in, those non-stop gunfight victories, whether in front or behind. Everyone from Ultra wins their ones. Fantastic moment to soak up some more time. They're over the 100-point mark. Halfway through this inside hard point. And no one's getting close from LAG so far. Powerful stuff. Envoy with a second there. Ridiculous shots.
Yeah, I think this map might be shaping up the way the fans were potentially expecting it to. LAG, this was the hill, their opportunity to get back in the game, and gave up some spawns. Ultra just capitalized, take full advantage, and right back to some elite shots, power positions. Estro might get the trade, but I think every AR on this team is going to be able to get the headshots like it's nothing. Kleenex doing the exact same.
Yeah, this is not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination. Ultra running the show so far. Brand new hardpoint open up now to business. On the outside. By that, what, BPD? EP, BPR, BTR? Forget what they're called. It's crazy Russian word for them groovy tanks. Envoy still finding the kills. Can he get the break? No, Fame's going to lock it down. Good work out of LAG. This is solid time. They're the rotation, and they're holding on to it so far. Scrap trying to battle his way forward. Might have an opportunity. No, good reads, good comms. Once again out of the Guerrillas.
Yeah, LAG actually have really nice pressure on both sides of this hill, so not easy to really try to approach and attack. The headshots are certainly going to help, and that is a wonderful angle from Insight. Certainly a player you want to watch if you want to learn how to play Call of Duty. He is very structured and not too shabby around the objective as well. Unfortunately, it's Envoy that takes him down, but where LAG finally have a nice setup, get a little bit of time, that's one set of rotations in, and it is an 80-point game.
Yep, indeed. Back to square one we go. Center of the map. Fame can't stay alive for much longer. The snow does not stop. Many bullets. DC, big win there. 19 and 9 from him. Despite that scoreline, he has kept it individually very, very strong for LAG. Can they turn that into scoreline, though? That is the question. Still P1 wide open. Estro out from up top. Gets the second. An open hard point for now. Naked. Not a soul in there. Lovely tags, but no time until DiamondCon gets in there. Scrap a big one. Again, chance. And it is non-stop. Kills and time for Ultra.
Yeah, there's just not a moment to breathe when you're playing against Toronto. Like, they got nearly 3 down, scraps the masked man up, and he just wins 2 gunfights, including against the guy in the hill. So any small opportunity LAG have had, they've just been slightly off with the kills to actually be able to really build upon anything. Looks like the final 10 seconds might go their way, but you see that rotation. A lot of those white arrows for Toronto already swarming around that new time.
Over to the hangar we go again. Fame. Nope. Scrap the fadeaway there with the pistol. Lovely shots from him. And now a good one. An opportunity now for the fans in Toronto to enjoy themselves. We're going to have a quick listen in for Toronto Ultra.
Go inside door, side door. Side door, weak. Absolute side door. Side door still. Back. Nice side door. Got heady. Got heady.
Behind me, loading and down heady.
Spawn killing one. And one got heady, boys.
I know. Let the guy spawn first. I spawned here.
I don't see anything here. Back alley.
Yeah, just let it hill.
Yo, top P2 right corner.
Back loading though.
I'm one.
It's not child it.
Loading,
stun him.
Loading dead.
Nice, one more window.
Close window.
Top snow. I got naded. John? Snow right now, one top window.
Lay down close
No, top window, one snow.
Top window.
Top window, one snow. Top window's on time.
Hold down low. 15.
Is it mid of me?
Mid.
Hold it back alley. Back alley. One shot back alley.
Mid lane, I think.
Are
we sure?
Top cat on me, weak. He's going top 3.
Top 3, yeah.
One double. Deep loading.
Heavy
crates.
I don't know where I
nice,
killed
that's the guy double.
I'm top 3 by the way.
One more top 3 pinch.
Yeah, I'm looking. Look, short, weak.
One mid alley.
Mid, that's got short.
I'm trying to hold it. Could be long.
Loading. Loading right now.
Long one shot.
I got
long one shot.
Loading.
Lane down
Loading dead.
Lane down long. Last
right now.
I'll get time.
Okay.
Long to short. And then one top cat. One shot, top cat, one mid alley. Mid alley. Is it loading, weak.
Done loaded.
That's 1P2, all long. All long.
I'll try to soak.
All long.
You can.
Yeah.
Well, there's sort of your staple Toronto Ultra comms. I know it seems low energy, and when we first heard him back in Cold War, it seemed a little bit off. We've all grown to learn about how easy it is to play when you're that calm in-game. You're always heads up and aware, and it always is nice to be able to listen to, except for Scrap. Scrap's always high energized. Man loves it.
It still fits like a glove into the squad, though. 70-plus game right now for Toronto Ultra. Diamond Con at a great range there. Beautiful shots from Scrap, and still tagged up 33 HP. Assault none the wiser. Trophies in place. He somehow managed to get the hard point to himself. There are a few members of LAG towards that right-hand side. That's what we're calling the back for now. And forward into the hard point they go, but they've got to contend with Scrap. There's the first. Estriel slides on in, managing to get in position, but the trophy should save the day for the moment. But that is still a lot of ordnance being thrown in. LAG, a late break. Got to hold on to it now, though.
I mean, this is your true square of right 50-50 battle, trying to slide across just to make it for survival. Who can get the trophies out as well? The nades rolling through for the damage, and no trophies on the side of LAG, so the nade gets a kill and is gonna back him down. Reinforcements here from Ultra. The cross fights are absolutely insane, and no trophy gonna cost you. That is 3 nade kills on this hill alone, and Ultra taking full advantage.
LAG still spawning in the back corner. They're not able to get out just yet. New hard points up over to the BTR on the outside. Envoy absolutely pissing bullets on the inside of the hard point now. 21 and 26 for him. Slow, but still a minute plus of time. New hard points up. LAG have managed to slip the net. Low side of the minimap. Can they stay alive, though? Jamie Craven says, hell no. Puts a couple of bullets there into Assault. Takes care of business. New hard points up. And Ultra with a foothold.
Yeah, and I just noticed too, both Insight and Scrap have the trophies out and ready to go. Not really in a situation where they're desperate to toss them out, but I know trophies incredibly important in this game. Whoever has that sort of advantage, it's going to go a long way. But for the moment, you see the trophy inside the hill for LAG, collecting that time, but Envoy shredding players down. Breaks coming through. That's 3. Looking for the clean 4. Clean X gets it. Hill time back from Ultra, and welcome to a little bit of a spawn trap.
Yeah, that's the pressure as well. Not only are you soaking up the time, you're keeping these players damaged, or at least dead, and that's what you want to see. Envoy on a 4 spree, 2 in hand. There, third, 5th kill in a row. Ultra looking for the win right here.
Yeah, this is going to shape up to be the most dominant hardpoint win we have seen so far this year. Granted, only day 2, but for it being sub-base, this is a clinical effort from Ultra. Going back over towards P1, just got to collect 9 seconds. The kills all flowing their way, and as predicted, Envoy, great objective time, nearly the main slayer as well.
Oh, he's putting the 8 spree now. Yeah. One of the biggest we've seen so far at Ultra. We padded the stats a little bit towards the end, but great start from them. Very, very dominant display on subbase. The game clock was nowhere to be seen. As the boys quickly rehydrate and think about search and destroy, that was a great opener.
And again, you know, you talk about the Ultra comms, how good their teamwork is going to be. These are all like, you know, especially for Insight and CleanX and Envoy, like established veteran players at this point. And Scrap might be a little bit new, but again, MVP caliber, led the lobby in slaying, top damage as well. This is a terrifying team to go against, and for Estriel, I think this is sort of a welcome to the league sort of moment. He did play well, absolutely kept up in the kills columns, had great damage output as well, but as a collective unit, you get outslayed by maybe, I don't know, 10, 12 kills, you lose by 130.
That's a lot, mate. That's a lot. DiamondCon had great stats, you know, sort of halfway through the map, that will vanish, but good on Estriel. At the very least, shooting back. A difficult thing to do against a team of this caliber, because Toronto Ultra have been doing it like this, since Cold War. Very, very strong rosters for the longest of time. Quick look at the highlights, though, from that opening subbase. DiamondCon as well. Little, strong start, slow finish. We'll see if they can't keep that going into the search and destroy and find themselves, because so far, Ultra, you know they want this to be a 3-0.
And, you know, actually, yeah, this gunfight right here, by the way, I was going to try to talk about it. When Scrap wins that one-on-one against Assault, that's one of those, like, trophy player 1v1s that whoever gets it now gets the trophy actually inside of the hard point. And it's gunfights like that that can really set your team apart, because keep in mind for Ultra, they got the trophies in the hill first. Scrap was alive, and the way that hill played out, that was the moment where, like, Envoy got a double kill with the nade, Scrap gets another kill with the nade, because the trophy player for LAG never able to quite get in position for that like extra sort of protection. So like the big things were going right for Ultra, the little things were going right from Ultra, and a lot of gunfights were going their way as well. But again, if the devil is in the details, I don't know. This is a team with now 4 horns.
There we go. Toronto Ultra, dominant start to the series. Envoy got to be feeling good, looking good in the purple as well. And that was one for the fans there in Toronto as well. Let's go, baby. High Rise, search and destroy. Yeah. First time we've seen this so far in the CDL 2024 season. Bit of Karachi control as well, quickly becoming a favorite among the analysts. Double dose of invasion, just in case the first invasion doesn't quite eliminate the enemy. We're going to be doing it again for search and destroy game 5, if we have to go there. So far, I mean, the search and destroy will be very telling chance of how the rest of the series goes. Teamwork so far, especially in the respawns, looking great for Ultra. LAG, though, far, far from done. Let's see how this search goes on High Rise.
Well, they certainly have their work cut out for them. I mean, High Rise is a map where you like really have to keep track of like everything that is going to be open. Underground is always going to be a focal point. We've already seen both in respawn and search and destroy those deep underground flanks that are an absolute dagger if you do not keep track of. And I know for Ultra, a player like Envoy might be the type of thing he makes his bread and butter.
Yeah, you can almost expect him to be down there. The question is, you know, which tunnel at what time? That's going to be the real guessing game. Look at him. He's thinking about it right now. He's thinking about all the routes he's going to take, all the timings he's going to get, all the fun he's going to have, and the flanks he's going to get. I mean, is he going to be shot from the front? I doubt it. We'll find out, though, because we are riding Ultra, doing tricks on it right now, but we'll do what we can to pull this one back, reel it to the other side of the stage, the other purple team, who have got a lot to prove. I think this roster was one that coming into the league had a decent amount of criticism chance. I mean, whether it was the way the roster was formed or the expectation for them, a lot of challenges players, and we'll see how it goes. No easy feat, you know, to be in the league this fiercely competitive. Someone's got to be dead last, and I think, you know, a lot of the coaches polls, which we talked about briefly beforehand, did not have the strongest, you know, opinion of LAG, but we'll see how things go.
I mean, again, there is like a certain degree of like learning curve to a game. Like the number of teams that have a player that actually played MW2 back in the day and is like used to these maps, that's like a nice little advantage you're going to get. So as you mentioned, this is quite a few either challengers players or very fresh faces to the actual pro scene, that being DiamondCon and Fame. So yeah, not a massive amount of experience on the team, but you're going to learn very quickly. Like again, when you play against Ultra, if you're only getting outslayed by maybe 10, 12 kills and you lose that badly, the amount of like tape and things you are going to learn in the VOD review, you're just learning. So I don't know if High Rise is going to be the same experience or not, or maybe this could be sort of like an S&D wizardry team, but Ultra is certainly a team that you have to play nearly perfect against.
You do indeed. That's another interesting point to see how well this LAG roster can learn after these tough series, because again, start of their season, oh baby, it's going to be an absolute screamer. Here we go in a high rise for the first time the 2024 season.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think about those propane tanks blowing up as well. If you want to just take them out like first thing, I think they're still active, and well, so is CleanX on the map. 1 HP in a dream just for that player to be able to get away, but really no map pressure or presence for the side of LAG. Not that you necessarily need it. You can play for your spawn. Well, the nades are connecting. No trophies out yet.
Way downtown, that one was from Scrap. That first blood takes care of Estriel. Bomb over by B. DiamondCon knows what's up, but I think he managed to slip just underneath the view of Scrap. As soon as the shots start ringing out, though, he's going to cause problems. Can DiamondCon find anything before? Oh, you sneaky devil. You sneaky devil. Number one. Tags into the second. Eyes all over the place. Beautiful damage, but not enough. Ultra. Clean house in the meantime. Nice opening round.
Yeah, I mean, sneaky devil for sure. By the time he made the play, all of his teammates were dead, though. That is just very tough. And I know for like S&D, and something I think even Seattle was completely on point with was like the stun and nade coordination. Well, we just saw that round. No trophies out. Find a player, get some stuns as soon as you have your information, land a bunch of frags at his feet. So there's a free first blood, a free bomb plant, and a free round right there from Ultra. Everybody got a kill.
Everyone got their piece of the pie there. Here we go. Attacking opportunity for the LAG squad. Bomb in the hand of Estriel, a little slower to the 50-yard mark with Fame. He was going to be the reconnaissance, and it did not go great. Took a couple of tags, and he's backed on up. It's a strong defensive line from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, you see that's Envoy responsible from underground. He's doing it with an MCW, but got that early intel. And I mean, this is a bunch of power positions Toronto have already collected. Scrap's up top propane. That's not fun to deal with. They're trying to go for the nades, but Scrap too quick with it. He's already back down.
Less than a minute to go. Oh, DiamondCon gets himself involved. First blood on the Scrap there. One of the many assault rifles out of commission. Envoy's making his move. Bottom side of the map. He's already gone. Tags into the back. Does get taken care of, though. Lovely trade. Still the man advantage for LAG.
Yeah, good trades indeed. CleanX, if he's popping the dead silence, might be running lightweight boots to be a little bit quicker. The way that bomb hasn't gone down, and this is just going to be a freebie. This is great timing. Bomb doesn't get planted. CleanX gets out with his life for the moment for the 2v2 and is challenged. DiamondCon wins it, though. He needs to get this bomb down. Insight, Clutch Master. What can he do?
This is a fantastic call, though. Immediately dive into the bomb if you're Insight. Tags. Gets away with his life. Smooth moves from DiamondCon. Can he finish the kill? Yes. And there's the trade. LAG get on the board.
Yeah, that is a nice movement there from big old DC in that moment, just to slide out. Insight knew what was up. He knew Assault, who is just out Pelly, is going to be watching the cross, either from up top again or the green tarps, but he was forced to take the wide angle, ends up getting killed. So that's like one of those moments where if DC is just a little bit too slow with that slide, Insight creates a 1v1 opportunity, but nothing cooking there. Nice bounce back round for LAG.
See how the trophies play out. Trying to protect the boys right now, Daddy Insight. And fast moves with that bomb. Envoy's managed to get himself far closer to the bomb site. I think a couple of players on the other side. There's a tiny window where they could have seen him. And even under the watchful eye of Jamie Craven, he's backed on up. Just over a minute to go.
Yeah, you see the nades, by the way, forcing CleanX off of the top helipad. And, well, trades still come through, but it is trades out and about. Scrap again, getting picked on the B Street side of the map. This time, Fame gets the kill in LAG. Again with the man advantage and should go a long way. Yeah, DiamondCon picks up the freebie. CleanX last one standing and gets traded out. That is B Street domination coming out from LA.
Nice stuff. A little hop check there from DiamondCon, the tiny little slit in the woodwork. Able to catch eyes on those players making their way up towards that side of the map. LAG doing a lovely job there of locking things down, Chance. I thought Ultra had a nice opening gambit. Again, Envoy able to get that bomb so close to B. Good defense out of LAG. Don't let anything get away from him. Fame sitting on that 2 spree. Needs it sorely, as he did have a very rough hard point.
Yeah, and while they've been able to sort of pick players apart on the B Street, LAG this time just sort of a nice spread through mid, getting a little bit of intel on a bunch of different crosses, but mostly leaning towards the A side of the map. Waiting for some information, clearing stuff out with nades, and maybe there's your smoke play. Estriel looking for some map control, but getting tagged up along the way.
Oh my god, he's eating a ton. He's managed to get himself in towards the site, but is it going to amount to a whole lot? Here comes Envoy, looking for the kill. Fame's down low with him. There's the trades back and forth. 2v2 now. As Fame's spree continues, the bomb down, over by the site, all onto Insight.
just going to get spotted, right? Yeah, shot in the back. Boom, taken care of. And that is, again, another good round from LAG. So there you go. Essendry Wizardry potentially out and about. Diamondcon playing incredibly well. I mean, the man put up electric stats in map 1, albeit for the L, but he has continued his slaying prowess here in map number 2. And I will say for Scrap, nice to get back on the board. He was the player sort of getting picked apart B Street. He picked up his kill this round, but in the end, doesn't even matter. LAG 3-1.
I did not know what to expect of Diamondcon really coming into MW3. Last time we saw him bring the noise was all the way back in Cold War, and so far the boy's shooting. No snakes this time. No Diamondback jokes from us. Double trophy action from Ultra upstairs, though.
Yeah, really trying to work that B Street again. Scraps the aggressive one on it. This time he has insight for the help, and Envoy, again, the Reaper of Underground, able to get the first blood, and across the B bomb side as well. No one in position for the trades, but if he doesn't have a trophy, Envoy can't plant just yet, but now a 4 versus 2. Ultra, full control.
Essentially, that bomb is, yeah, there it is. Planted, finished. Massive advantage in our Toronto Ultra. 2 members left of LAG. Make it one.
Nice.
Scrap, what an aid. Banks off that propane Barbie. Fame now in a world of hurt. Big damage dealt. Scrap's going for the kill. He's keeping the streak alive. You're running out of time, and here come Ultra. A firing squad of seemingly infinite ammo. Close the round out.
Yeah, absolutely shutting him down. Every single player, it felt like was shooting him through walls in that moment. But big round for Ultra to get. Stop the bleeding. Both Diamondcon and Fame were on a bit of a kill streak there. So they get the nice little bounce back. And again, we saw their idea. B Street has been a bit of a focal point. They've struggled just a little bit. That time, Insight and Scrap working together. Got double trophies out. And of course, Envoy, responsible for Underground, has it on lock.
You can wallbang a lot of surfaces in this game, but that sort of drywall that we're dealing with on that side of the map feels particularly flimsy. Bombs making its way over towards the A side of the map for now. Toronto Ultra stacked up over by B.
They've actually left like the B Street almost wide open, so a lot of pressure sort of just on site. And actually, as I say that, yeah, Scrap just jumps out, makes a move. He does get traded for the 3v3. And Kleenex trying to get active underground as Envoy picking up more picks.
This is the flank. Wide open part of the map to deal with. Bomb maybe down.
That's a gun.
LAG creeping forward. Diamondcon watching the flank though. So Kleenex have to play this slowly. He can see the shoulder of Fame. There it is. Springs to life. Manages to get the kill. All down to Diamondcon now.
Hey, this is just so difficult. Someone's just going to be able to spot the information. He's getting swarmed as well. You have Insight just swinging all the way around. They've cleared out so much of the map. Only left B open, and yet just jumps down. Envoy. I don't know. I don't want to keep saying the Reaper of Underground, but he's been pretty consistent on this map by himself, so ends up getting the final kill there.
The king of the mole men, or whoever else lives underground these days. Lizard people, I don't know. Take your pick. We'll see you on Reddit. Envoy with another good closeout there. As Toronto Ultra showing, they haven't really missed too many beats when it comes to S&D. Envoy, of course, the newest addition to this very strong core, but we're up to 3-3 now. Spree starting to develop for the Canadian squad.
And just going right back to his home. Taking a deep route with the bomb as well. Staying underground. And Kleenex, speaking of, he's already pushed through. He has just gained a massive amount of information. This could be a free flank. And this is all 4 players for LAG stacked up over towards A. So you have so much map control and knowledge because of Kleenex in this moment. Ultra, this is looking like a great round.
Well, it could be. There's a lot of time, though, still before Kleenex can get into the fight. Number 1. Beautiful start. Inside gets 1 as well. So now it's a 4v2. Estriel and Diamondcon. World of hurt. Oh, but Estriel cleaned up, and he's hanging from the stairwell. My God, Ultra, take the lead. 4-3.
Oh, yeah. I mean, LAG just goes for like a blind counter, I guess, with a 4 stack up over towards A. And then 25 seconds into the round, they now have control of like 20% of the map, and Ultra have the rest. So they basically just got funneled into death. And for Ultra, that's going to feel like a fantastic round. Now 3 in a row.
They'll look back on that one and realize, wow, we had no idea where anything was coming from. And the trades are one thing. The gun skill can only get you out of so many situations at this kind of level.
Fame's taking a route, by the way.
Yeah. The wind's in their sails now. They're trying to make something happen.
Yeah, here's the Fame angle, trying to make the play for the team. A delicate moment, depending on what is going to be watched. Insight hasn't quite peaked out just yet. This is all about timing.
Here we go. Uh-oh. Perfect. Deal with insight. There we go. First blood. Nice job from Fame. Estriel still making that bomb over towards the A side of the map. Envoy tagged up. This is the sort of pressure you want. Assault getting the kills. LAG. Love it when a plan comes together. Get it. The second for Fame, and that's the round.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, that is basically how you write it down, right? Fame goes and gets in position. They're clearing out the map, looking for a little bit of information. As soon as someone starts to take the gunfight with insight on like that back like wood window, makes his move, gets the kill, and all of a sudden for Ultra, you got to hit the panic button. You're now looking at your spawn, looking over at helicopter, looking at the green tarps, and you just feel like you are surrounded. So you stop the bleeding. You shut down a bunch of kill streaks as well for LAG. A nice little back and forth game.
4-4. High rise. Quite a close one. Bomb site dominated so far by the members of LAG here on defense. Envoy has been traditionally the bomb carrier for nearly every team he's been on. See if he can swap things up a little bit here. Fame just slowly playing for information chance right now. Name of the game is just spot anyone out you can.
Yeah, playing underground passively. Diamond, by the way, I think the propane might have blew him up for low HP, but has a nice angle. Pick scrap again. B Street control has been run by LAG. Underground has been run by Envoy.
Austria, he's got such a difficult choice to make now. They can come from either side. Front and the backside, he's worrying about it all, but that bomb has got a slightly delayed delivery date now. It's gone all the way around. Assault has eyes on. He knows that's Envoy, likely the carrier here in the 2v2.
Yeah, that's credit for Estriel, I believe, that was able to spot that underground push, but still only buys you the one kill, but also buys you a lot of time because Envoy with the bomb has basically done a marathon running around this map, and they're trying to converge on B, working with insight. You have to know Estriel's nearby.
He's gone for the double back. Oh my goodness, Diamond Con nails it. Insight can't get the trade. Good work out of LAG. What a patient play from the rookie Estriel.
That's beautiful work as well, right? Again, if Underground has sort of been dominated by Envoy, he gets one kill down low. Estriel is just in the perfect position to get that intel. And based on the way Assault played it, he saw both of those players hit Underground because Assault was ready for the second gunfight as well. And of course, a tough one for Ultra. If it's your bomb carrier that's doing laps around the map, never an easy situation to deal with.
I know. If you lose sight of him for a moment, it's likely going to be your ass. Eyes on the first. Go towards the B-bomb site. Nade's not going to land. Lethal's utility starting to get used quite quickly. No more attacks, I would imagine. That trophy down on the B-bomb site. Whoop, awkward situation to be in. Makes it work. Nice job, Fame. Stays alive. Another first blood. Estriel backs him up. What an advantage here on map point.
Oh, this is it. Yep, there you go.
Insight's got to get it. Can the King of Clutch show us what he's got here in MW3? And so far, I do not like his chances. The pressure is on here in the 1v4. Diamond Con. The silver bullet for the monster that is Jamie Craven, and he is down and out. And that is LAG tying up the series.
Yeah, and that is extremely well played by Guerrillas as well. I think they basically won, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 rounds basically just off of the B Street control. Scrap had a bunch of rounds where he was either just getting picked off for free like we saw in the final round, or even if Scrap gets one, there was always an instant trade coming through, it felt like. So LAG completely on point. Diamond Con threw up 11 kills as well. So nice and balanced in the first Bloods column, but LAG just a little bit better on map 2.
2k damage as well. Diamond Con, kudos to him.
Oh, that's not right. LAG, yeah.
The other purple team, bloody purple teams. Sometimes the red teams go at each other. We used to have a couple of green teams. The Florida Mutineers, that's all changed. Colors and all that stuff. But there we go. Nice job. It's tying the series up. Not something I think we all expected. So good job, LAG, making this one very interesting indeed. Now things get spicy as well because we've got no idea how Control's going to play out. Back to the respawns we go after this very quick commercial break. Toronto Ultra, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. When we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
You know you're having a good time in Toronto. There's a watch party every single time. Hope they're all enjoying themselves, staying warm, enjoying the festivities so far. Not loving the search and destroy though. I bet, let's face it, boys and girls. You thought this was going to be a clean throw. You were wrong. Tied up 1-1, going into our Karachi control, and then a double dose of invasion to close the series out. Chance. Karachi control, we've seen a few of them so far. How are you feeling about it? No, you good.
Unmuted, my call. No. We had to fix that one. There are 3 key ideas we have on Karachi. I think we've seen from different teams like in the league this year for control. Karachi sometimes different look, sometimes in the desert. There's a lot going on, but A's going to get captured what feels like nearly every single round. There's been a little bit of fuzziness, but it's all about that B capture for the team attacking. The 3 key ideas: stack around the point, funnel them in through that back alley, and then just shoot them when they're coming over the dumpster. We've seen SMGs go like top bricks and like protect that ladder and go for spawn kills, and then we've seen Attach get behind a fence and go for the straight up spawn kills. So it'll be interesting to see which these 2 teams, which idea they're going to elect to go with. Looks like a lot of AR domination towards A though for Ultra.
Oh, indeed. I wonder what that building was in the center of the map. That is some support structure. Maybe a minaret, who knows? A massive tower. We're in the A zone right now. And right now, the only massive tower is Insight, who's currently locking that bad boy down alone. Scrap, nice tags at range. Insight finally taken care of, but you do get an entire segment covered. And you get back in there and finish the job.
Yeah, nice angle check by CleanX as well, so you get back in the capture. No one's setting up for spawn kills just yet, and LAG trying to set up for some map control. Important gunfight that CleanX just wins at the bottom, by the way, so you have players like, number 3 Estriel that are going to be worried about their spawn, but this is just oscillation and beat from Dylan Envoy. Does he miss?
Jesus, son, a lot of damage dealt. 2 minutes on the clock after A's gone, and the boys are immediately fiending for a bit of food over by B. Sending it towards the restaurant. It's a team dinner time. Looking for the stack. Can they get closer? Fame. Hang on, son. That looked a little bit more than 1 or 2 pumps, but either way, we'll let that one slide as he gets taken care of now through the back alley. Players trying to funnel their way into the point. And CleanX is spoiled for choice right now. There are targets everywhere. Deady pops. Can he get a few more kills? Nope.
I mean, that's an important one for Ultra to shut down as well, or rather LAG to shut down Ultra. If he gets through the back for some spawn kills, things could have gotten dire, but things could get dire anyway. Assault cannot let this player cross or just win the gunfight. Strap's going to back him down. Made it towards the back just about as well. Ultra, him and CleanX putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Scrap not afraid whatsoever. Trophy in position. Can he stay alive here and get some reinforcements? He can. Here comes Envoy right behind him. Starting to build the numbers. Here's the push. Estriel gets over the wall. Can he get both of them? Simplex out. Nice work from Spawn into the halls of glory. Word to Bryce Tacular. Just over a minute to go here, and a fantastic defense out of LAG.
Yeah, that is an insanely important gunfight that Estriel wins as well to pick up that 2-piece just to keep things alive. But still about a 50-50 sort of square up. All these players around the hill right now. A couple trades coming through. LAG still with the advantage, and Estriel gonna be holding it down as well. You scrap 1 shot. Easy trades there for Assault, but Ultra still pouncing and flying at this B zone.
Yeah, fantastic trades. 40 seconds to go. CleanX. Oh, he snuck in for a moment. Whoa! Again, Estriel taken care of. The trades are there. Diamondcon finds 2 of his own. Back-to-back action here in the diner. Insight managed to get himself closer. Onto the point. Stops the clock. Less than 30 to go. But he's doing it alone. Stays alive.
Oh, good lord.
Unbelievable. The second no. Trades on trades. CleanX is now in.
It's the kills department. It is 3 lives remaining. No more respawns on the side of LAG. Now down to 2. Easy cleanup for Scrap. And there is your round. And those are just a couple 2-pieces from the Ultra boys that just should not be able to happen. CleanX gets a filthy 2. Insight does the exact same thing. And where every single life matters towards the end like that, the difference maker. Just straight up gun skill from Ultra.
Those are the backbreakers, man. They're the ones 2 or more. Hard to bounce back from that one. 2-2 split right now from Toronto Ultra on defense. Nice nade out of Diamondcon to start proceedings. here on this attacking round. LAG, see what you got.
I mean, lightweight boots, CleanX is flying, can't be heard. This man has 14 kills and is about to pick up a few more freebies as well. There's number 15 on Adam Assault. Now, of course, more cleanups coming through. Yeah, this is just down to perfection. Estriel, big gunfight win just to sort of stop that bleeding. CleanX right now is a menace on the map.
A bullet or two for finding himself on a highlight reel. Good job from Estriel. Still, defensively, Ultra not bad. They've managed to lose a single segment, though. So LAG, kudos to them. The attack continues. The 4-man hit through the bottom side of the minimap. They're going to be up top as well. And Insight picks himself a sweet corner. Envoy causing problems all over the place. Assault and Estriel, though, try to keep the play moving. Big issue you've got to worry about now is the time. They stop the clock on A once again.
Yeah, big wins. Finally, the clearance that they were looking for just to stabilize a little bit and get that A progression going. Double stacking it as well, so very much committed to the objective. Scrap, you see the sort of bigger idea on the map. It's that B zone long term, so everybody on Ultra, like clockwork, they are just funneling through that left side of the map, making sure that nobody can sneak through.
Envoy trying to desperately hold down this side of the map, hotel side. A little bit of backup as you now lose that zone, an additional minute to play with for LAG. Currently just pumping their way through the middle. Chance they're able to get out of spawn right now. This is a solid setup here from Toronto Ultra.
Oh, that's crazy too. Yeah, Insight picks up the 2. I was going to say LAG, if they can't work through the left side, trying to work through mid, but Insight there to just pick them apart. Maybe you have Diamondcon able to get behind enemy lines, but even number 7 off spawn, Insight rotating, picking up these players. So Ultra, again, like clockwork on the map, but still got to get the kills. LAG jumping on it.
Nice snap. Nice teamwork from LAG, though.
Oh, Diamondcon.
Once again, another 2. That's a 5 spree from him. And you're looking at pressure now on the point. Here we go. Fame on the inside. Insight and Envoy, they find their respective kills. Estriel, now you have got to go. Absolutely huge, son. Insight shuts him down. The play is dead for now.
Yeah, that's so tough, too. Diamondcon actually picks up 3 from that top AC to sort of get that opening break on the play, but not enough to make anything happen. It's close in the lives column, but honestly, with 40 seconds left, until LAG can stop the clock on B, they don't have enough time to work with just yet. They've just had no presence on that B zone. Ultra constantly swarming around it.
Oh, Assault. Uh-oh. Big wins, less than 30 seconds to go. This is going to be a round win for Toronto Ultra. One final chance to break on through this and get a body onto the point. Lovely shots from Fame. He has been called out, though, and he is not long for this world. 15 seconds to go. No one from LAG able to get close. Ultra holding them at bay still.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's so tough. You have Fame now 6 and 15, just head on a swivel looking every direction. And maybe the 2 kills to try to get the break, but no, you're just swarmed into death. Ultra, they did not give up a single thing on the map. That is exactly how they wanted to lock it down on defense. Quite literally, the moment where like Scrap was in red, 2 players on LAG were able to get inside the zone. Scrap just chalks it up. Like there wasn't even a single tip captured, and he just knows it is the B zone long term. Let me flood in through the left side, make sure we pick up the kills, and everybody on Ultra does the exact same thing. So very heads up, fundamental gameplay coming through from Toronto, and it doesn't hurt when they're out slaying as well.
No, absolutely. And we're seeing the same sort of thing. Ultra, a certain lethality to their respawn gameplay. They're fast and they are dangerous. LAG just a tiny step or 2 behind. Fame once again lacking in the stats department. We'll see if they can't turn it around here. Last chance on Karachi for LAG to keep fighting.
Yeah, kind of a funny look, too. You have your AR player playing inside the zone. CleanX is the guy that's in the power position with a rival 9, but they're just waiting to sort of funnel through, and CleanX just waiting to sort of jump on the hill. He stayed in the same spot. This looks just to be the setup, and CleanX finally now making moves when he gets a little more information, but this has been a hill, or a zone rather, virtually uncontested. Ultra effectively get it for free. They've only had 1 death so far on the round.
Wonderful amount of time, great lives. They've got a very fertile approach towards this final zone at B. Will the approach be as good? Looking fantastic so far. Couple of kills. Over towards that B side of the map we go. CleanX, though, he and the rest of the boys very, very patiently cleaning their way out towards this zone. They can get there with the numbers. They can stack it and essentially end the map right here and now.
And look at, I was going to say, look at how CleanX is playing it. He is playing so quick to wrap around because Envoy already had so much clearance on the map. He buys you the clearance. You get a double stack in the point, scrap in position. This is Spawn Trap City. LAG, you get one shot to break this.
One chance, and they're running out of it. 50% through. That's going to be the cleanup on the back alley. Now towards the middle cut. CleanX has got that. No hope in hell. 4 down. That's the map. My God, Toronto Ultra exactly as they wanted it. Control is done, and that's the lead.
Yeah, and that is going to be in the running for closest to perfection of a round we're going to see in Control, I think, all year long on offense. It was perfect. They had 1 life lost, and they had already captured the A zone, had the maximum amount of time to work with to capture B, and quite literally, Envoy just gets back Diner behind enemy lines. Everyone else just floods into position. Instant breakdown that they did on offense and took full advantage. I think Fame not exactly enjoying his experience of Toronto Ultra playing like clockwork.
I mean, if you want a replay for that entire round, you could just look at the transition from capturing the A point, and then the maneuver that the whole Toronto Ultra roster took to go from A towards B. They battled their way through those close quarter moments, capture that point effortlessly. Fantastic work there on Karachi from Toronto. We'll see how we fare on Invasion. This is what we call out the shots there from Envoy. Brilliant, brilliant work from him. I think this might be the 2-piece from CleanX. He absolutely ripped his way through that second player. And again, a lot of individual moments like that, but the teamwork again from Ultra, very, very strong. What you would expect from a team that finished second place at Champs last year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, holy hell, too, by the way, the Rival 9, like, it's definitely not the easiest gun to use. Like, when I shoot it, doesn't look like that. Not even remotely close, but Envoy, I think, doing justice to the Ray Gun nickname that I've seen being used for the Rival 9. Absolutely beamy. And, I mean, him and CleanX just having an absolute feast. That was the moment, again, where Envoy is the only player near the objective, clears out the space, is just communicating where everybody is and what his teammates need to look at, and really just makes the game so easy for the rest of his team.
Indeedy. Well, there we go. Toronto Ultra take the lead in this series after a dominant Karachi Control. Now we say goodbye to all the other maps we have in the pool, and we say how diddly doodly to Invasion. Back-to-back Hardpoint and Search and Destroy to close the series out. Now, LAG, you got to be licking your lips if you want to get towards that Game 5. Search was pretty solid for them on High Rise. If they can win a Hardpoint, which at the moment, where the respawns have gone, not terribly likely, but Invasion, a very, very different beast to sub-base. We will see how this one goes. Invasion chance, we've seen this played quite a few times, very, very rotation heavy. The better team usually wins. There's not as much chaos or pandemonium, but we do keep an eye on that Embassy hardpoint, that 5th one in the rotation. Very, very important for the comebacks. That's what we love to see here in the CDL. Drama, comebacks, excitement.
And you would really have to imagine that's the type of hill that like LAG are going to be desperate to be able to get, because the 2 respawns, not really remotely close. I think someone has really just like suffered in the kills column, like a shining light for LAG. Diamond Con has been playing incredibly well every single map, but outside of map, there's been a struggle point for the remaining players. So need to bounce back. Rotations are going to be absolutely the focal point for LAG to be in it. At the same time, though, Ultra, they have been on cruise control. I don't know if they're stopping anytime soon.
Oh, maybe not. Well, Invasion coming up in a moment. We'll see if the boys keep it going again for the watch party taking place in Toronto at their facility. They want to see a dub. They want everyone to be happy. They're going to be signing stuff. You want to be taking photographs, and you want to be doing that with a squad that maybe won 3-1 or 3-2. You don't want to be doing that with a squad who might be a bit salty after a loss. We'll find out how that one goes. And for the guys on LAG, what a ridiculously difficult opener they've had for the season so far. Chance what? Their schedule is a tough one.
Literally the toughest it could possibly be. It is like you're the expected top 4 teams, they get them in a row. Like, that is genuinely brutal. At the same time, though, you're going to learn incredibly quickly, because it is sort of that, you know, match environment. Everybody's going to be trying and really getting that full force. So LAG, hope to see quick improvements, because the respawn's a bit of a struggle.
Sink or swim so far, but again, a wonderful litmus test for that squad to see how they will fare as against the rest of the league. Of course, Boston coming up in basically what it feels like an hour. It's not. It's in January, but it does feel pretty fast upon us. We'll see how that LAN goes as well. Totally different environment. Take the online matches with a pinch of salt, COD fans. Everything changes when we get on the bright lights and get on local area network. But we're almost ready to party here into our Invasion hardpoint. I mean, I think we've already sort of beaten this horse to death, but so far the respawns do look a lot stronger for Toronto Ultra. There's no getting around that. I don't think we can dress that up any other way. But again, liking what we're seeing individually out a lot of the members of LAG. Diamond Con shooting fantastically. Estriel, the first taste we've got him in the Pro League so far, Chance, heads on straight, and he's shooting pretty well also.
Yeah, and again, I think especially in S&D Estriel, even if the kills column wasn't overly fantastic, was certainly a key point in a bunch of rounds where they're able to get the win just based off the information he was getting. So the playmaking potential, I think, for LAG, absolutely there. If they get to a game 5, their S&D certainly looks like their strongest mode, and Invasion is very much a map where, like, I mean, we saw it earlier for Carolina where they were playing the Heretics. Carolina more or less won or went even on 4 out of the 5 hills, and then just got outscored on P5, maybe 110-5. So an absolute gauntlet of a map. There is so much potential for a team to sort of pull off an upset if they can just dominate that, like, super money hill.
Yeah, that is the moneyest of all money hills I think we've seen so far in the CDL. I'm not even, I mean, the stats will tell us, you know, a story in a couple of months' time, but it feels like a very expensive one indeed to lose. Costly, to say the least. Almost ready to go, guys. See if I can get an update. Looking around. Almost ready to get ourselves into this 4th match of the series. And a surprise, I think the Search and Destroy would have expected to be a little bit more favorable towards Toronto Ultra, but hey, High Rise, first time we got to see it, was not without its drama. It's a shame we don't have snipes. You know what I mean, Chance? It's a shame.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. It's like a map-dependent thing. Like, High Rise, the snipes get awkward because it's just you're watching them cross off spawn every time. It's situational. It's a weird conversation this year, for sure.
It sure is. Well, let's get to another conversation. We've got the coaches poll. Pre-season, we've talked about this a little bit. This is how the CDL coaches have ranked the team so far, and not too far off where we're sitting. I mean, sadly, this is an S-ranked team taking on a D-ranked team, according to our coaches. But the C ranks, that's where things have gotten real spicy. Of course, Heretics, big victory today. Same with Vegas Legion. They also had a fantastic win today against a squad that was arguably higher than them in the standings. We'll see how these standings look, I suppose, by the end of the next few weeks.
I mean, one of the biggest sort of mystery points as well is the overwhelming majority of these power rankings is getting based off of, like, respawn. Like, there's a little bit of S&D scrimming going on, but it is primarily you are running through the respawn maps consistently. So, like, Vegas was pretty down low on that category, and then in Search and Destroy looked nearly flawless. They just went like 12-2 or 12-3 in round count. So, like, S&D is that mystery game mode. Same thing could potentially be said for, like, LAG, where if they start just stealing one of those respawns here or there, their S&D look pretty good. Like, you never know how dangerous a team can actually be until you see them in the match environment. Well, for LAG, make it or break it time here on Invasion.
Here we go. Smack bang in the middle of the map, P1. That sad little tree. Gonna be fighting around that, getting on the inside of that hotel. Couple of kills going the way of the boys of LAG. In from behind comes Insight. Nice work, Estriel, to stay alive and maintain control for a few moments more. Long run, though, for a lot of these players to get back to this hard point, so expect a few of them to start thinking about new.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say Envoy hasn't lost a single step, but good news for Fame. Loses that gunfight there, and nice little kills coming all the way across the map. Decent time so far being collected on P1 from LAG, and you also have bodies all over the map. I mean, players just like spawning in the top right next to each other. It is going to be a little bit of chaos for these final 10 seconds, and CleanX maybe lives for it, but DiamondCon still on point. His gun has been hot.
We're battling tooth and nail for every single second here at P1 inside the hotel. Top left-hand side of the minimap next. LAG have had a presence here, Estriel mainly, for a good 10 to 15 seconds. That is a lifetime in this game mode. New hard points up, LAG are in. Here comes CleanX.
I was going to say, Estriel should be able to trade him. He actually doesn't. And more important for CleanX, the kills are going back and forth. He at least got rid of the trophy. And he's getting a trophy out himself. But yeah, Fame just wins the gun. He gets the trophy out of the way as well. So LAG playing this P2 extraordinarily well.
No trophies for Fame, though, sadly. Does manage to trade out with a couple of death nades, so a bit of martyrdom there on P2. But here comes Ultra. A lot more numbers here on the point. Wonderful amount of time garnered from LAG, though, in that opening battle. Looking towards new already. That's been shut down in massive way. Insight in the feed. He's not letting anyone cross that central courtyard area while Envoy soaks the time.
I was going to say playing extremely well, but now you're sort of stuck in that, like, you know, back embassy blender. You've just been dying relentlessly off spawn. Nobody can make a move. It's already a hike and a half to get across the map. Effectively tied up game after the P2 goes, and I think the trophies had a lot to do with it. And now you just have CleanX right back in time. LAG slowly going to be working. CleanX, though, over Chow's, and that is a beautiful thing for LAG. All this time, not going to be going Ultra just yet.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place to be inside the embassy when the hard point's there with you, but when you're alone, not so nice indeed. Here we go, though. LAG, good breaks. Convoy sneaking from behind. Yeah, his teammates are there. Lovely pinch all over the hard point. Lead change once again. Ultra back in it. Scrapper range down the B street. Good tags in a Fame. Not enough for the kill. Less than 30 seconds to go here on Showers, and we're going to go across the map once again. Nice hard point, though, Chance. Neck and neck.
Yeah, and so much time you have to give away. You do have Diamondcon, though, on the very early rotation. He's going to have a little battle against Scrap, potentially. We saw Clay in this spot earlier, just trying to keep these guys out of the hill. Really playing heavily just to the slaying category. And, hey, there's Scrap's first. He's 4-9 for the moment, but this is a spot where he really is looking to heat up.
Looking to get himself in towards that broken apartment. It's now open for business. Assault at range there. He'll be on top of that tank in a moment. The trophy's already in position to help out. Lovely tags. Cleans things up. Hardpoint though still. LAG, they're the players trying to make their way forward. Scrap doing the best he can from this street level. Can he find any more kills? Nope. Diamondcon flying forward. Trades are on point. The comms for Ultra. Fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the Swarm as well, but Envoy wins a big one in the back. Players trying to climb the ladder inside. This is your sort of pressure moment. Oh, they make it easy at the start, straight up the ladder and straight down to death. You got to chalk that one up and play for P5, and Ultra is going to be a very interesting team to see if they can break this down. 20 seconds to work with the old time being collected, and CleanX is soaring, making moves. And he's just looking for the damage. This is a great spot, but there you go. Assault finds too. Diamondcon doesn't want to play with that at all. And now Ultra, a massive lead, but they're going to have to hike all the way across the map to deal with P5.
Such a long way to go. Fame is going to be able to deal a little bit of damage here. He's on the wrong side of town. His boys have got that embassy. Here's the comeback moment for LAG. Keep an eye on that scoreline. 100-point game. Could potentially get far, far closer. Set up in every possible corner and get ready for the onslaught. Here come Ultra.
And you just have to know, everyone's getting funneled through the left side. Assault just loses the gunny, but his teammates pick up everything. There you go, Diamondcon and Estriel, only one man left to look for, and he gets taken care of as well. Looks like that full 60 going to be out and bound LAG, making sure they capitalize on the big one.
Oh, this is fantastic. I saw that. He's the tip of the spear right now. The man outside of the embassy walls. 20 seconds remaining, and it is a perfect 60 from the Los Angeles Guerrillas there on Embassy. That is exactly what you expect, and it's exactly what they needed to keep themselves alive and kicking in this hard point. Back to P1 we go, back to the base of the hotel. And so far, Ultra, they're the first team in.
And of course, the big question long term is, are LAG going to need to get that hill for a full 60 twice? Because it looks like if Ultra ever get that rotation, that might just be GG. Because even here on P1, they've got the early setup. They've got everything nice and under control. Great tags coming through, but the kills aren't quite there. Envoy attempting to pounce on it. LAG, maybe the man advantage. That's going to be 2, make it 3 down, and the hill going to be theirs.
Beautiful shots there from Assault. Lovely teamwork as well. Can Diamondcon get in there? Slip slide, not great timing. Scrap up close and personal with the MCW. Beautiful shots. Estriel off spawn, straight back into the fray. Can you get the break? You want to move as fast as possible. Not to mention the fact that 30 seconds already passed at this point. Looking towards new as well.
They're fighting for the time, and it looks like they're going to get it. This might be the call for rotation. You already have Envoy in position and trying to set up exactly where Estriel did the last go-around, but good scrap time for LAG to get. It's not going to be easy to make this break, though. Estriel trying to hunt down Envoy, but yeah, the cross is already covered. Clean 3 down. That is a deep spawn away, and at least at the start of this hill, this should be easy time, or maybe not for number 2. Has an opportunity for a flank, so maybe Fame can make a play. I don't know if Ultra are going to read this just yet.
Yeah, it's so hard. The close quarters battle around these archways and these crosses. So difficult to get out there. 2 trophies now working inside the hard point for Toronto Ultra. All those nades being an up scrap. Can't get all of them. Here comes the reinforcements. Oh, CleanX goes down as well. Estriel, what a 2-piece. He will be traded out. But the numbers there, for a brief moment, not in favor of Ultra.
Well, I mean, for Ultra, though, they at least have control of the hill, and they're going to be, like, having that embassy side spawn open. So Ultra can just set themselves up on rotation as well. If you're LAG, you're pretty much desperate for this break. You need the scrap time, and you need to rotate. They at least get the players out of the hill. So scrap time, looking good, looking like it's on the cards. But that rotation, a long way to go for a 40-point game.
Yeah, you certainly needed the perfect set of kills on those Ultra players. You had to push right on through to that low right-hand side of the map. This is a brutal hardpoint rotation. Ultra, very, very much ahead of the curve. They're long gone. Fame, the only man here for LAG, who's going to be up close and personal in a moment, but it might be too late. The guns of Ultra will surely be up and ready for it. Spidey senses maybe more than tingling for Envoy. He knows they're up close.
This is a big gunfight to win, too. Fame, gotta get him out of this time. Stun coming through, but Envoy just chows it aggressively. His teammates are picking up all the kills on the cross as well, and Ultra, well, they can't quite win it here, but they're gonna be incredibly close. This is such good time to get.
CleanX looking to drive the dagger into the back of the reinforcements here. Can he cut them off before they can even get into the fight? Scraps doing what he can from Ruggs. 2-piece from him. 30 points now for the win for Ultra. And it's going to be a 3-1. Assault cut down. Scrap in the feed. Absolute dominance from him. It's a 3 spree. Strong work indeed. Another rotation chance. The game is technically not over yet, but Ultra incredibly close to the win.
And Scrap's already back home. I mean, CleanX in that moment disappeared like a ghost in the wind, and finally CleanX jumps and makes his move. So this is just turtle time. You got to get to the point. You got to pray you get all these kills, and you have to win the rotation as well. So LAG, the potential is there. It's going to be incredibly difficult, especially if CleanX just finds the opening, and he just gets the freebie just like that. Ultra called game.
That is magic. Toronto Ultra, it's a 3-1 with the invasion hardpoint being the cherry on top. GG's in the chat. And they'll be celebrating there in Toronto with the many fans in attendance there at the watch party. Ultra, dominant work in the respawns. Search and destroy, a little bit of work to do there, boys, but you got plenty of time.
I mean, honestly, maybe not even a lot of work to do. Like, I think a lot of their issues on high rise were just like B3 getting bullied out just a little bit. But I'd say in the respawns, absolutely class. That is as good as it gets for the most part. Again, P5 a sword point, but it's going to be like that on Invasion for quite some time. And maybe a little bit of credit to LAG. I mean, they kept up in the slaying category for the most part on this map, but overall, just a tier below, I'd say, Ultra in the respawn category.
Yeah, absolutely. The respawn category all there is the score shows it best. Karachi Control, a true blowout, but both of those hardpoint scores very, very strong indeed. The more sort of dominant hardpoints we've seen so far here in the CDL opening weekend for the 2024 season. Didn't even get to see that Invasion Search and Destroy. Didn't get to do that game 5, baby. That's just the way it is. But there we go. Very, very strong stuff from Toronto Ultra. You'd hope to see that after they pack-a-punch the roster. And that's all from Chance and I. Back to the desk.
Pack-a-punch the roster. Did they, Nameless? Do you feel like they've leveled up on a whole new level now?
I mean, you guys saw that A-piece on sub-base out of Envoy. The guy was absolutely piecing. They have the game down pat in the respawn so far, and with a team like that, you're just going to expect them to be dominant at Search and Destroy in the future as well. I really love what I saw them. On that Invasion, it's difficult to chain hills multiple in a row, and they were able to do that.
Allie, let's jump into some of the highlights here and talk about these players. What did you learn about our Toronto Ultra team tonight?
I mean, they've just picked up right where they left off. I mean, I think my biggest takeaway from Envoy currently is in that first hard point on sub base. He actually had a little bit of a slower start, but as Ann touched on, we saw him go on that 8-3 in the end, and I think that's a testament to who Envoy is as a player. He's able to get himself back into a game, and for Toronto Ultra, they did lose that Search and Destroy, so I want to keep that on our radar as maybe possibly a struggle for them, or maybe possibly on the flip side, maybe LAG is coming out swinging here for those game 2 and 5.
I like that.
You know, and like when you're watching these teams early in the game, like it really is, it's only one match, right?
Yes.
So it's hard to form your opinion, but like Toronto Ultra in these hardpoints so far look like they have been the furthest ahead. Just from what we've seen, right? It's all we can go by. And on that sub base, I mean, winning by that big of a margin on a map like that is going to be difficult to come by throughout this season. So for Toronto Ultra, I think they're putting the rest of the league on notice. Like, we ready.
500 to 269. That's what the hardpoint points combined will total. And that's pretty dominant in favor of the Squirrels. So Toronto gets it done in 1-3-4. Let's take a look, though, at some of the big plays, including our play of the game. This one comes from the new guy. It's all 8. Nameless. Allie, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this was nuts. I mean, Allie, you know how it is. You can just get put in the blender on this hill. When you're spawning back there after Tunnel Hill, and then there's a player up top your server, you're just going to get blended, and he does just that. He plays his life perfectly, and then the spawns actually flip behind him, and he still picks up kills as they're desperately trying to get to the point. Now, I know the time's running out, but still, Envoy is beaming. AR sub, it don't matter.
Sub base, new favorite map or too chaotic?
It's fun to watch. Well, I take that back. It's not fun to watch. It's fun to play.
Okay.
I like it for both.
I like it a lot. I feel like that's where
chaotic.
we're going to see our kill total. Like the records are going to be set on that map most
100%.
likely. I do want to give a quick shout out to LAG. Right, you came into your first match. A lot of people said you're going to get 3-0 swept. You look good in search, and you clearly have talent. Estriel looked like he's got a good gun. We know what Fame can do. He did it for Minnesota last year. How long before you catch up to the other teams, though, Allie?
It's a weird situation, not only because it's the beginning of the season. People play differently when it comes to scrims and online matches. For LAG, you know, this is a brand new team considering like the players playing together going up against Toronto Ultra that kept their core 3 and was, you know, a top team all last season. So for LAG, I think they can take away that they do feel strong in search and destroy. I do need to see a little bit more out of Diamond and Fame in the respawn zone. But again, it's really early to make these decisions.
Well, they're playing again tomorrow, so you can check them out then. Right now, though, we've got our Monsters winner circle. Let's show the spotlight right now on young Envoy. Envoy, you look good in purple. How's it feel to be playing for Canada?
Oh, it feels amazing, man. I'm here with a great group of guys, and we've been matching well together, and it was good to get our first win of the year.
Absolutely. Envoy, this is a question I've been wanting to ask all day. How does it feel going from scrims to now your first official match? Did you find any discrepancies?
I feel like it was going to be a little bit more ratty, like in the matches. Obviously, we won the Karachi 3-0, but I feel like it was a lot slower pace than have some of the scrims have been. And otherwise, I mean, High Rise is a straight up S&D map. Didn't come our way, but our respawn looked really good.
Envoy, I mean, you've had a ton of success in the past, obviously, with LA Thieves and won some championships over there during your tenure. And now you're on another great team. What are you looking to bring from, you know, the last rosters that you've had and the success? What are you looking to bring to this team?
I feel like for me, on all my teams, I've played a lot of different roles, and I think the biggest thing I'm bringing to the team is just like criticism and practice and strategy. But on every team that I'm on, I'm just trying to do my own thing, you know, play fundamentally correct, get my intangibles up, and then, yeah, we go from there, and it helps that I'm with a great group of guys.
Envoy, who makes you laugh the most on the squad?
Definitely Jamie. He's right here. But yeah, we've been playing some late night woogs. Didn't pay off in the wagers, but Jamie gives me a good laugh all the time.
Well, we got a lot of Toronto fans happy in the chat. Congratulations on your first W. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Cheers. That's Envoy. Toronto Ultra getting it done, but it took 4 maps. When we come back, we've got one more series here on our Super Saturday. It's going to feature Boston and Seattle. Before we go, though, quick reminder, sync and win big. Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in game. Nimbus, you got one of these yet?
No, I need to do this.
Sync your calendar, bro.
Yesterday I saw this and said, this is actually fire, right? You get notified every time your team is about to play. I love it.
Yeah, good stuff. Scan that QR code. Make it easy on yourself. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's the final battle. Can Surge finish week 1 2-0, or is Boston finishing 500? Stay tuned to find out. those Seattle guys look tough. A quick question, Allie, who wins in a fist fight?
Whoa, you are putting me literally...
Me or nameless?
Another tough situation.
All right, we'll talk about that later. Right now, we got to get ready for this battle because we've seen these teams yesterday. Seattle was able to walk away with Ender dropping a career-high KD. Today, though, you're playing against a Boston Breach squad that took Atlanta to that Game 5. They went the distance, and they looked pretty good, especially early in that series. Starting with Boston, Allie, what did you like most from that team? Who impressed most on day one?
I mean, honestly, the whole team impressed most. I don't think there was one player that specifically stood out to me. I think they all were doing their job incredibly well. Specifically, though, we have to get to the nitty-gritty. Snoopy in the later half of that series really showed what he was about and why Boston decided to bring him back and put him on the starting lineup and kind of build around him in such a way.
Yeah, you know, on the flip side, I think Priestahh, he wants to play a little bit better in the respawns. It's only one match. We'll see him turn up. And for Boston, it's like clean up those egregious search and destroy rounds. They lost way too many when they had the advantage. And you can see some of their stats here in the Monster Energy pregame. The key player is going to be Capsidal. 1.4 S&D KD. We saw what he was doing on Karachi. Getting up close and personal, getting those first bloods. He can make a massive impact. And this is a good search and destroy team on the opposite end in Seattle.
Yeah, we were watching Caps and I was like, wait. He is playing so aggressive. The man is fearless, and they give him the smoke, so especially in Search and Destroy, keep your eyes on that young man. Boston, though, I think are the underdogs, according to the chat right now. Everyone's pulling for Seattle's Surge. Is it because they have Alec, a.k.a. Arcitys? Is it because they have a man from Belgium in Abuzah? Or is it Illey and Huke, Allie?
I mean, it's got to be Illey and Huke, but I'm sure there's fans across the board. Obviously, Illey was a man on a mission yesterday as his kind of re-debut back into the CDL, but I think my eyes are going to be on Abuzah in this series. He didn't do necessarily bad. It was just Illey kind of stole the spotlight. So I'm interested to see what this rookie has to offer for the Seattle Surge team.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle, one of the most polished teams on day one. You can see the Monster Energy pregame. Key player Illey, 1.7 yesterday. He was popping off, and what he was saying in the interview was like, we love this game. Like, it's a lot of fun. It fits his play style really well. And like Ali said, Abuzah, while he didn't put up crazy stats, his impact was there, especially in the search and destroys on that terminal, making plays when he needed to. So this Seattle team seems to be pretty well-rounded, and this should be the best match of the day.
Ender, a.k.a. Illey, in the bottom left. You got Arcitys, bottom right. Huke, top left, and Abuzah. The player I want to see a lot more from observers, if we can, the Belgian joining this star-studded lineup, looking to get the second win for the Surge. It's time to take a look at the maps and modes, and I got to get your prediction here, Allie. Who is going to come out on top? We got 2 terminals, 2 invasions, and a Karachi Game 5.
I think this will be a serious battle. I think I'm definitely leaning a little bit towards Boston. They have both the maps in this map set, that invasion and terminal, that they were able to take off of Atlanta yesterday, as well as that Karachi search and destroy where they went around 11 Game 2 with Atlanta. So possibly the edge here in this layout.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll echo that a little bit, especially with that invasion control. It's a map that we saw yesterday. Seattle didn't look that strong on, so we'll see if Boston's able to capitalize.
All right, we have Carlos Milan, who just said that one of these teams is dog water, and Boston is going to stomp them 3-0. Let's find out if he's right. Allie, where are you going with predictions? I got to go with this Seattle Surge squad. Boston. I'm going Boston.
I already forgot
50-50 chance. All right, Allie, where are you going?
I'm going with Boston in this series. I think it'll be a Game 5.
Nameless, balance us out. Is that
I'm gonna
a third B?
I'm going with Seattle.
Right,
I think Seattle comes in and they take this series. They look too good. Their boys are vibing. They're getting it.
All right, there we have it. That is our predictions. It's time to get the game started. Send it on over to Merc and Maven.
I don't know what kind of squawk that was, like a bird sound that Chris made. Whoa!
Oh, you make predictions at the top of the day, you know, so sometimes you just forget what you said.
Yeah,
happens to the best of us.
I haven't heard that sound out of him in quite some time. But now we get ready for our match here, and this should be fantastic in the sense of like a litmus test in a way. Like we saw Boston play FaZe very tough. We saw Seattle look very strong against Thieves. I'm looking to see how these guys match up against each other. I would think this should be a very tight match. Like Ant said, this should be the best match of the day. I'm going with that. Yeah, I agree.
Did you see that lower third? We're 3 for 3 on Game 5s. Do we go 4 for 4? I think last year together we had 2 or 3 the entire year.
Listen, it's been back and forth. You and I have been casting together for going on 6 years
long.
now. Which
I don't know.
We're talking like the only people who have casted longer are like Tasteless and Arcitys as a pair. Like we have been going for a long time now. So it's up and down. Sometimes you get your Game 5, sometimes you don't. Last year we got choke slammed. This year we're coming in getting some Game 5s early. It's been a blast. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the show. The matches have been fantastic, and I would not be surprised if this one goes the distance. It just has it written all over it.
No doubt about it. I think, you know, there's always a question mark. We know who, you know, the top tier teams were, you know, Ultra, FaZe coming into this year. A big question mark was sort of the middle tier, the lower tier. How are these rosters going to play out? I think Boston showed off, you know, we can compete with the best yesterday.
Yeah.
Seattle said, right now we're better than the LA Thieves, right? So that sort of tier list is starting to get smoothed out a little bit. But
I think we kind of have these guys in the same ballpark right now, right?
Absolutely, right around that top 6, top 8, whatever you want to put them. But another test for both of the squads. And you know, you heard the devs talk about it. There are some repeat maps here. So yes, it is early in the year, but you're already going back, watching some VODs, seeing what they like to do. What are your default strategies and trying to counter that today?
Yeah, because what, we get to the 3 and 4, and that's where we saw the success from Breach yesterday, if we do get there. But here we go. First map underway, Invasion Hardpoint will be where we'll start off.
Wow, it's my spot again.
Yeah, right to it. What do we call this? The Big Merc Daddy is what they call this spot?
That's what you called it, yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe not the best name, but we'll see what he can do from the Big Merc Daddy.
Well, 10 seconds the way of Seattle Surge. Priestahh getting taken down, and Abuzah just kind of hanging out, but you see where the spawns come in. Just trying to work that pinch is Snoopy.
Tap.
Him and Slasher able to take down 2, but again, a nice response for Seattle and great early time here.
Getting a hefty chunk. Still in control. Looking like a perfect 60 almost. If they can keep rocking this, but no, not going to happen. Priestahh comes through with a double. Huke trying to get the answer, but finally you're able to get in if you are Boston Breach. Now we start to think about our next hard point. Sorry, I'm choking, Joe.
I know. I make sure you're all right.
I need some water.
You've been a little under the weather. You're getting over it, but on that rotation, Illey able to find a couple of kills, lock down that P2 area. You already have Abuzah inside a DVD, just kind of waiting, hanging out.
Oh, yeah, shaking off a bit of a head cold. We're back.
You are back.
Slam some water, Joe.
Gotta stay hydrated. Everybody at home, get some water. Stay hydrated. It's been a long day. Last match of the night. Abuzah finally taken down, but Surge, so much map control. They have been chilling on this hill. They were chilling for the most part of the first hill. A nice lead here.
Let's see if they can build upon it. Huke, the nuke, looking to send it on forward. 1 down, 2. Papa's looking for 3, maybe 4. If they continue to look for him, if he got back to full health, maybe a chance to get the triple, but the streak will end there. But as he does the damage, you know, it allows Illey to continue to sit there and soak up the time. Huke right off spawn, right back into the mix. Arcitys is piecing, and Seattle Surge looking clean.
I mean, this is beautiful out of Surge. If you just saw that, they knew that spawns were going to flip, and Arcitys just waited for the spawns. He was set up at the wall, and well, I think he got 2 or 3. He got 2 for sure. Almost found the 3rd, but they're up 60. They've won the rotation again. Some great Call of Duty, some nice fundamentals from this squad. This is what we expect from Surge.
I know the fundamentals, they get you going. Those big fundamental plays.
Well, I mean, listen, one person does it, Joan, is definitely their coach in Rambo Ray. They absolutely, you know, you got to give him his props.
Nearly eclipsing that 100-point mark, just slamming Boston Breach so far. About to be up 80 points, set up in the next point. Contest there for a moment. Capsidal able to do it. Wall bangs on through. Illey gets the tax in, tries to follow it up with a pistol, but Capsidal inside. Getting the dirty work done, but my God. You're feeling like you desperately need to get some seconds on the clock now because, you know, you have a Palace upcoming. That's all Seattle, let's say. I mean, you could start to run away with this game early.
Yeah, I mean, what a play out of Capsidal, right? We saw it yesterday. We're seeing it here again. Another big individual play. He's now on 5 in a row. You would love to have a cruise. Maybe if you don't have the spawns for Palace, maybe just get pushed up on the map. Priestahh on rotation. Does get taken down as well. You have 3 players around this treehouse area. Seattle Surge once again win rotation.
Yeah, you know, we've seen people set up for Palace 90 seconds early at times in scrims, but so far everyone just kind of duking it out here for.
Well, watch number 5, watch Huke. Let's see what he does, because he's really the player that's trying to set up Palace for them, but Priestahh wins the gunfight. If Huke is able to win that, he's going to push up the street, maybe flip the spawns. Instead, it's 3 dead, and now Snoopy already backing up to Palace, and you see where Surge is spawning. They're going to have to fight this scrap time. Well, I mean, scrap 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's crazy because it feels like scrap time, though, when you're thinking about the next hard point. But what a job here from Capsidal, because you're the one-man army right now. Everyone else has rotated. The fact that you're getting time, are you kidding me? I think that ends up being a pretty awesome individual moment. I mean, he gets about 10 points, maybe 20-point swing there in the sense of, like, you're in a hole. You need something to muster up, whereas he dies. I mean, obviously the rest of the people on rotation.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has the cruise. What was that, a 9 spree? He stayed alive through that when we hopped off that cam. So a great life out of Capsidal. He's up to 11-8. Snoopy 9-9, and here we go. Palace is set up. What is Seattle Surge going to do to break this? RC with some shots in, and that's going to be 2 dead.
Oh.
Now a little bit of time to panic mode, or is it? The young guns, Capsidal, Snoopy holding it down.
Okay, they're all right. They're all right. You need to win 2 waves, right? Like, you got to get the entries, then you got to win the fight on the point.
You got to see Surge is like, all right, rotate. They're just like,
we got to.
Not much we can do at this moment. But inside of P1 was Huke. A nice one-on-one win versus Slasher.
Nice part, I mean, you know, you kind of start to get back into this a bit if you are Breach behind this, but you were, you know, ahead enough if you were Seattle Surge that you could let that time slide. But it's Breach trying to make the rally. They get the time at Palace, they're trying to bring it back. Want to hear the guys getting fired up. Let's go to listen in now with Boston Breach.
Alright, laundry last guy. Laundry last guy. There's funny on you. He's fire truck. He's weak back there, right there, Cap. He's fire truck.
What's one? One's on this left.
There's one on me, right? Yeah, there.
I can see top blue. I don't see
there. What's DVDs earlier?
I don't see people or anything.
Back DVD. One's fire truck.
I have it.
Fire truck me. And in bottom blue. Fire truck. He's back.
I'm telling blue.
Bottom blue, then.
Nice.
There's funding.
Beat on.
Side blue, nice. I'm trying to play spawners.
Smarter.
I'm blocking blue spawn. I don't know where they're spawning. Spawn gas. Gas the street on you.
Laundry. Laundry, one shot. Small. One shot, bro.
On time.
I'm on nade bounce.
Fire truck, and the one's a small weak.
Fire truck
and the small.
He's weak, back behind us. Behind us. Behind us. Nice.
One shot beat on.
One on me, back blue.
High rope.
He's like side blue. This is big time. They're all spawning gas. They're all going to like blue side and gas.
Laundry weak.
Yo, one just keep beat on weak. And some, weak and some.
I think one went dead.
I need to beat on, careful.
I'm gonna fake back blue.
And there's probably new. Yeah, one's on new, and there's shit on.
Nice person.
Shit on. Nice. Back gas. Yo, what's dark? Go to new. On the tank. On you. You're broken. One's like blue and then one's old. One's far rugs. I'm spawn killing. Blue and then broken.
Broken. Nice, one blue.
And they're dead.
Nice.
I'm running.
They're spawning American.
They're gonna wrap. Top American rapping for me.
Ender, Huke, Abuzah, missing Alec maybe. Alex first guy we're missing. I think
back to it. We got ourselves a game. The listening fire with Boston Breach, and they're looking for a lead change here.
I mean, great rotation kills by Priestahh. You heard him getting fired up. Not the best series yesterday, but I love that little tidbit at the end. You know how important I think it is to call out names. You're trying to find that final player, and Priestahh's like, it's Alec. I'm pretty sure it's Alec. He was lurking the entire time, but Surge off with spawn are able to maybe find the rest of this scrap time. You can see towards the bottom of the minimap, Illey already rotated, but Breach right back in this game. A great hard point, a back and forth battle.
That's true. Sometimes you know just missing one's not enough. You know who you're missing. You know you get that kill. You know you're ready to move on. Focus on the next fight. Next hard point. Ready to pop. Illey in position. RC's getting kills outside with the Renetti. Trying to pinch the hard point. Abuzah able to deal with that. Priestahh still trying to light a fire for this squad. Up to 20 kills. 20 and 12 in this one. And Slasher is lurking outside the point, just waiting for the collapse as Priestahh gets caught mid-lane.
Now you get that cross, and I mean, look at what Capsidal is doing. He has 2 minutes on the hill, 18 and 12. Not leading the way kill-wise, that's Priestahh. But you love to see this from him. He goes on that 9 spree. A big reason, the end of that first rotation, middle of this map, where he keeps Breach alive for a little bit. Make sure that lead doesn't get too scary. It's another lead change coming on through over towards P4. You do have Priestahh just kind of lurking on rotation, but Abuzah finds some nice shots from him.
I mean, Capsidal's got some damage to go with that. It says on LeBron-type numbers. You got the OBJ, you got the kills, you got the damage. You'll have to wait to see the end of the scoreboard. And it's only going to matter if they get the map win. But you've got a narrow lead here. Next hard point, here we go. You're in the point, holding the spawns all the way on the other side of it very early. It's going to be at number 8. You'll see that's Arcitys. Now he's starting to push up the map. He'll leave that to Huke. They just got to make sure they try to keep the spawns, try to hold the hard point, getting back into this game.
I mean, it's just a question of, do you want to go for this if you are Breach, right? Try to time it so you can win this map right here, but now this will have to go to the next Palace Hill. Abuzah just got to stay alive to slide. Doesn't go his way, and a trophy takes down Slasher, but the entire team is there in Seattle. They're playing for it. They're saying, all right, we're going to try to lock this down early. You have to break Palace. If we win this, we win the map.
No, that was great. I mean, they did some damage early.
Yeah,
30
Breach
seconds
had to go
hard
faster,
point.
I think, there.
100%. Now you get like best best of both worlds if you're Seattle Surge. You need 40 to win for Seattle. You're going to get darn close, but rely on a break now if you're a Boston Breach. So this comes down to one of the harder hard points in the game to break. Surge on the hold for the victory, Breach on the break for the victory. Who's going to make the plays?
Wow, maybe Snoopy. Incredible gunfight win. You saw Illey's reaction, like, oh my goodness.
The hit markers were there, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the wall bangs that come on through. But here we go. Huke now backing up, trying to watch this cross. You do have presence here if you are Breach, but you got to go sooner or later. Who is the last man there? That is Slasher. What is he going to do? It looks like he's going to look for kills off his spawn, maybe open things up for his teammates. Tie game, now Surge in the lead, but the numbers go the way of Breach. It's a 3-on-1, down to Abuzah, the rookie. Trying to hang on and at least buy time for his teammates to get there. Breach still has to get on in.
Here we go. They slide on in. There is the break. There you through. Last guy out is going to be RC's. You get in. It's enough time to win, too. 240 mark now hit for Boston Breach. Seattle Surge. The script has been flipped, and now you have got to go. You've got to send it. You got to fly into the point. Is anyone going to be able to get there in time? The answer is no. It's a break for Breach. They need it in the final moments. They get it. They get the W. That's a hell of a map to kick us off.
An incredible play by Slasher there towards the end of the map. He lurks on through back wall. And you have a tough decision, right? Because they kind of know his presence. He could kind of go for a play backstairs, but he goes for spawn kills instead on a couple of players from Seattle Surge. And what that does, it opens up a lane for his teammates to get there. They then use their numbers to find that break. A great map between these two teams, but Priestahh, everyone had their moments on this Boston Breach side, but Priestahh leading the way.
Yeah, and I think like early on, you know, you talk about that fifth Palace hard point, like with snaking, you know, with the smoke changes of command, like it seemed unbreakable, right? For a lot of these teams, you're ready to watch some highlights. It seemed like unbreakable. Like this point's breakable. It is, and you just saw it there. Like everything on the line, they had to break. They got it done. They got the victory.
I mean, look at this lead here. I mean.
Oh, they were smoking them early, Joe.
Yeah, and that's what Capsidal, you know, found 20 to 30 points, and then you have this big play on rotation. You can already see Snoopy rotated. That's going to give them Palace Hill. They hold Palace, put themselves back in the game. The big 9 spree from him, but just kind of clawing their way on back. And then is when Priestahh really started to go. He's only 11 and 10 at this moment, but he starts to cook.
Kind of over the course of that listening, really, is when they started to rally. You kind of got to hear it. Like it was kind of special to use here in Priest to get fired up, some of the comms being on point, and that's when they start to really bring it back.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's right after this, I think Slasher, or sorry, you know, Priest able to win those couple of rotation gunfights over here towards P2. You win this bust off, you see where Seattle is spawning so far away. We have this tie game. But then, yeah, right at this hill, you need, what, 45 to win? It's like, did we just break this early? But Snoopy with this opening gunfight, but then it's Slasher who's able to sneak on through, and this is what I mean. He knows a couple of players are coming off a spawn. He plays for that, and then the rest of this team is able to work the opposite street, all the pressure on them, and they're able to get that break.
Yeah, and I think some people in that moment, you know, maybe younger players, they panic and they're trying to hit the point, right? Like, fly to the point, get to the objective. We got to get him out. There's one player left. Just the calmness to sit there, just turn on a dime, pick up the kills on spot. It's a great call from you, Joe, and you see the victory there. Win it by 7 points. Sensational stuff there from Boston, and well, we thought this would be a very close one. So far, that is absolutely the case. It is a banger there in that map 1. Now we get ready for Terminal Search and Destroy. We continue on, and it can be a fun one. It can be a tough one on either end of it at times.
Yeah, but this is where Surge looked clinical versus LA Thieves.
Very true.
They won 6-2. Illey put up some insane numbers. Again, there's just sort of that VOD factor that comes into play now. It typically doesn't happen this early, but you just played a match last night. You know this map's coming into the rotation. They opt to play it. I'm sure Boston Breach of the coaching staff said, all right, this is what they typically like to do. We'll try to counter this.
Yeah, how does that work with VOD review? Is that usually just ramp up closer to the first major? Like, not really too aggressive out of the gate?
Every day. That is every day. Coaching staff is in on the scrims. Hey, what do you guys want to do here? I think a lot of the early sort of VOD is, what do we want to do here? What's our goals, right? You're trying to set sort of rules and plans and how you want to attack certain things, how you want to hold a hard point, just kind of forming your system. But then, you know, as you get closer and closer to those matches, You're trying to work on those mistakes, and you're trying to counter their strategies.
Well, it's just crazy how much it's probably changed since back when you competed and played.
I didn't have a coach.
What was Rambo Ray like sending you a notebook with Post-it notes?
No, I was playing with Rambo Ray on my team. No,
I just figured him being the coach, like breaking stuff down for you.
No, we just did our own, right? We had a little notebook. That was pretty much it. Yeah. No, we did not have an entire coaching staff dedicated to it.
It's come a long way, and you've seen the advancements of some of the players in play. That it's more competitive probably than it has ever been. But we get ready now for our map 2, a nail biter in that map 1. Illey and the boys in Seattle Surge try to fire back. This is a team in Seattle Surge we've been so excited for. You know, we had Illey actually on our podcast that came on to chat. One of the funnier podcast episodes, because Illey, my man, came in, said he was playing an attorney at the same time, chatted with us for about 20 minutes, left, and then went and won a tournament.
Yeah, and I think really the main story of that was that, I'm just going to gun people. Like, that was really it, right? We're just trying to, obviously he had a bit of a break last year, gets benched on OpTic, just kind of sits the years out, and he's like, I'll find a really good team, but now he's back with sort of that Empire foundation. You know, you have Huke with him, you have Rambo with him, and then RC's, this is a team that's kind of just like on a comeback story. They're trying to prove it once again that they're some of the best in the world.
I thought the thing that I took away the most from having him on the podcast was him talking about Abuzah. When he was like, that kid's nasty. Like, trust me, that kid's nasty. That kid's nasty. That's all he kept saying. I'm like, okay, all right, I believe you.
Well, the big question mark with Abuzah is we're going to look at Illey's stats from yesterday, was that Abuzah was a main AR last year in Challengers, right? And then we're hearing he's going to be you have Illey and RCs, that's going to be your AR.
Well, so we kind of asked him, like, how would he be, right? And he's like, don't worry about him. Don't worry about him.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's gunning. He's gunning people.
Okay.
He's gunning people.
I trust you.
He's just sitting next to Ally. What'd you say, man? Yeah. I was like, sounds good.
That was definitely one of our more interesting episodes we've had, but some of the highlights from Illey we had yesterday in his match, he was putting on. Statistically, he was phenomenal. I think a lot of people have been excited to see him back in action. Whether it's the frustration he had with getting dropped, the frustration behind kind of the hand injury. He's a guy that came into the league, took it by storm, won a world championship, and he knows he is one of the best in the game, and excited to show that that's still a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question mark for maybe the Surge team was like, where is the slaying power going to come in from on the AR side, right? If it is going to be Illey and RCs, we've seen them do it in the past, but can you do it again, right? One of them is going to have to step up against some of our top AR teams in this game. They've been some more of the role players for their previous teams. This time, though, I mean, it's going to have to be one of them, and yesterday it was Illey.
Well, it's weird because when you think about a player like Arcitys, before the Atlanta FaZe team, I mean, he was demonic. I mean, statistically, he was an absolute beast. He had moments where he had to do that for Atlanta FaZe, but for the most part, he didn't need to. Yeah. I think this is sort of their chance to be like, you'll remember now.
Well, even like Illey, first year in Empire, he was just doing whatever he had to do.
Yeah,
like that was just filling. Hey, where do you need me? I'm gonna win us the search and destroy map. I got this. And yeah, he was a world champion his first year.
Yeah, man. I think sometimes like you watch players and like just sort of like an eyeball test. Like there's some people that do the dirty role because you're sort of like, that's just what they need to do. But then there are other people who are just due to the people around them. That's the role they have to do. But you know they have the ability to be a superstar, like without question. You've seen that in major sports at times with teams. Like you just have to fill this role. At some point, though, it's your time to take off, spread those wings, and fly like a giant goddamn bird.
Yeah, that's a big bird. It must have a crazy wingspan.
Yeah, absolutely beastly wingspan. But no, we've been so excited to see these guys, and chip all over the shoulders of Seattle Surge. But Boston Breach, I mean, same can be said on their side. We're getting ready, I believe, to hop into the map 2. Terminal S&D, Breach coming off a big win. We'll see if they can keep it going here.
Yeah, and I think Priestahh, you're very happy about that map 1 performance. You know, you're playing Atlanta FaZe match number 1. Sometimes you see the blender versus those guys.
Who's got the biggest chip? Who's got the biggest chip?
Probably him. He's like, I'm a world champion, and I'm somehow on a new team.
Right? Like, we're sitting here giving this whole spiel about the chips on the shoulders of Seattle Surge, but there's a chip the size of a Maven on the back of Priestahh.
That is a big chip.
Yeah, you're just... All right. Let's focus on the map 2. Terminal Surge coming up.
Somehow you always just start talking about food.
Well, I didn't mean like a Dorito, like a chip, you know?
If someone make like a Photoshop of Maven as a Dorito, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Round 1. Some beams early in from Snoopy. Illey just ripped off of the map, trying to find another head. He's able to do that. Snoopy, early action as Abuzah also taken out of this one, but quick into a 2 versus 2. Bomb recouped and pick up by Snoopy. Now we'll see where the play opts to go. Snoopy and Slasher versus Huke and Arcitys.
Yeah, you heard Snoopy doesn't have covert sneakers on, so it'll be very loud, but maybe on a map like this, it doesn't really matter. It just goes for those early gunfights. off the break, and we'll probably have the field upgrade available soon. Slasher, he gets spotted by Arcitys. It's a couple of nice tags in, with the advantage to Arcitys in that gunfight now a 1-on-2. And this is where it can get hairy, and Arcitys with some beams.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking maybe Slasher is back down from that one. It's a tough fight, but he hit some nice tags.
I think what he's probably worried about too, if he doesn't take that fight and maybe get a trade, the player playing is going to peek him.
Yeah, true, because he has got the information on the stun, right?
Yeah, so it's just one of those situations where he just kind of, he's into it and goes for it.
Just commit. I win it, I win it. I don't, I don't. But Surge on the board after a nice opening from Snoopy. I think he hits like, what, 2 of the first 3 kills, something in that ballpark. But it's a flurry of trades into that fast 2v2. We'll see what we have now in the opening moments.
This is an all-A hit, and this is a great call because there's nobody there. They're just going to watch the cross, maybe try to get this player down. Snoopy maybe going to try to jump on up and find an angle. And that's it. Yeah, Snoopy has an angle right on through, but the bomb is planted. He is just jumping right to the window. Does get taken down, but 3-on-3 retake here for Boston Breach.
Yeah, a big thing he got the planet. Like, Snoopy gets that kill a second earlier, who knows? But it's Capsidal on the hunt, looking for his food, and able to take down Arcitys, centering just a hair off, or maybe he fries Abuzah.
Hey.
Yeah, right through the window. Check it in the cockpit, and Illey dashed up. Now 1 versus 1, 15 seconds to go. Slasher is hunting damage in, tries to send it out. He's just in the corner.
Time.
He's able to win it. Run, run. Not gonna get there. Not gonna get there. I think he was like 0.5 off.
Oh my God, yeah, it was close.
Yeah, it's just a little, I was just staring at it, just a little off.
But yeah, you saw what Boston was trying to do.
Had to be a bit faster.
With that retake. But it starts with Snoopy, but yeah, the fact the bomb gets planted, that's the biggest deal in that round.
Yep. And he was, speaking of like close, like he was real close to getting that kill before it went down, right? Like that's probably another 0.5 second difference. Could be a game of seconds or half seconds.
Or milliseconds.
Or milliseconds.
What's below that? Nano?
Nanoseconds.
Sounds right to me.
I don't know. What is time, Joe? Weebly wobbly. Shots just go right above Capsidal, and
he's somehow alive, gets that first blood, and he's up.
It's Snoopy. Then what? He get the kill through on the crossing, looking over him.
And now a 4 versus 2, and again, just all about the trades. Huke now 1 versus 2, gets tagged up, going to reposition. We saw this yesterday a lot in this sort of these 1v2 situations. Do you want to go for the plant? Are you worried about a timing? What is going to be the play call here for Breach? They're just going to wait for a moment. And Huke, can he get spotted? And again, just reposition.
Good luck. Not able to find anywhere to go. Every time he peeks, he's getting tagged up. Breach, nice job getting on the board. Some fast and frantic action early, and yeah, it looked like Capsidal was going to be an easy trade in that corner, and then just couldn't quite like get the angle on him.
Yeah, when you're that player on SCs, you go on top of the railing, and you know you're kind of strafing back and forth, and then sometimes you back down, and you're trying to get back up, and then all of a sudden your crosshair is just not where you want it to be. So Capsidal's able to stay alive.
Or suddenly you're mantling on some part of the map you didn't know you could. And
then you're just questioning, do I turn auto mantle off?
Yeah. Priestahh utility in. I think I saw a stun toss from the other side that ricocheted, hit one of them in the face or close to it. Priestahh peels the face as well. Nice shots on Illey.
This is what Boston, 2 rounds in a row, kind of their default, just allowing the cross over towards A. They do not mind playing a retake, but right now they obviously have a 2 versus 4. But we'll see how Seattle Surge opt to play this later in the map, because it is all down to Huke right now in a 1v4.
Fresh off the 1v2. Now we'll try it in the 1 versus 4.
Good luck.
Yeah, middle of the plane, they just come swarming. 3 players.
A SWAT
slide canceled across the screen, wiping them off the map.
Yeah, we've all been there where you're aiming one time and the slide comes through. Your aim just follows that player. You're trying to snap onto the second, just does not happen. But again, Boston Breach with that first blood. Snoopy up to 7-2. He has been so good throughout this map.
See if he can keep this streak going. Getting closer to that cruise. gonna say, I thought he was gonna pluck a trophy out of this guy for a second with his shots.
Well, you can see with that spawn how quick he gets to that corner, right? They may not be ready for this. That's why he does not have the covert sneakers on, going for the speed in the breakoffs. But now they know he's there. Capsule, try to work through middle hall. He gets caught. Snoopy, the golf cart, saving you for now.
Stun still able to hit. The next one, the frag that comes through is gonna blow him off the map. Surge 4v2. Chance to take a lead in the series again. Or lead in the map again.
Well, maybe. Who's shown that with an SMG? Abuzah, though, gets aggressive, and he's able to find both. You don't expect that in a 3-on-2. Just playing for info. Abuzah just goes, yeah, I'm just going to run at him right through bookstores. They rotate on out, and he finds both the kills.
A wonderful job there for Abuzah. They get the round victory. Nice individual moment. And back in front if you are Surge. The streak win from Snoopy within that round. Beep, beep. See Abuzah opposite doing the early. His side going to be smoked off. RC is trying to get some tags. Maybe take out a trophy. Still got his utility to use in the stun and frag.
Yeah, same setup here for Boston. Very B heavy, allowing that bomb to cross over towards A. You can see Huke has been there for a while, just kind of hanging out. Just waiting, but it's all about the crosses, and Snoopy, he is spotting it. Spots one. Huke's going back. We're going back and forth, trying to keep them on their toes, but they have all the info that they need, so Boston, they're just keep holding this.
Well, I wonder if part of it's like RC's like, I took their trophy out. Like maybe we can play behind some utility.
Maybe.
He got that early trophy pick.
Well, what would you rather do here, right? It's kind of what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Nothing on this map offensively is a good time. You just have to take a chow. They're going to use the smoke. Yeah, no trophy, but Capsule pushed up. First blood in, gets away with his life.
Let's see if they can answer back, though. Not looking that way. Abuzah is going to be the last one up. Capsule's going to take his head off. That's all I was thinking. Maybe, like, I guess we saw RC take out the trophy early. Maybe that was the call for the rat back. But, yeah, try and play behind the smoke. But, unfortunately, you lose somebody, like, instantly as Capsule gets the kill. He gets the final one as well.
Yeah, I think the way Boston is playing this defensively, they're probably going to have to use that smoke mid-hall to try and fake them out as they're rotating towards A, maybe, and maybe throw a B hit behind that. But you may just have to try to get that A plant down, work the plant on offense. But it's back and forth battle. Close match continues.
Stun out over the top. And the push comes through fast and frantic. Now where do you look to go? Illey trying to get up top again. He's got two players in front of him just looking for that angle.
And Boston worried about the timings on the plant. Don't want to get caught. That's Priestahh who has the bomb, so he's got to work over quite a bit. Well, Illey's going to spot him, but doesn't find the kill.
It's close, too.
You see Capsule jumping up like, ooh, do I chow this? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to overchow. Stay patient. Wait for your teammates. There we go.
And maybe that's the type of play where Capsidal, like,
is a rookie,
year ago, 2 years ago, like, he tries to send it. Like, you know, he was very talented, but had some bonehead plays at times. Like, I think you saw over the past year or so, like, he's just starting to be a smarter player.
Yeah, I thought what we saw from that Mutineers team, obviously they didn't qualify for champs, but that last event in Toronto, they looked good. We heard teams talk about their scrims and how good that team was, so.
Well, the patience pays off. Doesn't want to throw away the 3v2 advantage, and they end up taking the round. That's back-to-back rounds, and now the edge. Huke, though, wants no part of it. Starts trying to bring it back. Abuzah with the quality beams. Breach is getting slayed. Snoopy just able to get out, but not going to matter much. He's the last guy alive, and they make that one look easy.
And it's crazy. I mean, that is just I think what Breach is thinking in that round.
Yeah, like, what happened there, Joe?
They go for a two-man split over towards A. They're thinking, we have shut down B so much, their only play is to hit A. That's not what happened. So they switch up the setup. Boston Breach didn't have that four-man setup around B. They put two at plane, and of course, what does Surge do? They just go forward top end.
Yeah, because typically, I mean, offense, you know how hard it can be on that push. They made that look like so easy.
Breach does not care. They just, Snoopy has, I don't know, 3 or 4 first bloods just taking that gunfight. You do get a response, though, and a man advantage from Abuzah and Arcitys.
And Huke's already got up to this aggressive position in bookstore. Just playing around. So did they check the corner? I'm saying we've seen players, just you always check that. You know someone's going to try and lurk.
Yeah.
They kind of jump on by.
Yeah, our players, they always trying to read.
Yep. Always trying to be educated, Joe. And I'll see if Huke, he seems to be spotting for information right now. Well, he's going to have help coming over now, but just don't get caught. Call out to your teammates. The slide across, Huke able to at least take one. And the help is there. So now you got to back out of this if you're Priestahh. And you've got players on both sides, kind of got you trapped in a triangle here.
I say they do give him kind of 2 1v1s in this situation, but I think Priestahh, yeah, he doesn't have covert sneakers on, so he's got to play this a different kind of way where they're going to probably hear this. No, he's going to flank Abuzah, and they are not together, so bomb going to go down. Arcitys has to rotate through.
Now, can he get to a spot before he's stomping around, giving all the info away? We'll see. Oh, well, he goes to mantle up top. RC's already there on the transition across. He wins the 1 versus 1. The setup kind of gives Priestahh a chance. Priestahh gives himself a chance, and RC says, no, sir.
Yeah, 5-4 lead now for Surge. Starts with that first blood again from Snoopy, but an immediate response. And I think that's RC's up to double digits in this map. So nice game from him. But yeah, as we said, sort of this rock, paper, scissors back and forth. I would imagine Breach go back to their sort of B default setup. We'll see what Surge want to do.
And then an A hit comes in from Surge.
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of what they want him to do. Right. See if Surge go for it.
Yeah, you're right. He's on 10-5 now. 10-6 on the other end from Snoopy. Yeah, kind of back to the default.
Well, that's what I kind of meant, right? Smoking off that cross, you force people to look this way. They're going to try to hit B with no smoke, and it's working so far.
Oh, they're just gunning him. Slasher, last man up. Trying to clutch. Has to pull us into 1 versus 2. Well, 1 versus 3. If you count the pick that he just got. Can he take this against Abuzah and Arcitys? Slasher's had some brilliant clutches. Not a lot to show in this map 2 so far. He's at 4 and 6, but this could be a massive moment to get to around 11. What kind of timing does he get? Abuzah's holding. Did he spot him?
Oh, he spotted Abuzah for sure, but sprints into it. Abuzah wins it, and Seattle Surge tie the series up.
I wasn't sure if Abuzah saw him or not, but doesn't matter. He wins the fight. Surge bring it back and tie it up, as you said. So far, they've looked strong on this map, right?
Yeah, I mean, just good adjustments really from both sides. I think Boston is a little bit unlucky in that one defensive round, but even right there, that last round, that's all Seattle could really do with that sort of default that Boston was showing, right? You have to sort of smoke the cross to A. That keeps the people looking at playing, looking that way, and then hit that sort of 3-man push towards the front. And catch the timing. They did it.
It's just, yeah, and so often, just like you said, like Snoopy do it at times, like someone just goes up and shouts a fight that they maybe have no right winning, and they're able to do it. It flips around on its head. But Boston was making a run for a bit in that map too, but Seattle a little bit too strong. I think Arcitys leads the way as he was sitting in double digits. Him and Abuzah, the youngster, though two left up at the end there to close it out, and they get the dub. So that brings us to 1-1. We get to go further into this series. We'll see. We got the control coming up next. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
We are back, tied up at 1-1 and ready to get back into the control. Here we go, Joe. We'll see who is able to answer back now in this map 3. The map 1 was insane. The map 2, Search and Destroy, pretty back and forth, but ultimately Seattle Surge able to get the edge. What are your thoughts going into map 3?
I mean, I think this is going to be another close one, right? Between these two teams.
Yeah.
I would say just on both ends, you're getting responses. When someone has an individual play, someone else is stepping up on one end. You know, it's our season. It's Snoopy, Capsidal in map number 1. Like, all of these teams have a lot of talent, and it's just good to see them going head to head.
It's always fun early in the year. See, kind of get that litmus test, see where everybody ranks.
Everyone's got questions.
Everyone's got their own power rankings, their picks, their fantasy, this and that. But all that matters is the results in the CDL matches. Who's going to get the W to end the day? Is Huke playing for info mid? Well, the info just went on by. Snoopy snaps back, slide cancel challenge. Snoopy, though, ready and waiting for it as he goes prone, wins the fight.
Yeah, over towards B, though, you have a couple of players in Abuzah and Arcitys trying to get some progress at this point, but Priestahh just kind of walks on up, able to find one, trying to finesse, just waste some time. Maybe allows his teammates to rotate on over, get some nades down still early in the round. Not going to have a trophy quite yet. You see Capsidal pops a Deddy trying to push on through, has a timing, but has to back away.
Arcitys, there we go. Shots on point. Bout gets the first bit of progress, but now we're starting to move on forward. RC wins another, now out to 3-0. Shots are hitting, my man is locked. Slasher, though. The shots are on point, the headshots are in. Huke still laying in the point, though. Second bit of progress, done. Still 51 seconds on the clock. Huke able to pop up. Illey there looking over him as well as they're finding the kills. The snap back, the shot's just a little bit off, not able to win it, and now Breach starting to answer.
Yeah, you know, multiple players on it. Priestahh just hits through dark, able to find one, just trying to keep them off it. Snoopy is the player to do it this time, but it's just kind of catching these timings with these little pinches. Finally, B going to be done, and Illey right back into his mode. He has a 5 spree. Now a couple of life advantage, but now the difficult part here for Surge, trying to work towards A.
And now it gets tough. You got 90 seconds to work with. Well, rival at range, you know, it can be a cannon, but there runs out of ammo, and RC is just able to snap and answer. They found, what, 2 kills in a row? They've got them pinned back a bit. Another one comes through. It's just 3 straight headshots for Seattle Surge. Onto the point they go. They just got them pinned back. And as I say that quickly, though, Priestahh and Slasher, the 2 players still up, lay down the hammer. But Arcitys, a bigger hammer. Inside, getting it done, locking down A.
I mean, just an unreal play from Arcitys. I love the route that Huke took before that. I thought, you know, pushing up towards that gas tank with the rival would put them in a great position, but it was Priestahh who found 2 somehow on the cross. And then, yeah, Arcitys, at least Arcitys gives them some map position off of spawn, because if Arcitys gets taken down early, then you would have Boston Breach all the way pushed up, but now maybe behind these kills that happens anyways.
What, about 4 lives now difference. Surge still have the edge. You know, you can't quite play TDM because there's only 40 seconds to go, but we'll see if they can maintain that advantage, because you're able to get on like this and stop the clock for a while. That becomes much more of a conversation. The conversation started to go away, though, as Boston Breach is the one getting all the kills. But keep an eye on those lives, keep an eye on the time. But now the time really going to dwindle, because this you got to set up. It's not scrappy anymore. You got a 4-man push here. This is the fight for everything.
Yeah, you can see the way Boston, they're just worried about the pinch right now. You have Capsidal on the point, just watching that front door. But with that first pick on the Priestahh, the second on to Snoopy, a chance here for Seattle Surge to win this offense.
Here we go, 5 on the clock. Capsidal, Snoopy, finding big kills. Ow! I think he just loses like a little aim assist in the last moment, but doesn't matter. The rest of them get dropped. Snoopy and Slasher, I think the two lighten up the feed. And they look vulnerable, very vulnerable at times. Do they do enough to close it out, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, two times where you have the first two picks, if you are Seattle Surge, obviously close spawns come in, right? You're trying to work those pinches. Maybe they help out, but the fact that those players stay alive on the point and then just able to keep Seattle off it, right? Then the clock is still going. That puts pressure against Seattle Surge. But again, a nice, I think, opening offensive round from Surge.
It was a what? It was like Slasher and Priestahh the first time, I think. Slasher and Snoopy were able to do it. Like, just when two go down, it's on the two players to clutch up, and they were able to do it. Illey from up top, though, with the beamers. And they're trying to get some damage over towards that A point first. Priestahh working out towards mid-map, catching him, throwing nades. Knows he's got one inside. The pistol trying to hit, but Huke up to it with the rival. Still, though, the damage being done. Can he get a second point of progress here somehow? You're going to have a 1 versus 2. Good luck to Snoopy. Can he make it 5 in a row with the win? Not going to do it. We'll drop the 4th, fall to the 5th. And the streak will end there, but you've kind of kept Seattle Surge on skates.
Well, that's really it. I mean, while all the pressure is on Snoopy, Seattle Surge then has to back down up. They give up map position over at B, and that allows Capsidal to work into this back loop position. Now he's all the way up top sandbags. Well, there used to be sandbags there back when I played 14 years ago, but they aren't there anymore. Now top blue, he's just getting some spawn kills. Again, you're pausing the clock, just working the objective.
And they're about to finish B, so you've already done what? You already have found the success that Seattle Surge did. You're gonna end up with 4 bits of progress here. Now you're gonna have another 2 minutes to work with. Live's not even a convo yet. You're basically even, but you haven't exhausted much. You've got to have a stalwart defense here if you were Seattle Surge.
You think here you have Abuzah all the way pushed up in Palace, and Priestahh is able to find out to say you have to take some time to take down that player, and that kind of opens up the A street a bit. Now you can work the middle of the map. That's exactly what Slasher is doing. So just working the different layers that Seattle Surge have set up off of that B capture. Last player looks like Huke. The rest pretty much off with spawn. So if they can deal with Huke, you have another crack at this, but Seattle Surge holding strong for now.
This got to trade effectively. Make sure that lives don't get too out of control. Make sure the comms are on point. Don't let anyone leak through. And we saw it with FaZe too. Sometimes you get a little too aggressive towards Palace. He's also walkie spawns kind of bridge side. Just try to avoid any situations like that. Play it straight up. But I mean, it seemed so scary at first when it was like 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A minute that's already gone, Joe. So far, so good.
Yeah, nice recovery too. Because I mean, Boston just right off the start, they hit that B point.
True.
Sorry, the A point leads them to B. But yeah, Seattle Surge just sort of said, let's just give this up. Let's just force them to have to work this point. Let's play with our map control. It's worked out perfectly so far. Still, some time to work with. 1 minute, and Capsidal and Priestahh now in the spawn, trying to find those kills.
Let's see what Priestahh is able to do. They got to worry about him for sure. He is behind enemy lines, turning some heads. Will his teammates be there to help him though, so he can make some noise? Not going to happen. Priestahh will be sniffed out, and time for them to turn and focus on the fight towards the front. Time dwindling. Now to 35 seconds. Lives just about even still again. And what looked like you had a chance to at least take an advantage in the ticks. We're talking maybe about a 5th round defense. Now I'm not sure that's gonna be the case, because now you're in a similar spot to what we saw Surge. You got one last crack at this, and you still got RCs in your base, beaming, sending you back to respawn, making sure you stay staggered.
Yeah, what, 20 more seconds, maybe one last go. Priestahh gonna be the point man, able to find Huke. Just not sure if they have time to get to the point. It's gonna be close, but you're just walking into the pre-aims. Maybe if that first player doesn't go down, but they do, Seattle holds strong. So a nice bounce back around from Seattle Surge.
Yeah, solid, what, 2 minute hold, 2 minute plus hold. Not really any scary moments either, where you think on the other side of it, like Breach was really up against it. There might have been a threat there after you got the first point, like in B, but nothing I don't think as scary as what we saw on the other end.
No, not at all. I think maybe there was a couple of chances. You had Priestahh in the spawn that one time. You're hoping he finds a kill, and then while that is happening, you're hitting the front. Just the timing is just never get taken down. And props to Surge for finding Priestahh that early, just very quickly, not allowing too much damage.
It may be a situation that could have got messy, but it never did. So really just straight up defense there from Seattle Surge. Really now let's see. They want to take it to A first and foremost. Can they get the second bit of progress? Boston Breach was not able to do it. Chance here for Surge to do it. The damage getting done. Second part is through. Great stuff here from Seattle Surge off the opener. They're still on the point, and they are just frying. You're on the back foot earlier if you're Boston Breach. Joe, how do you respond? Because Abuzah is just piecing your forehead in your base.
Yeah, you're going to have to do exactly what Seattle Surge did, just kind of flip the map. It's going to be a little bit tougher with the farther point, but you can already see the Capsule's position inside of Ice Cream. You have Priestahh around mid-tank. We'll see if this is possible.
This is the first time we've seen it. Yeah, like where A has just been hammered home first, and now you have to do that 2-minute hold at the offsite. Well, 2-minute hold, sorry, the easier site. And I think in control history, yeah, we've seen it for sure. It's just very hard.
Yeah, I think you're trying to set up some sort of trap. You still have, who is that, Capsule inside of Palace. And they deal with the players in their base. So far, so good for Breach. And now here you go. You have him on the wall, but he's going to get taken out with Capsule.
That first wave was real clean. And so like, how many reps do you have dealing with this particular scenario? That's a trophy. Trophy's gobbling everything up from each POV we hop to.
You can see the way Breach wants to play this. They do not want to allow them to even get to this tank, right? I mean, that's sort of the point of contention. They get past that, they can start working the B capture a little bit. Things can get messy. They're saying, let's play from these strong positions like a search and destroy round.
Oh, and also just like, yeah, they push up to that point. How much closer is that spawn that comes in, right? Like, you're spawning so much closer to it, able to reinforce it. The longer you can keep this pushed out, the deeper they'll be spawning, at least on that left side of the map. And so far, so good. They've kept them there. They have a 4-life advantage. You've had really no opening. You've already milked about 1 minute and 30 seconds off of that clock. This has been great defensively, but this, when it's easier sight, that's the thing where it just takes one moment, one break, just takes 4 lives.
Yeah, nice play there by Arcitys to pick up the pinch. I thought Snoopy was gonna shut this down, but you finally have some control of this B street. Capsule pushed up. Watching that cross. But all the kills are starting to go the way of Surge. So you held that defense for so long, but we know it only takes one little break on offense towards this site. And that could be it. You're gonna need some nades to connect. The trophies aren't there for Surge.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much exactly what we were talking about. The trophy maybe getting there just in time to bail them out, and it does just that for 1 minute 45 or so. You hold brilliantly if you are Boston, but it just takes the blink of an eye. And Seattle Surge get that point done, and that is the advantage you have with getting that harder point first. Well done by Seattle, because I mean, yeah, the success came in the opening 30 seconds of that round. Now you take the 2-1 edge. You won an offense, you're completely in control. Ham up this defense, suddenly the hard point loss doesn't look so bad. You're in control of this series.
And you should see, I mean, just in the top right, Seattle Surge, how the end of that round went. You have 8 kills in a row on their side. Breach, they went for this last time and you go for it again. We just saw Seattle Surge do it, try to get as much work done over towards A. If you cap it, that is fantastic work off this break.
Kind of seems like, why not? Like, it's so hard to get after you get B. Like, why not take one crack at it? Just see how it goes. You feel pretty confident in your ability to get B. Oh, no. Okay, well that makes things harder, I think.
It usually doesn't help.
That makes things harder.
You had 2 players on it, and the second pick doesn't come through either, so that hurts a bit.
And that's where they were just so close to getting it last time through, too. Just fall a little bit short of that.
I wonder if he was trying to, like, throw it, if there was a detonate down, right?
Might have been.
He's trying to get it out. Their trophy's gone, whatever it is. Try to avoid that nade. Instead, Snoopy takes down his teammate with him.
And Snoopy's calves are just getting rocked right now, but he'll be able to back up and reposition. We're now starting to try and get them locked in. Is Seattle Surge bursting on forward, hitting the pop. It's Arcitys. He's got an angle here through dark. Stun through, tries to stun back with his own. Just get the pre-fire on him, but not quite enough damage through.
Yeah, with Capsule top rotation though, nice positioning from him. He's just been kind of waiting, lurking for his teammates, waiting for Surge to try to get aggressive. As soon as that happens, that means that B point is open. But Illey's thinking, hey guys, let's retake this. Not give them a chance. Gonna try to go for this. Trophy not there. So that's gonna be the first kill. Maybe now they try to retake. That's gonna be the play call. Can Illey find the third? It's a pistol. Jump shot. It looks so close. Impressive gunfight win from Priestahh.
It's like each burst was just a hair off, right? Just barely missing. Can they shut it down here? Boston now back onto the point, able to stop the clock. Still okay in the lives department, 20 seconds to go. That 3 kills, I think, more than likely will be the point or not. They're still here. You've got Illey, you've got Arcitys standing strong. 10 seconds to go. Boston Preach trying to fly on forward. But it's just been the wall of Seattle Surge, the wave, knocking them on back. One more chance. Can they get it done in the final 3.8? It will be the case. Tack on another minute. You just barely get through. Okay, you get yourself to a 5th and final round and likely another crack at offense if you're Boston Breach.
Yeah, they're trying to go quick on this transition. They're not allowing Surge to get into a comfortable setup. You kind of see all the white arrows. They're just watching the cross to the 8 point. So both teams just trying to pick each other apart. Not Capsidal. Maybe the playmaker pops Deddy. Not rocking the sneakers. He's going to be the playmaker. He's able to find the first, trying to snap on the second, but at least has help from Slasher, who's on the point.
Alicia staying alive and being a threat too. Like, staying alive in that position, they have to worry about him off spawn, but it looks like for the most part, they're just sitting it out and dealing with the reinforcements. They're not bothering to deal with Capsidal in the back. They kind of left him alone. And just making sure to continue to stagger this because there's only 30 seconds left. I mean, the main thing now is going to be a 6v6 as well. Not much left, but Capsidal is still up in the spawn. Now you have a 6v4 because Priestahh's nade going to hit as well. Capsidal is on 5 in a row. Snoopy's hitting shots in the cross. You've got this tank heady. You're trying to put them down. You're finally stunned and dropped. It's a 3 versus 2. Just Illey and RC is going to be last up. Trying to get towards the point. There's a teammate that comes in. Oh, God. It takes out Arcitys. Now it's just on Illey.
Yeah, 1 versus 2. This is like an S&D round, but the time working against Boston Breach. They have to try to find him. There he is, going for the slide. The teamwork on point. And we keep going.
Dude, Capsidal was making plays in the back. At first, I was like, is this going to end up costing him? Because they kind of said, screw it. All right, hang out back there. They're dealing with the front. We're going to take a look at the replay, though, and see maybe what happened with the nade.
Yeah, it was a dead nade. Yeah, it was a dead nade. He picks it up, and yeah, okay, so it was cooked a little bit. Cooked a little bit, tried to get rid of it. Yeah, you see that reaction. It happens,
that
but
makes sense.
It's a heads-up play.
Yeah.
Heads-up play to go for it.
I'm glad we saw the replay. Thank you, broadcast team, because it's tough for us to tell sometimes in those moments. It's so fast, Call of Duty, and we're like, how'd that go down? Well, there we got to see it. So, a little frustrating, but appreciate the chance to look at it from earlier. Now to the 5th round. That last one was nuts.
Yeah, now you have Seattle Surge on defense again. Boston, their initial hits have been strong, but you had 3 players over here. A couple of picks go Seattle Surge's way, and they deal with this early A hit.
It's like their hits have been strong, but we haven't had that like knockout punch like Seattle Surge did when it actually took A. They've just been so close. Snoopy is lurking, and my God, almost thinking a kill was done before it was, but we have all been there. He's able to finish it ultimately.
Now he's able to stay alive. Priestahh saves his life. I think Huke has the rival there, so doesn't get the kill. But all the pressure now over towards Abuzah, able to find the kill at Priestahh. He's just working on up. Is Illey still over there towards Broken, over towards B. And he gets taken out, so now you're gonna work the B zone if you are Boston Breach.
And what they basically have gotten, I think, 1 ticket A done in the other offensive rounds before they've had to go out. This time you'll have nothing, but you will have about 2 minutes to go. Slight life advantage.
Well, and I think, listen, look at the last round. What did Surge go for? They went to try to retake B, retake B, and that's when it got messy. The clean defensive round, they just gave it up, got into their map control, and Breach never really had a chance.
And I think that's what we said. You know, we were talking about this in our last series. Just, you know, if you're comfortable, like, don't risk it. Just set up, hold that second point, make sure the comms are on point. Don't end up punishing yourselves trying to overextend and deal with both. But now, let's get into the mix. 90 seconds on the clock. Still 2 lives separate our teams. Boston Breach trying to get it done in back-to-back offensive rounds, and Capsidal has gotten to his spot again. This is where he was so deadly.
They have Slasher here to help him, but Huke off spawn. Able to take both down as they were trying to cross over towards A. Trying to wait for their teammates off of spawn. You see Priestahh just kind of slow things down, but he's going to get picked. And now this is where it gets tough because you have a couple of players mid-tank working over here towards Cafe. This could just take a lot of time to work up the map.
Yeah, and you're seeing, I mean, they're just getting staggered over and over and over again. Try not to give them any kind of opening. I mean, where you were once up 2 lives, that's been swung on its head entirely. It has been all Seattle Surge. 5 straight over this small sequence. finally Snoopy able to get something, but they're just getting cut down. And you're thinking there's about 1 minute and 20 left. Are they going to get another crack at this? I don't know if they're going to.
No, it doesn't seem that way. Slasher, the last player pushed on up. The rest of the players off of spawn, and now you're really in the trap because you have to run into Illey all the way back bridge with 20 seconds left. This is going to take a miracle.
I mean, this was just impeccable from Seattle Surge, slowly layering the map, layering the corpses as Illey wins another one. Now trophy out for coverage, 5 seconds to go. Huke is on 5, 4 in a row for Arcitys. Illey streaking as well. They light it up in the 5th and final round. They take the 2-1 edge in the series. I mean, that was fun to watch them just kind of progress the map, make it harder and harder and harder for Boston to find any inch to work with.
Yeah, I think the key is just, as you kind of said, they never really got a done off the breaks. You had a lot of breaks, opportunities for Boston Breach, but Surge always clutched up, always got that player off the point, found that big kill towards the end.
Yeah, they were a threat. They were, but they just were never able to put that final dagger in. And I don't know if that's as much on Breach. It's a hard point to get. It's more on Surge, just clutch it up defensively. And statistically, you see Arcitys putting up 6,700 damage.
It's really the team effort from Surge. Everybody right around the same numbers. A great team showing here on Control.
Honestly, like, overall, I feel like I didn't do the math, but like, it feels like they had quite a bit more damage on the map. It's what it looked like. Well, take a look at some of the highlights.
I mean, think about some of the sort of situations that Boston was in. They were just staying alive, just going back and forth. Yeah, when you have 3 offensive rounds, you're probably going to have a little bit less damage.
Yeah, it makes sense. I was looking at the numbers. I'm like, yeah, these are not close. We just look across the damage between the 2 squads. But yeah, an unfortunate moment maybe there for Surge. I didn't see exactly how that one went down with the Simtex, but the fact is you're able to clutch up in the round 5, so it's not the end of it. Illey, not really a chance in that 1 versus 2. I think you saw him a little bit frustrated with how that round ended.
And then after that 2-piece from Huke, it's pretty much over. They pretty much just control the rest of the map. That was your 1 chance over towards A. But he cuts it down with that rival, and yeah, good luck dealing with this. I mean, you just look at the map as a whole, and yeah, Breach just had no shot.
Yeah, just you watch them layer it. Like, they just inch their way forward 10 feet at a time and just lock them in like a vice. You just had no chance to do anything. Now I think, what was it, Terminal for map 4? So we get to Terminal, and what, we saw Seattle here, where they look strong, right? They played versus Thieves on it?
Yeah, both teams, right?
Both teams. Yeah, yes. It was the map 4 in both their series, I believe. And this is where we saw Boston really look very strong against FaZe, who I think dominated the map 1 and 3 in the respawn. And then, they come back and Boston looks so good on the Terminal, and Surge as well. So this should be another banger, I'm hoping.
Yeah, I mean, we know about this map. It's all about security control for the 5 hills or on that side of the map. Who's going to make the plays, maybe get that 1 big break. I think, both the scores were around 250 to 220, 200. It should be another close game unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going how we thought it would. I mean, it's been down to the wire. It's looking like another map 5. Maybe it's all we're going to have, but the players kind of locked in. You can see him on the cameras. Illey's just, I don't know, doing some sort of Godfather type thing. He's just thinking through how he's going to play this one out. Yeah, he's vibing,
He's visualizing the gunfights.
It's visualizing victory, Joe.
Yeah, that's what they say to do. Have to just visualize it.
Yeah,
that first initial gunfight, get ready for it.
That's true. What did Krim always say? Like, you're never going to win a gunfight, dude. You don't know you're going to win. Something like that, Joe.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
I think so. Krim definitely said that. No doubt. Now he's driving Porsches, so.
Yeah, what's he doing?
I don't know.
He's just racing now. But Illey just getting prepped and ready for this one. Who are you looking like? Who's going to be your difference maker? On a map like this, map like Terminal, maybe from either side. Is there a player that you think will be the difference maker?
I'm going to go, if I had to pick one on each shot, I'll go Snoopy because, Terminal, Search and Destroy, he was winning a lot of these gunfights. He was the player yesterday we saw go on some big pinches. And then on the Seattle Surge side, I'm going to go Huke. So I think Huke, still trying to run that sub, but maybe on this map has that AR going to put some numbers up.
Okay. Yeah, you'll see a lot of ARs coming out here on the Terminal. I still think this is going to go to a final map. What was the map 5 again?
Karachi, I believe.
Maybe go to Karachi here to close things out. But so far, League has been so competitive. It's been awesome seeing some of these new look squads. It's awesome seeing Slasher and Priestahh kind of back together with the history that they had back. I mean, what was the stat you told me the other day? Like, it's like 6 years in a row where
one of them won a title, a major?
Something like that? It's like a weird stat, but still.
Yeah, basically both of them are winners.
They are.
That's what you need to know. And now they're on the same team.
I used to love that Black Ops 4 team. It was so fun to watch.
I mean, the battles between them and United were insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of the Champs series that we casted with them, too, was Burst Days, First Luminosity. Like, they're some of my most memorable and, like, favorite series that I've casted. They were nuts, but Patty P and Austin Litigo back together again. Did I say Patty P?
Yeah, you did.
I say Big P. Big Priestahh. Patty P.
I was like, it's such a good team, but
yeah, I think
they were just yelling at each other.
I don't know. I guess that aches on the mind. God, he is handsome. I don't know where I was going with that one. I said it. I looked at you, and you just like had your head tilted, staring at me.
I was like, I don't think Priestahh's name's Pat, but all right.
No, I don't know how I got there. I'm sorry, Preston. Forgive me.
Their mind is just
it's a wild place.
Yeah.
Surge cruising out to an early lead, but Priestahh's kills maybe the answer to get them forward and get in, but not going to be the case. Everyone waiting to get trophies up, so everything blowing up, getting stunned, and getting smoked.
Hey, this is what you need, right on this P1. You're spawning on that right side of your map. You see the way Boston is playing this. They're playing for P2. So you have to have a great P1 here to basically tie that time. But I mean, if you do this, flip the spawns, potentially chain these hills together, you put Boston in a very difficult spot. And well, Arcitys is going to win the gunfight, so now they are out of the hill. On the pinch though is Capsidal, but Abuzah able to win the gunfight. You still have presence here for Boston.
Let's see how many points they can rally together here. Is everyone kind of racing to get back towards the point for Seattle Surge? The cutoff and plane is going to be Capsidal. He's ready and waiting. Good. Adios.
He's ready for it.
Yeah, he was ready to take a Renetti to the forehead. Huke, demon mode. Putting shots at anything. Suitcases, cars, planes, foreheads. Just snapping on it all, Gel.
Okay, so nice recovery there for Boston Breach. You can already see Illey inside of the plane locking things down with his team. And they needed that one, and well is behind. Not Patty P, that's Priestahh. 7-2.
He was jiggling through the hand lotion or hand soap there. I don't know what he was doing.
I think that's a perfume store. I don't.
Perfume? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, you'd smell delicious with some perfume, Joe. Lead change though. The Seattle Surge getting ready to go out in front. They'll have the plane locked down. You have one person leaked out towards escalator side. That'll be Abuzah. He's 7-1. Well, now 7-2. Is Priestahh was able to shut him down.
I mean, without Priestahh, look at this on the Boston Breach side. 1-6, right? 1-4, 2-7. They're slaying one-sided, but they're still in the game. There's some of Priestah's plays to get them that P2 break, but now we're trying to get inside of the plane, or maybe you just rotate, and well, that's going to be the call. Snoopy already towards Røkkr.
Yeah, Abuzah's tried to get there twice, trying to be that first man, but he's been cut down, once by Priestahh, once by Snoopy, I believe. Snoopy is finding he has second kill in the game. Slasher looking to tally on his second as well. He'll have the cross here for Snoopy, trophy out as well. And now trying to get damage through on the cross.
Yeah, just a very give and take situation on this map. So Boston gonna give this up. And they say, all right, let's try to lock down Røkkr. We have Bookstore as our final hill through this first rotation. This is what we saw yesterday, all about these crosses. Trophies down, you have to try to break them if you can. Get your nades in there towards back Røkkr. But yeah, good luck. It is just a lot of that shouldering back and forth.
Yeah, it's just really frustrating fights. And like you get a kill, it doesn't really mean a lot.
Doesn't mean
Reinforcement's gonna get there. By the time I try to slide across, the same guy's gonna be shooting me. I think Huke was on 4 or 5 in a row before he fell, so not going to be quite getting towards any streaks for him.
Okay, they got rid of it. There's no trophy down, and they're able to find that break, so they just inch up. They get the trophies out. Illey found a couple of picks, and behind that, Surge on the hill.
And you get through what was about the 30-second mark, you're able to get in. So Surge get in, then after this, see if you can battle for that security side control, but you can see everybody grouped up around Bookstores. Huke that's trying to make the play, through on the flank. I was going to say that's going to turn some heads, but no, the heads have already been put down. His teammates picked up the rest of the kill. The kills, the script has been flipped. You are set up on security side. Surge now in position, 2-1 advantage in the series. Looking to close things out here on the map 4 as they're up 50.
Yeah, right to the front though comes Slasher and Snoopy. Trades are going back and forth, and 11-4 for Abuzah, leading the way for Seattle Surge as they now have a 60-point lead. You have Capsidal trying to work through Dreams, and maybe a bit of an overpeak. Here comes the rest of the challenge. Snoopy catches them off.
All right.
A great little break there. Maybe a mistake from Seattle Surge, an opening here for Breach.
What can they do with this opening?
Not much.
Yeah.
Really built that up, and that one just got shut down.
Yeah, because Arcitys kills 3. Illey's opening up brains, and they're getting shut down. It did not turn into much, but that can happen on this particular map. You get a wave of 3-4 kills, and spawns come in, and next thing you know, it's been flipped again.
Yeah. Well, I tried at least.
You did, Joe. Yeah, sell the narrative. I like that. I like that. Get the energy behind it, even if you're a liar. A dirty, dirty liar.
All right, you see Boston now trying to get set up towards P1. Capsidal was trying to work the pinch. I think there was just too many targets in front of him. And now you have 4 dead. Seattle Surge, 1 map away, an 80-point lead. Let's listen to their comms to close out this map.
He's around the back, SK's on me. I spawned P2. SK's on me. SK's dead.
He's contesting on time. Nice.
Soak that shit. Two in the back.
Give me a sec.
Yo, he's burger. Two in the back. Present dead. One's nade.
One. Yeah, it's middle on your left, guys.
I spawned deep.
Gonna flank up. He's dead. Yeah.
Down him.
Nice, that's him. That's a good time. Nice.
Good job. That was a burger. He was a burger. Go. Kill me. Flag.
Dead.
Nice job. Go. Slash your first guy. He's gonna be there.
Okay, take your time right now. Take your time. I'm fucking winning.
I'm going back security room. Yeah, I'll go in front.
They're holding on the cross heavy. 2 of them.
Slasher, one shot.
I'm re-pitching mid hall. Enemy.
Damn show.
Lobby. Dead. Nice. To left, Alex. To left. Never Give me a second. I'm fucking these guys back.
Listen, sometimes it sounded a bit crazy, but I love what I heard from Abuzah at times, like the kind of slow it down, wait, take our time, like those comments. I'm not going to attempt to do his accent, but at times he was the one kind of making those calls, right?
No, 100%. Yeah, great counts were in, but then it just got crazy, a little chaotic on the side by Seattle Surge. But I think that's just due to the pressure Breach were put on. I mean, you had that setup, the break early for Seattle Surge. Security spawns, but Breach to stay alive. They're able to break P2, and they needed it.
Oh, yeah, they were down almost 100. They needed it real badly. I mean, I think the first thing I said to you in the listening, I took my headset off and looked at you and said, they're getting slammed. Like, they were really getting bodied up by Seattle Surge, but now, see if Breach can bring it back. You got great combination of young player and vets, a chance to make some noise within this league and a chance to maybe bring it back within the timing there was horrific. At least the kill for Priestahh. It's the worst when you're like climbing a ladder or stairs or something. You like go to look at one corner, second you turn, the person like goes around the other side.
Yeah, I was just worried. Honestly, the time was worse for Priestahh, right?
Yeah,
they're gonna hit ramp or they're gonna hit down low. Luckily, Snoopy was there to help him out. He's on 3 in a row. And now maybe a chance to chain this hill. And you can already tell Surge, they're just gonna give this up. Surge were able to break Burger last time through, but they just kind of know, all right, the game, maybe Boston Breach should have the lead, but we're going to control spawns for the final 2 hills.
And all they need is basically 1. They're close enough. They'll lead a bit of the second, but maybe 61 points for victory. But look at this. By the time this hard point is done, that 80, 90 point deficit is gone. Breach will be back into it, and they're looking to get the break. They're getting the fights around the backside, but Abuzah trying to go clutch. Slasher getting tagged up as well. Slash will be the last guy there. It was a scary moment there for Surge, but they get it back.
Yeah, when we were on board with Capsidal, you saw him throw that nade, no trophy, doesn't connect. Huke's in the other corner. And I thought maybe like Breach just kind of waited, just hold the cross. You know you don't have the good spawns, but they wanted to try to flip the map. Instead, it ends up costing them map control. Well, they spun so far away over towards Jet Bridge, and now they're going to have to do this again.
I thought they had it for a second. I thought they flipped it. Just the timing a little bit off. Maybe needed one more player, one more big gunfight win. Now 35 points away from victory is Seattle Surge. 3 in a row for Huke. You want to see what this man can do with an AR in his hand? Snoopy just smoked him, is what happened there. That particular challenge, Snoopy winning a wild one, but he's the only one getting kills. He's been able to take down 2. Snoopy finally shut down the cross, can't get pressure to Arcitys. Arcitys through the smallest crack is finding kills as well. 15 now to go for Seattle Surge.
Yeah, I feel like you've had chances in the back if you were Boston Breach, but a couple of players just clutching up for Surge. 242 now. 2 players spawning up, and that might just be it. You see where Boston Breach is. Maybe someone can hold on to the point. Not gonna happen. Seattle Surge 2-0 on the weekend.
What a start. What a weekend so far from Seattle Surge. Boston, you know, you're thinking pretty highly of after how tough they played FaZe. That's all we have to go on right now.
Well, this is another just tough battle. It really was.
It really, really was. Yeah, that's a tough start. Thieves, Breach, you take them both 3-1. I mean, I don't know. When this team formed, I remember I just said to you, like, it was at the point where like all like the Juggernaut teams had formed. I didn't think like any more like really good teams would form for some reason in my head. And I saw that team. I looked at you. I was like, that it could be kind of nasty.
Yeah, it should be. And so far, they're showing that. I mean, it's just again, just very similar to map number 3. A balanced effort. Everyone right around the same damage, right around the same amount of kills. Their trades have been on point. Their teamwork is there.
It just strikes me as one of those weird teams that'll work because like just the mentality thing about it. Like everyone, like we've said multiple times, something to prove. Whether you're a rookie coming in at Abuzah, it's like, I'm going to take the CDL by storm. Or you are the other players and all the... I mean, Huke's been through you read a book about that guy's career the past couple of years. Yeah. And then you have RC's. And I mean, really, you could write a novel about any of their stories. They've been filled with the highest of highs and the lowest of lows over the last couple of years. And they're just coming in, wanting to slam people, show the community what they're made of. And so far, so good. That'll do it for Joe and I here. That'll do it for the day. But to break down the action, we've got Christopher, Puckett, Alley Cat, and the one and the only Anthony, my mind is blown, Wheeler.
Nameless.
I love it. It's nice having this guy back.
Oh, it's so good to have his energy here in the studio. Speaking of energy, how about that surge in energy? 6 games wins, 2 games losses. Pretty decent record here. Do you have any big issues with what you saw from them tonight?
Issues? I mean, not really. Obviously, they lose that first hard point, but that terminal was literally disgusting from the side of Seattle Surge, and I loved that listening as well. It was just fueled by passion by the Seattle Surge. I was worried for just a moment in the later half there as they lost a little bit of that over 100-point lead. I think they got a little bit too frantic and a little bit too ahead of themselves, but they got the dub in the end.
Nameless thoughts on this series?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Seattle looked incredible. And then, you know, Allie in the pregame show today, you said you want to see more of Abuzah. We saw that today. The guy was picking up a lot of time, and both the hard points had like almost 4 minutes combined, and was also popping off when they needed him. And, you know, to talk a little bit about this terminal, it was fantastic. They started off absolutely frying, and you know how the game script goes on a map like this. There's 60-point hills back and forth, but they had control the entire time. The early rotations to Røkkr, picking up the cuts where you need it, and it just seems like everybody's pitching in. It's not one guy just taking over games. Everybody is doing their job. When you get to a final round in control, what happens? They take over. They put them in the spawn blender. You've seen everybody in the perfect positions, and that's exactly what you want to see early in a title because they're going to just keep building on this foundation, Chris.
Yeah, it felt like game 1 kind of got out of their hands, but they weren't going to let that happen 2 or 3 times in this series. Shutting the door in that game 4, and you can see what it meant to Huke. He and Arcitys getting fired up as they now know they are topping the leaderboard at 2-0, the first team to do so.
You know what? I might, this early, start vetoing Terminal against Seattle.
Yeah?
I'm not gonna lie, that's 2 Terminal S&Ds. They've come out hot on winning, and now like looking at Terminal Hardpoint, like they were on point that map.
Yeah.
Allie.
Yes?
I got our play of the game. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
It's some spawn traps from the new duo featuring the Surge branding. Take a look at Illey and Huke locking it down. This was the final control round, and this is beautiful.
I wouldn't have any other duo. And I mean, just look at the engagements, already 60 on Huke, and as well as Illey, 28 and 29. I mean, again, Seattle Surge, you couldn't start off the season any better than having some strong map pools already in both Search and Destroy and in Hardpoint.
Yeah, you talked about like Huke's KD, like he's got an SMG switching back and forth, getting pushed up into their face. Like this is the trap that everybody's going for on this map. You saw he was just hanging out back highway. He's like, yeah, you guys are either dealing with Huke or you're dealing with me on a massive heady. Well, what happens? They end up icing it up and winning the round.
Clutch game 3 led to that game 4 hardpoint victory, and now Surge are finished. Boston, though, finishes the week at 0-2. What's going on in the Boston camp? You chose them for the first match. Allie and I chose them for this match. What went wrong today for Boston?
Well, Boston Breach shouldn't have tweeted me. They might have come out with the W in this series. But honestly, they've had 2 very close games. Yeah. I mean, this was a barn burner from start to finish. You think about the Search and Destroy, they have to get better in that game mode. Like, that's Search and Destroys now in 2 series. They have not won, and it was very close. Once again, a couple of rounds with numbers that they threw away.
Boston Breach still looking for their first dub. I have a feeling it's coming next week, but let's recap what went down across the board. 4 matches here on our first Super Saturday, and it started with the Miami Heretics taking on Carolina. That's right, the Carolina Royal Ravens. Heretics displacing of their opponent in 3 swift maps here, Allie.
Yeah, it was the fastest series that we've had so far in the first 3-0 of the season. 2 brand new rosters going head-to-head, and it was the Miami Heretics coming out on top in, dare I say, a pretty dominant fashion. I think we were all looking forward to Vamos Heretics, and they gave us quite a show to start the day.
Heretics won on the kill feed. It looked like they looked comfortable across all game modes. What did you like most watching this team today?
I just love the energy. I mean, you saw them like in this game. They played at such a fast pace. We talked about it in the post game. They set the pace back in Black Ops 4, and they're doing it here again in Modern Warfare 3. And again, everybody chipping in, making plays when they need to. This is a team like we don't know what the limit is. Sky's the limit at this point.
I'm excited to watch more from Gwinn on the Royal Ravens side. Anything you want to see from this team in their next matchup?
For the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, just a little bit more composure and a little bit more team chemistry. Again, brand new roster working together, but GODRX and Gwinn, I mean, they were winning challengers last year together, so I'm hoping this team figures it out soon, sooner rather than later.
Up this lane, and you might have a chance in our second match of the day. We went the distance. The only game 5 of the night came from Standy and crew. After clutching up earlier in this series, we went all the way to that game 5, and after talking at the end of the match with Standy, he likes the team, especially the SMG frontline. He could not stop singing the praises of his fellow SMG.
Oh yeah, he was singing the praises of Nero. I honestly, as soon as I saw this sub duo, I loved it, and they proved as why they're going to be a dominant force moving forward. They're just so high engagement and so aggressive. It's going to be really tough for a lot of these teams to keep up with them, especially with the new addition of covert sneakers on the map. You're not going to be able to hear them anymore, so make sure you're calling out when you're missing one of them. But Vegas Legion, they proved to still be dominant in search and destroy as well.
Nameless for the Røkkr, we had Lynz, we had Owakening on the same team. They were both able to drop some numbers. What did you see overall for the squad?
I mean, I thought for Røkkr, like pretty good performance throughout. Just search and destroy, it's just got to be better. I mean, you're playing some really strong search and destroy players on the opposite side of the coin there, but that's a game mode that typically some teams just, like when that intuition, situational play, like those players are going to excel early on. So for Røkkr, like decent performance to start things off. They just got to build up in search.
And if you are a Legion fan, go back and watch that sub-base game 4 one more time. The clutch finish is going to give Las Vegas their first win of the season. And speaking of first wins, Toronto collects their first W. It was Insight and crew laying it down. The only game they dropped was that game 2 search.
I mean, Toronto picking up right where they left off last year. I mean, just an absolute dominant performance in both of the hard points and in the control. Maybe a couple things to work on when it comes to search and destroy. Again, it's very, very early in the season. As far as LAG, I'm really looking at Diamond Con and Fame right now. They did really well in the search and destroys. They just needed to transfer that to the respawns.
I totally agree. I mean, this series honestly just felt a little bit like a team diff, right? Like you got Toronto Ultra who are coming off an amazing season with one of the best, if not like arguably the best they are in the game in Scrappy. And then you just made an upgrade picking up a guy like Envoy who's a world champion, right? So it's going to be a very difficult opening match for LAG. Does that mean they're going to be bad all season? No, it doesn't. They just are starting from, from scratch. It's going to be tough.
Toronto Ultra gets their 3-1 over the Guerrillas and their first victory. Seattle Surge, though, picked up 2 dubs this week, and we now have our monster winner spotlight. Let's bring on one of the members of the Surge. You know him, you'll love him, and he's joining us live right now. I assume it's Arcitys.
You don't know who it is.
I'm assuming.
It's got to.
I assume Alec is hopping on the mic. I asked for it. We got it. Arcitys is back in the building. This time, you're no longer wearing purple. You're wearing blue. And you look pretty darn good in it.
Yeah. Yeah, thank God. Shout out to those guys getting rid of me.
Alec, talk to me about today, man. This was a fantastic series to watch. It could have gone to a game 5, but you locked it in.
I mean, if it went to game 5, it's still no worries. Our S&D is really good. That's the most, that's a game mode we practice the most, so very comfortable in S&D, and honestly, it doesn't really matter.
For sure. I mean, you guys came out swinging yesterday and now go 2-0 in the league to start off the season. Alec, you've been tossed around. You've had to change roles, I feel like, a lot over the past couple of seasons. What do you feel is your fit right now in this team?
Just doing my 25%, bro. Honestly, just doing that and just letting them do their 25 and not overthink, not overcomplicate anything, and just make the game easier for them and for me.
Love that.
Because in the past, I try to overcomplicate and do extra shit, but not here.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going to ask. Like, Arcitys last year was a big fall from grace. You went from like the best team in the game to one of the bottom barrels, and you had to figure it out, right? Throughout this offseason, make a new roster that can come in and compete because that's what you're used to. So for you coming into this year, what are some things that you're trying to get rid of from last year, maybe mentality-wise?
Listening to outside voices. I think last year I put a lot of stress on myself, just like putting myself in a new spot, trying to be uncomfortable with my spot. And I said, screw that, I'm not doing that again. And I play with people I want to play with. And I'm excited to be in Seattle again, right next to home. It's still cold, shout out to Ben for that. But it doesn't change our gameplay.
Love it.
All right, Alec, I love seeing you happy. It looks like that is very much the case here on week number 1. I have to ask you, though, it's MW3. Everyone loves the nostalgia, but it still feels fresh. What's your favorite part of the new game?
Red dots. None of these new kids know how to play without 70Q, so the game's a lot easier than last year.
I love it.
Banger.
Exactly.
On that note, we're going to let you go party, my friend.
Thank you.
Red dots and boots, that's all we needed. COD is back, and we are 2 days into opening weekend, and we still have a full day to go. Allie, as we take a look at the schedule, we've got left, right, and center good games. Which one's the best?
Oh gosh, it's actually really hard to pick a best in this situation. I think I might go with that game number 4, but that game number 3, the Battle of Red. I mean, that's our Monster
What
Energy
you
matchup.
talking about? This is Standy versus Clay. I know that they were trying to team together. Some drama went down. The community might not know, and they're not teaming. So that number 1 match, make sure you're there. It's a banger.
3 o'clock, it all kicks off, and of course, we're starting a little early right here on headquarters. Thanks for tuning in to day 2. We'll see you all live for day 3 tomorrow.
You know I'm a renegade. Baby, I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. After mine now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal is something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now. I can't be minimized. On the throne, you've been advised. Running me down, but I switched it up. I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up. Over the way, had to lift me up. What a shot, look how I rose, even if nobody knows ya. On my own wave, I am gold, yeah. You was trying to block me on the low, yeah. Took the high road, let me demonstrate. Cause the old me gone like I've been erased.
So I'll be like, if you jump out if you can. We're good. I can let you jump out. I'm keep shooting with you.
I'm in a good spot this way.
Go top left fire. Yeah, Eli's in a good spot. Top left, yeah, went to plat.
I'm bomb, dead. I got flat.
Let's
go, boys.
Go, baby. Oh, baby.
Cindy's just slammed.